10 years, man.
It's been a long time. Does it feel like 10 years?
Yeah, but in a good way.
Does it feel like 20 years?
No, it's, you know, we've talked about this, like this time pass quicker as you get older. For me, I feel like this has been a really long, awesome, fun journey. I've been able to enjoy every part of this, but obviously GSL, my favorite part.
Yeah. Well, I have a couple years in there blacked out, but overall it's been, it's been fantastic.
Let's go ahead and start this thing.
All right.
My name is Nick Plott. I'm an American from Kansas, and my ID is Tasteless, and I am a StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 caster in South Korea, in Seoul.
Someone made this. We have a couple gifts. I think I got more over here, actually, too. But, yeah, sometimes fans come and give us something, so this is one of them, this shirt here. Very cool. Yeah. I moved out to Korea because I had a job opportunity at a TV station called Arirang TV, and I was doing a show that was literally called Esports, was the name of the show. And what they would do is they would buy old, like OSL or MSL VODs, and then I would cast over the old VOD. While that was going on, I ended up getting connected with a producer at GOM TV, and they were looking for possibly having English commentary for the GOM TV Avertech Intel Classic. And so I did that for a little while, and then that show got canceled, and I had no money, and I was basically waiting and hoping that StarCraft 2 would come out, because I was pretty sure if StarCraft 2 comes out, I'll be able to do some kind of a show with that. But the day the beta came out, that's when I knew I got a new start. We talked to GOM TV then, again, because they wanted to do a new show, which is GSL. And yeah, here we are. It's been 10 years.
처음에 이제 닉을 본 거는 곰TV 클래식 스타크래프트 1 대회였었는데, 곰TV에서 하던 스타크래프트 1 대회를 글로벌 팬들한테 중계를 시작을 했는데, 거기에 닉이 이제 혼자 와서 중계를 하고 있었어요. 그래서 와, 스타크래프트를 이거 외국에서도 이렇게 많은 사람들이 볼 수 있게 영어 중계를 하네? 라고 되게 신선했었고, 외국에서 누가 혼자 와서 저렇게 영어 중계를 여기서 한국에서 열심히 하고 있네. 그래서 되게 신기하고 열정적이다라고 생각을 하면서 쳐다보고 있었어요. 그래서 외국에서 스타크래프트 많이 보는구나. 그래서 잘 모를 때였으니까 글로벌에 대해서 되게 신기하다고 생각하고 있었어요.
My name is Dan Stemkowski, and my ID is Artosis. I think my favorite StarCraft picture is this one. It's from the original GSL vs. the World, where I was the coach of the non-Korean team. And we only lost by one map at the end of the day against the Koreans. So this was a really fun event. And at the end of it, GSL gave me this nice photo. So I like that one. I always have that one out. Well, this is like kind of an old one. This is like the one I'm using right now, where it's like I take notes on my games every day and what I'm working on, and right. So I have whiteboards actually all around and papers like taped up on the walls. I just think a lot about StarCraft, and I'm always trying to get better and understand the game more. So I make notes. I just kind of walk around and think and write things down, and then when I'm playing, I can just kind of turn my head and take a look and remember all the things I'm thinking about. So I first started casting GSL. I was already out here. I was actually working for IEG at the time, that later became SPO TV, casting some other stuff. But Tasteless and I were friends, and GSL was not announced yet, but he knew about it. So he brought me down for a meeting with the original people down at GOM TV, and just said, hey, this is the other caster that's out here. And I had a meeting with them, and we talked it out, and you know, there wasn't a lot to choose from, so I got the job.
처음에 카페에서 딱 만났는데 댄이 이렇게 되게 정자세로 한국인처럼 면접 보는 자세로 이렇게 앉아갖고 자기 열심히 스타크래프트 중계 잘할 수 있다. 그래서 자기한테 기회를 달라 이런 말을 많이 했었고, 닉이 굉장히 강력하게 추천을 했어요. 이 친구와 같이 듀오를 맞춰서 하면은 우리가 GSL을 스타크래프트 2를 글로벌로 널리 알릴 수 있다. 그래서 그때 당시에는 이제 댄에 대한 실력은 저희가 잘 몰랐으니까, 근데 닉에 대한 신뢰를 우리가 가지고 있었으니까 그 신뢰를 바탕으로 댄과 호흡을 맞추면 잘할 수 있을 거라는 생각을 가지고, 그 태도가 이제 굉장히 마음에 들고 열심히 할 수 있을 거라는 생각에 저희가 같이 일을 해보기로 결정을 했고요. 그 결과적으로는 이제 닉과 댄이 굉장히 좋은 듀오로 글로벌 팬들한테 우리 GSL을 알리게 돼서 너무 잘한 결정이었다고 생각합니다.
But this could be the end, and GG, unbelievable series. Stats has done it, and Sue for the 5th time.
You know, the reason that I moved to Korea is because this is where StarCraft is big. This is the one place where I could move to and have StarCraft be my job, whether that was through being a commentator or a professional gamer or something else involved with StarCraft. So that's why I came here, but there's a lot of reasons why I've stayed. It's a wonderful country. It's really safe. Everyone's so friendly, delicious food. I just love it here.
I have so many happy memories living in Korea. I think it's important to remember I'm a kid from a suburb in Kansas. It's a very, very small place in comparison to Seoul. So I think for me, it was the shock of being in a huge city, and it felt like Seoul was endless and that I'd never be able to learn where to go or how to communicate. And now I feel like this is my home. I feel like I know every corner of the city, and I'm very comfortable here.
미국의 코로나가 상황이 아직도 안 좋아서 여행 가면 안 돼요. Pretty good. 맥주 하나 주세요. 맥주 하나 더 주세요. Yeah. See, do I have that string somewhere? This one. No. Whoa.
Go ahead, Control 2. All right, now let's bring them over and get ready to attack, okay? 1A, 2A. Remember, press A, or you can hit Control and 1. Put them on. Arya is improving really quickly at games overall. It's really amazing to watch your kids start playing video games, because at first they don't really know what they're doing, and you're like, oh, you keep walking off a cliff or something like that. But you know, they jump up like exponentially really quick at how good that they are. And at this point, like if she sits down with any game that she plays a lot, she's getting quite good. Come on, yo. Yeah, things have changed a lot having a family. Before I had my wife and kids, pretty much every moment of my day was kind of devoted to StarCraft, whether it was, you know, watching it or playing it or thinking about it. But at this point now, I have a nice big family. You know, I have 4 kids and a wife, and so that takes up a lot of time for sure. But my passion hasn't really changed. So in all of my free time, it's still StarCraft. In all of my work time, it's still StarCraft. So my feelings for StarCraft haven't really changed. I have way more responsibilities now.
What we'll probably do is cross up here. He wasn't there with broken puppet legs, just screaming.
Whether it's a really serious situation in a game where something's changed suddenly, but also sometimes when it's a boring situation in a game where something funny is happening, Nick's able to make humor out of that. And I think he just is able to read any situation, but it's the most exciting hype moment that you'll ever see in the grand finals. He's gonna yell about it, he's gonna be excited about it. It's a really boring moment, he's gonna make it entertaining, right? And I think that he makes Dan laugh a lot, and there's a really good chemistry between the two of them because he's funny and because he pushes Dan to the laughter moments. I think that's why the fans really enjoy the show, whether it's a good game or not. The Nick and Dan casting is always kind of a funny and humorous thing, I think, for a lot of people. A lot of people just tune in just to hear you guys talk, honestly.
You guys actually listen to each other. There's a lot of commentators, even at the top, and I think we've all been at one or another. I guess we've made the mistake, and that is like we stop listening as intently. And I think you and Dan are constantly having a conversation with each other, rather than like my turn to talk. And you're both like super knowledgeable about the game, right? And active listening is something that a lot of commentators don't realize is extraordinarily important, even though it should be obvious, right? You're able to listen to each other and bounce off each other, and that's how you form that chemistry in the first place.
I'm so uncomfortable with him saying these I'm so uncomfortable with this. Where like I sit here and you guys all say nice stuff, and I'm like, I know. Ah! 10 years of GSL. Here's to 10 more. Yeah. GG.
SOS. GG. T1. GG. Unbelievable series.
When I first met Nick, or Tasteless, it was 2005. He had made it to the USA Finals for WCG, and I liked him right off the bat. You know, he was one of the more social players, so we got along pretty well because I was a bit more social than most of the players as well. So I liked him. He was a nice guy. He seemed cool.
I first met Dan on BattleNet, like we all did. There weren't many live tournaments in the United States, and so he was one of the good players that you wanted to try to get a game against. And I think the first time I met him was also the same time I first casted. So that would be 2005. We were all really young back then.
Nick means a lot to me. You know, we've gone through absolutely everything together. We've been so close for, you know, since we both got to Korea more than 12 years ago now. We've been best friends and partners and working and everything. We've been through all the ups together and all the downs together. And I think we've made each other a lot better than we ever could be alone. We kind of have a yin-yang effect. While we have a lot of things in common and the same sense of humor, we have really different personalities that I think help each other instead of hinder each other.
I think Dan's strength, aside from casting, is probably, I think he's got a great work ethic. I think he has a really good sense of humor. I think one of the things we bring in GSL is not just analysis and play-by-play, but we have a lot of fun, and I think we're able to connect with our audience, and I would only be able to do that with Dan.
Like, they love the game so much. They've been here since Brood War. They've been casting since they were players themselves. And then over time, I think they grew like incredible chemistry with each other. So they've been casting together for so many years now that they just work really well together. Like Artosis is really knowledgeable of the game, and Tasteless like helps new players get into the game, and he's very entertaining for the fans. They have great banter at the start of games. So I think just overall, they do everything they need to do as casters very well.
Oh, they're pretty popular in the Western scene, I feel. Like, everyone likes Artosis and Tasteless. Everyone always gets hyped when they cast. So I think they're really, really big in the West. They're popular because they've been casting and playing and StarCraft 2 for so many years, right? Even back to Brood War, that's why they're so popular. It's been like, what, 20 years? No, 15 years, something like that, total.
실제로 얘기를 많이 해보면은 이 한국에 있는 스타크래프트 2에 대한 혹은 스타크래프트 e스포츠에 대한 문화를 해외에 많이 퍼뜨려야겠다는 생각을 스스로도 굉장히 많이 하고 있어요. 그리고 반대로 해외 팬들에 대한 여러 피드백들을 우리한테 전달해주는 역할도 굉장히 많이 하고 있기 때문에 진짜로 게임을 좋아하고 스타크래프트를 사랑하는 그 열정과 태도가 그들 진심이 많이 이제 팬들한테 전해지는 것 같아요.
As commentators, I think Nick and Dan are complete pros. They are legends. I remember the first time I cast with Dan was maybe 8 years ago now. I was a newbie little scrublet no-name commentator in Australia, and it was one of those things that I was very nervous about, but he assured me in one of these beautiful if you fall I will catch you moments that everything would be fine. And he was right, it was. It was my best cast up until that point. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that a really good commentator can really just make anyone look good. The first time I cast with Nick, or Tasteless, was maybe 4 or 5 years after I got to cast with Dan for the first time. And at the time, it was considered that every caster in StarCraft 2 was usually a play-by-play and a color commentator. And it was the first time that I ever had to cast with a play-by-play commentator. So I thought that we'd clash because our styles are so similar, but he's a total pro. It was so easy. It was like slipping into a warm bath. It was the easiest thing in the whole world. And to this day is one of my favorite people to co-cast with because it is just so comfortable.
I think if you do anything in your life for over 10 years, it's pretty clear that you're very dedicated and very passionate about it. And I think that shows. I love the way they have been doing it. They have obviously evolved as well as commentators. At first it was a lot about the little details, and then it became a little more about let's just have a great time, let's have a great show. Dan is always there with the facts, and Nick is always there to bring some humor into the broadcast. It's honestly always been fun to watch them. It's been cool to learn from them as well, and it's definitely been a pleasure to work with them. Some of the foreign events or even at the GSL versus the World, I've always enjoyed it, and it's been really cool. So yeah, that's about it.
So this is the GSL Special Award of 2011. Okay, so almost 9 years ago. But this is very sweet. The company gave this to Dan and me for our work. Dan has one at his house too. They give us this for our work in broadcasting the global side of GSL. It makes sense that GSL has lasted a long time because StarCraft's a good game, and it gets better with time. It gets better with aging, kind of like wine. But I am still surprised we managed to go this far. It's very cool. I'm very, very, very proud of what GSL's done.
GSL really means so much to me. It's hard to put it into words. You know, it's kind of the thing that I did for the past 10 years. It's the thing that I've helped to build, that I've been a part of. You know, the people who work on GSL, they're like family in a lot of ways. You know, when I look back on this very long and still growing period of my life, this will be the thing I think that really stands out what I did professionally. It was help make the GSL into what it is.
I think there's a lot of parts of GSL that make it the best esports tournament of all time. I think for one, it's the players. It's also the history that it's been able to build. It's not a new game. It's very old now, so we really have a lot of good stories we can tell. I hope the casting that Dan and me bring is valuable. I think the music's excellent. I think the production is top tier. And I think our tournament has more personality than most other esports events.
I think GSL, aside from being the most competitive tournament around, it has a certain regularity to it, which is really important in esports. It keeps going and keeps fresh and alive and ever rising. And it's also, at this point, at 10 years, we have such a legacy, such a history with GSL that it feels like everything matters. We're building upon this giant mountain of results. GSL is the history of StarCraft 2.
GSL is about legacy.
Yesterday and tomorrow now feels sad and strange. I was here every day, but then you walked away. Silent, silent and gray. Silent
이제는 내가 직접 나서야 할 때가 된 것 같구나. 형제들이 거울 높이 들어 첫 번째 저수에게 더 이상 패배란 존재하지 않는다. 이 땅에 영광의 전투가 펼쳐지리라. 엔타로 GSL.
I can't stop breathing. I'm only burning. We always run.
아프리카 TV 프리고 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 3 코리아스 라스트 스탠드.
Years, 10 years, years 10. I said 10 years, but my mic wasn't turned on at that time. Guys, happy birthday, GSL.
Yeah.
Still going strong. Best esports show of all time.
Oh, easily.
Easily.
This
Hope
is-
you guys enjoyed that video, that little mini documentary about Artosis and myself, the Tasteless propaganda film. Yeah, that was very sweet of them to do that.
Yeah, no, that was great to see. Yeah, thanks everybody. 10 years of GSL. This is literally the 10-year anniversary, which means 10 years ago, like to the minute, you and I were casting GSL.
Yes, it's crazy. We had the meeting with the production company. We knew, okay, we're going to at least get to do the pilot season of the show. We're going to do our best. And here we are 10 years later.
Yeah.
We made an entire living off of StarCraft. The GSL is an incredible show, and it's getting better with age here.
StarCraft 2 and GSL launched esports the modern age. That's
Yep.
for sure.
That's true.
Wow. Crazy ride. I was pretty sure it was going to happen. I was pretty sure this is where we'd be 10 years later.
It all went according to plan.
I thought I'd be like another foot taller right now, but I guess people stopped growing, so that was weird. But
Yeah,
like,
that was
other than that, I nailed it.
That was one of the disappointing things about getting older is we don't get to keep growing.
Yeah.
But look, it's great to have had you guys here with us for the 10 years, or some of you I know have started a little bit late, but of course you're always welcome to join us. Yeah, we have a little GSL cake down there we're going to be eating after the show. And if you are tuning in right as the show started and missed the little mini documentary about us, it'll be playing again after we wrap up this group, Group C.
Yes. There's Group C right there. Maru, Nightmare, RagnaroK, and Dream. It's pretty clear that that Nightmare is going to win the group. I don't even know why we're here today. This group is like we have two complete monster Terrans. Then we have RagnaroK, who's quite good. And then we have Nightmare, who hasn't been in for a couple of years and plays a lot of Heroes of the Storm. And like,
yeah,
he was kind of exciting when we saw him. But can you do anything today?
I'm not sure. I think, this happens in the round of 24. It's pretty par for the course, is that you have groups where it seems like one player, in this case, Maru, is probably just going to get out right away. I'm curious to see where Nightmare is going to end up compared to our expectations. We do have players that are up and coming that do start to really dominate. And people grow at different phases, as far as skill goes in RTS. And we were mentioning this in the last cast just 2 days ago, but look, man, sometimes it takes 10 years to finally hit your stride.
Dude, sometimes it takes, we're looking at maybe 23 years to hit your stride, for me personally.
That's right.
Still looking for that stride.
I think I still did about 24 for me, but eventually.
It takes time. It takes time. That's fine, though. Everybody's different.
That's right. Well, one of the things about RTS, man, is it's not something you pick up and get really good at and then drop it and come. It's like it takes a lot of work and a lot of time, and you really have to build it into your mind and acquire all these different skills. And let's see if Nightmare's there. This is the ultimate test, though, to face off against Maru.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Death Aura for Game 1. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 있다. 우린 더욱 강하다. 기력을 위해서 마루 조성주.
So
I don't normally say something like this, but I feel like in this series, I'm more interested. Let me put it like this. I'm less interested in what strategies Nightmare does and more interested in how well he can execute it.
Oh, okay. That's kind of fair, yeah. Well, we see he's already going to do a one base build because he's got 2 gases, so that's kind of exciting.
That doesn't surprise me.
I'm glad to see him do that, like to not just make a Nexus, right?
Yeah, he's trying to circumvent a game where you would just have it unfold in a normal macro game. I think everybody can agree that Maru's basically just going to probably win that in a game like that. He's just stronger. He's a robust player. But it's also hard to imagine Maru really getting thrown off his feet here in the early game. The SCV, by the way, is not going to scout that proxy pylon there.
He should have seen the probe go by, so he might have an idea, but we don't know if he actually saw it. Now, Nightmare steals the gas. I wonder what the... Oh, okay, no, I was going through my head, like, could this be like a Void Ray build? But I'm leaning towards no right now. I guess we'll see in a minute. But this is kind of exciting because Nightmare, people might not remember, but he was the first player to use Blink DTs professionally. That was the season he made it in, and Blink DTs were still somewhat new. No one had used them yet. And he made it, and he showed some great plays with Blink DTs that day. Ended up getting defeated PvP by Hero, but it was like kind of fun. He was like, it's rare that we get new players, and he was an exciting one. And then like I followed him on Twitch right away, and he streamed Heroes of the Storm just about every day, and like didn't really make it into GSL again for years, and here we are. And he's proxying Robo, so what's that going to look like?
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see if this will work out here. We actually don't see the strategy very often in GSL, but it is viable. If it works, it's going to really screw the Terran up early on. We have a second bunker coming down here. So at this point in time, Maru suspects something's coming here.
Yeah. Well, the stolen gas, and he hasn't been able to find what's going on. He knows that there should be something, and he's actually fanned out over a large portion of the map, but hasn't found the proxy Robo. Now, it's just a Prism on the way. There's not actually that many units here, right? He's got like a couple Stalkers. But with a Cyclone on the way, it's... I mean, Warp Gate's not quite done. Oh, okay, he is going to make an Immortal. Maybe he waits to go into the... No, he's sending the Prism right over.
I thought he was going to wait too, actually, but...
Yeah, maybe, but...
Or maybe he's going to pick up the Stalkers and go back? No, he's going to just go for it.
Yeah, I guess you poke right now, and then you come back. Like, you want to start damage immediately.
When you see the... when you see a Warp Prism here, that you know an Immortal is going to be the next thing made, right? So you've already exposed what tech you're trying to go for here. Good maneuvering there with the Warp Prism, actually getting away from the Cyclone pretty well.
He's got to get out of there, though. You cannot lose this to the Cyclone.
I think he's going to lose it to the Cyclone.
He's definitely going to lose it to the Cyclone. That was like, oh my god, it's got 1 hit point. It's literally got 1 health. Tasteless.
The Immortal's here, but you can't really do anything if you don't have the Warp Prism. So this strategy is completely failed. It was risky to bring the 2 Stalkers there with the Warp Prism,
well,
and now we see why.
You should know when the lockdown comes off cooldown, and the fact that he was still sitting there.
I was surprised he actually veered to the right as well. Even if that got away, the Cyclone would probably be able to get over there again and get it.
Yeah, and then maybe you could have at least secured the kill. Like, securing the kill is one thing, right?
Yeah.
Trading a Prism for a Cyclone, it's like, well, I mean, it's not the best, but at least you got something.
The weird thing about it as well is that the Stalkers can just run out. They don't need to be saved by the Cyclone, or the Warp Prism.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's
I
like,
hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, it's not like that was inside the main, and you know, it was either he abandons them there and they die. They would just run by the bunker, which didn't even have 4 Marines in it, just I think 2 or 3. Take some damage and then go away. So, anyways, a pretty disappointing start here to the strategy. Now, because that Warp Prism was lost, even though this rush is still going on in this game, it's been slowed down a lot. So, even though this is doing some damage, I imagine this is going to be pretty manageable here for Maru.
Yeah, you're not going to get that much done. He's got enough defense up, but Nightmare is macroing up, right? Like, I mean, he's taking a 3rd Nexus. He's getting Blink. He has other things that are going on. It's just, is he going to have enough when Maru finally moves out? Oh. Okay. Oh, all right. Well,
I love this new way you cast Artosis.
Well, first,
I guess so.
At first it was like kind of stuck there, and I'm like, well, all you have to do here is flick 1 probe and it dies, right? Because it gets stuck. And then he doesn't do that, and I'm like, all right, I guess he gets away, and then he doesn't even try to get away, and it dies. I'm like, okay, well, there you have it. We're all just thrown in the towel, aren't we? My commentary on top of it. None of us going to put any effort into that. Not Nightmare killing the Reaper, not Maru keeping the Reaper alive, and hell, not me commentating that farce. That farce of a scout.
So, Protoss is fairly behind here. There was a modicum of damage given over here to Maru, but I think Maru is going to be able to get into a pretty healthy position here as this game progresses. We've got the third command center coming down here, so there won't be any kind of aggressive push for a little while here. In fact, I think on both sides, this game is probably going to go down, slow down here. I don't imagine there's any kind of unique timing attack from the Protoss side where you can hit them as they're taking their third base. I think that would be a big error if he did that.
But you know what? I really like how he's playing this in some certain ways, right? His original opening didn't really do that much. But the fact that he has now gone into 3 Nexus, he's going Charge, and he's going Double Forge. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I really, really like that.
Well, he's investing in the long game here.
Yeah, and if he lives to the point that 1-1 finishes, which it really looks like he's going to, I can't call that a bad position.
No. The only thing I wonder is that because we saw Nightmare open up with a super aggro build, and I could be completely wrong about this, but he may not be feeling that confident going into a late game against Maru, which I think is completely fair.
It's probably reasonable. No one should feel confident going late game against Maru. Yeah. Literally maybe no one of any race. Yeah. Well, he's taking his 4th Nexus. You know, let's look at this probe count. 63, not bad. We'll see exactly how many probes he wants to make. He needs that 1-1 done, basically. I love the fact, by the way, that he has 3 Immortals in here. That adds so much punch to his army, which is just really important. He has the strength here. And as long as that 1-1 finishes before we have a big engage, can you see a 3 Immortal army with 2 Sentries and then a bunch of Charge Lots losing at this point in the game? It seems not, right?
Oh, hold on. We have 2 Zealots actually coming through here. Going to try to shred up some of these workers now. I think it's going to do not too much damage. The push is coming here, though, from Terran. Terran's actually in the middle of the map. He is going to catch this Robo here. But let's see how much damage this push can actually do. We do have the army supply beginning to exceed the Protoss, but a lot of PvT is about how the engagement actually goes down. Can Protoss get good force fields? Our medevac's going to be sniped. Here we go. Oh, this is actually a pretty unfortunate angle for the Protoss to try to attack here.
Oh my God, I can't believe, that mine has a hit.
He's doing it again.
Well, that mine almost shredded him like 3 times, then it didn't hit.
Yeah.
But now, like that engagement was not really that good for Nightmare, unfortunately.
No, let's stick with this casting style. I like it. We got to watch Artosis' brain feel out the game.
Yeah. Normally, I'm good at turning the whats and ahs into words, but not today. Tasteless, I've been doing this 10 years, man. It's time to put me down.
It's where you get caster disease. They find out way in the future. It's like, casting is actually really bad for you. You know.
Tasteless, you only missed 2 more days than Artosis over the 10 years. So by this time next week, you're going to have cancer disease.
Yeah, there's already tumors all over my brain. They just haven't started to kill me yet.
Oh, man. Okay, well, there's a lot of mines here now. That one engage that we saw, it was, well, hold on. There's actually a warp in here in the main base.
This is enough that it's going to cause a real problem for Terran back at home, but we're seeing the army get chiseled down here pretty heavily for the Protoss. I think this game's going to end in about a minute here. I think Terran just kind of comes in here with a killing blow. Whenever you just see Stalkers and Zealots, you know that the Protoss is in trouble. When the Archons and Immortals are gone, and even though economically Maru's hurting, this army is already here.
Yeah.
The damage is already being dealt. The probes are being pulled. We have, 1 Immortal coming in here with this group, not even in good range of the tanks.
He can't really clear the army is the problem. And he tried to clear it 4 times.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you don't clear it those 4 times, then suddenly you have an army that can clear it, right?
Yeah.
And that's where we're at, unfortunately, for Nightmare.
Okay, so I guess there's going to be a little bit more harass over here, but I do not know if there's an answer for this big Terran army. Oh, I stand corrected, actually. I guess if the tanks are that far forward.
Immortals are a good unit, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so he ends up holding. He dealt a lot of damage to the SCVs, but Maru's SCV count is actually still okay, and he gets mules, right?
Yeah.
So it's not that bad, really. 40 workers.
And even these zealots here are just being hemorrhaged, not doing much of anything. 38 workers are killed, but, well, maybe I actually overestimated Maru's advantage here. It's, you know,
no, I think
60 probes. I think he's going to win. Yeah. But 60 probes is a very good number. He can reclaim that 4th base with ease.
But look, Nightmare is playing a very powerful style. He's continually making immortals. That's something I can really appreciate, right? Especially if the game gets kind of more scrappy. I think those immortals can be really powerful.
Well,
right?
this Warp Prism is really keeping Nightmare in the game. That Warp Prism actually has a tattoo of the Warp Prism that was killed at the start of this game.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
And when that one
that
dies...
was his twin brother.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
When that Warp Prism was shot down, this Warp Prism felt pain.
And his mom is feeling really sad about it, too, because she is the circuit board inside the robotics.
Yes.
And the other robotics, the first robotics, that was his dad.
Oh, wow.
Oh, damn, that's really
this is
sad.
a sad story.
Yeah.
But Zealot's coming down here. There's actually no SCVs to harass, so he's going to pull away, only losing 1 Zealot. I'm a little bit surprised there's not more defending here.
Dude, he has Zealots everywhere.
Yeah. This is actually doing quite a bit of damage. Where's the army? There's something pushing up towards 12 o'clock.
Look at the army that he's actually bringing in here as well.
The thing is, half the army's up there, taking out the Nexus, but the majority of the strong units here for Protoss are actually over at the Terran's base.
He's going to have to recall, I think.
I believe you're correct.
Because he can't be losing, he can't go down to 2 base, basically. You see, he just shook his head as his harassment got cleared out, and he had to recall again. So,
by the way,
this game is really cool.
I was mentioning earlier I was more interested to see how well Nightmare would execute his play, not so much what strategies he picks.
Yeah.
He's playing very well.
Yeah,
this is actually a really good close game here. And even though I think Maru's still probably going to come out on top and win, if Maru makes 1 or 2 mistakes, Nightmare can still take this game.
Yeah, it's definitely Maru favored right now. But you know what? If he makes some disruptors, yeah, there you go. Don't want to see Colossus here. You definitely want disruptors. If he gets a couple good disruptor shots, he can still kill the army. It's very Marauder heavy. He has a lot of immortals. He's making quite a few shield batteries here. The thing is, he doesn't really have splash yet. He really needs the disruptors. It's so incredibly important.
Okay, here we go. Big attack. The angle actually much better for Protoss here, but it looks like Maru might just be able to force his way through once these force fields go down. Oh, the disruptor's a really good addition here. Let's see how that connects with the army.
That's
what we want to watch for sure.
Oh, that was a bad disruptor ball.
Yeah,
Maru saw that coming a mile away and just was already ready for it. Okay, good force fields though. The force fields are actually doing a great job pushing back units so they can't all fire at once, and the Immortals are gunning down everything in front of it. Very, very nice.
Right now, Nightmare getting squeezed here on 3 bases, but he's kept his tech pretty stable. We have 2 more disruptors coming up here. An overextension or a misplay by Maru, and I think Nightmare can still bounce back.
Dude, this game is cool.
Yeah, this is actually a great game 1. I thought it was just going to be Nightmare getting owned, but it's not that case at all.
No, it's really not. It's some beautiful, beautiful play. Like, the thing is, he's made mistakes this game as well. But strategically, he's brought something a little bit special, a little bit different, that is sound, and he's playing it pretty well.
Okay, forced to cancel there. By the way, you can see how tight this game has been because Maru had to lift off his main CC and use that to land a CC somewhere else.
Very true.
I mean, if any more CCs get sniped here, it's going to be really bad. But it does seem like the reach that Nightmare has as far as controlling his side of the map is getting better the more disruptors he has.
Yeah. It's hard to control, but he can do it, you know? Okay, so Maru has his army split up into 2 groups. As the main group of Nightmare's army comes over, of course he can hold on. Nice pickoff on the Archon. Oh, man!
That was insane.
3 health left on that one. Gosh, Maru.
Okay, good pickups here. Disruptors alone, you know, they need something to cover them. Disruptors are funny units because it's not like the more you get, the better they are either. There's like definitely a right number.
Like they are funny and like Like, you can get enough that you can consistently send out disruptor balls and stuff, but you're right. It's not like you hit a critical mass and they can't do anything. It comes down a lot to control.
Okay.
Good stuff. Look at this. I mean, he's clearing mines very nicely. Oh, Maru hitting the natural now, getting rid of one of the robos.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big to deny that tech. And the pylon's unpowered, so the other robo can't build either.
Gets 2 of the medevacs on the way out. One of them did have units.
What am I? Oh my God! That.
Well, that was the end.
Tabs out there. Okay.
That's a bad.
What
way
was
to end
a
it.
back and forth game, but Nightmare misstepping, not watching his disruptors, losing all of them to those Widow Mines and Marauders.
Maru should be a little bit nervous, I think, because when I look at that, I see a Nightmare that made several small mistakes that turned out to be very big, right? Like, well, rather big mistakes that are easy to correct, I guess is the right way to put it, right?
Yeah.
Losing the original Prism, that's a big no-no. The first engagement where he was going up a ramp with his units in a line, a big no-no, right? Walking your disruptors over mines, a big no-no. Those are easy things to fix, though. He probably doesn't normally do stuff like that.
Going to game 2, Eternal Empire, I think everything that you said is correct, Artosis. Basically, if Nightmare can sand down the edges of his play, he can win. I think he was probably a little bit nervous, maybe a little bit too much adrenaline.
Maybe.
The kind of adrenaline that doesn't help you get better actually feeds into a little bit of anxiety. He had some miscontrol there. I think if he can adjust that, he could certainly take a game off of Maru.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 마루 조성 중. 팀 엔비 나이트메어 차.
Okay, let's see what Maru's going to do against Nightmare here. Again, remember, guys, Nightmare opened up with a pretty aggressive proxied robo. He came out earlier than we were both expecting. He came out and actually was attacking with just 2 Stalkers, which is one of the funnier-looking early attacks I guess you can do, the combination of units, while the Immortal was making. And then he lost the War Prism. Now, I don't know what that game would have looked like had the War Prism gotten back out and he picks up the Immortal and comes in then with the 2 Stalkers and the Immortal.
Well, it's certainly at least slightly better for him, right? Like, you harass a little bit earlier, they have a little bit less, you get a little bit more done. It makes a big difference. I think that was the first big blunder, and then, like we mentioned, right, like that attack uphill where he lost most of his army, that was brutal, man. You wait for one more warping around near your Nexus where you have a battery, and you smash that.
Yeah.
Instead, he loses most everything, keeps bleeding chunks of army, and loses the base, and then still makes it a very close game. I'm very happy overall, strategically, with what he did that game.
I'm also curious to see what Nightmare will be able to do when he's not against a player like Maru, right? I mean, he was actually really making Maru work for that win.
Yeah, he did. He did. It will be interesting, and the thing is, I think that this is a tough group because I think Dream actually has one of the best TVPs in the world. I really like Dream's TVP. So even though it's like Dream and then this is Maru, you might see it look kind of similar. Where it's like, oh wow, Dream's just better, but he's only a round of 8 guy last season, right? Whereas Maru's a 4-time champion. But no, it's like, well, as far as that matchup goes, I think Dream is as good as Maru at it, just about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Nightmare's style overall. He's a very fun player to watch. Really brings his own stuff. Here, we just see the Twilight. Nothing looks weird. Nothing looks out of the ordinary.
You know, another thing about Nightmare that I can really appreciate here is that a lot of players that, you know, barely squeak into GSL, some of them just look like inferior versions of the other players that play the same race. Like, they look like an incomplete version of Trap, or an incomplete version of Innovation, or an incomplete version of Rogue, or something like that.
Sure.
What's cool about Nightmare is he actually does have his own style, his own approach, and it doesn't seem to be modeled off of other players. I mean, this is the first guy that showed us Blink DTs in professional play, and he played a very clean and very original game in Game 1 here, even though he lost tomorrow. It was a really sick
You know, it's a
match.
good point, actually. And we always really do favor players like that now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Like Prince that we saw last season. He really brought his own stuff. And like people, it wasn't just you and I. People on the internet liked him so much that people were like talking about it on Reddit. You know, it was like, oh, damn, this guy is like really a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
It's very cool to see. And that's kind of the beauty of StarCraft also, is doing your own thing.
Yeah, it's cool that there's so many ways to approach the game still. And this is the thing about RTS, really, is like, if you go back, and this is worth pointing out, especially on the 10-year anniversary of GSL, go back and watch Season 1, just click through a few games, and look at how trash the games are. Ooh. And it's not like the players themselves are bad. It's that RTS is so complicated, it takes years to unpack.
It does.
And all the, the three great RTSs, StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3, we're still learning things about them.
Absolutely.
There's still things to be discovered because these games are basically impossible to fully map out. The possibilities in RTS are just so endless. The ways to approach the game and the fact that you can have so many different maps that reward different play styles.
Yeah, without any doubt, you're right about that. I mean, that's why they chose StarCraft 2 for Alpha Star to take on, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, we need something beyond chess and beyond Go. And what's that? Well, it's truly StarCraft.
And there's no, I know that there's other games that take a lot of skill and they're fun to watch, but it's kind of hard to compare anything to StarCraft. Even if you ask other pro gamers from other games, we got to talk to a lot of different people from different games, they will always privately confide that StarCraft was too hard.
Yeah,
at least for them to pick up.
Very, very, very many people.
Big respect for this game. So, in this game, we have Colossus being made. Thermal Lance has just started while Stim's a little bit under halfway done here. But this has been a much quieter game than Game 1. I think on some level, because Maru actually really had to fight to win that game despite handling the early game against Nightmare very well. I think Nightmare, even though he's down a game, and he kind of had a sad way to lose, he just had the Disruptors walk into a bunch of mines. I think Nightmare's probably going to be pretty confident going into a macro game against Maru. He looked good, right?
Yeah. I'm looking at this right now, and it's Eternal Empire. It's like kind of our most normal map. Our most macro-oriented map. It's just very hard to kill people early on, and seeing Nightmare just do a straight-up macro build, that's like, the reason I like Game 1 so much, I think, is because it was solid fundamentally, but also mixed it up enough to make it hard for Maru to play against. What I'm looking at now, like, it's very solid fundamentally. This is about as, it's a very normal build, right? There's nothing too weird here. But Maru will have practiced against things exactly like this a million times.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it makes me a bit nervous for him is all.
Okay, let's see how this first engage goes. We actually have Terran kind of getting above the Protoss. Protoss actually has to back up. This is a push that's actually in the direction that we saw that Nightmare wanted to expand to. This is a very Maru-esque move. This is the moment that you get spotted pickup. But I think he decides to back off, realizing a pylon actually saw that pickup occur.
Nightmare's playing pretty solidly. He knows that there's a good chance that there will be some secondary pressure coming. So he has a good spread of observers. He has some units behind his natural, has that watchtower. And I liked what he was doing with the walkout of the Colossus, right? When you see a Raven coming across the map, you can't fight it at your Nexus or the Nexus will die because it will get disabled and you will have to run away. Whereas if you go out front, at least you're buying yourself some time if it gets disabled, right?
Yeah.
You can actually do some sort of kite and fight.
What did you call it again?
Kite and fight.
Kite and fight. I forgot about that from our last cast. Okay, so there was some pressure on the map here. That hasn't stopped Nightmare from continuing to grow and flourish on the map. A push coming in here at 12 o'clock. Insta-cancel. And we're starting to see Maru show why he pretty much beats everybody. You can see the supplies beginning to rise. Oh my God.
How many times is Maru going to have one hit left on base?
The takeaway from this is always have one more stalker than you think you need defending.
That's
Okay?
true, yeah.
Everything is one stalker shot off.
If we could just nerf all Terran units by 5 health, I think it would help the game.
Yeah. Maru would never even be in GSL.
Yeah! Adepts would be the thing again, you know? It'd be great.
His nickname would be Exploding Medevac. So yeah, we're just seeing Maru kind of take the lead, and sometimes, especially in macro play in RTS, it is more of a race. You know, when you see people like in a well, any kind of race, a car race, you're actually just running.
Potato sack race. What is this? What is he doing?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
Keep
well,
it going.
I guess that's... Oh! Well, the
Whoa.
Disruptor comes up and almost makes this a very cool move. Instead, he's going to lose his entire army in the game.
I think there is almost no way to come back from this. Maru just taking a fight. You can see the force fields were never enough to actually stop the army.
Well, what was he doing right there?
Well, it was weird because you want your force fields to actually either cut up an army or stop its movement entirely, and instead he just made it more of an arc. He bought himself like 2.5 seconds.
Yeah. Well, I think he was hoping against hope that he had enough to not engage, because his army never in a trillion years could have beaten Maru's army there. That's too bad. This game was really a flub.
So, can Nightmare maybe save this? I mean, with Disruptors, anything's possible, but I think at this point in time, we're really starting to see the twilight of the series.
Yeah, no, this is super duper done. He's like, he needs amazing Disruptor hits basically to stay in this game. Maru just is not going to allow that.
Okay, so right now, Nightmare just barely hanging on. We saw some DTs get warped in there. 2 more Disruptors coming. Can that siege tank actually hit the Nexus from there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to force a fight here. But it does look like he's actually hung on. The problem is that even though we're seeing Maru micro constantly here, 100% he's macroing the entire time. I mean, you look at the production tab at the top here.
Yeah.
So he's just continuing to mount his lead.
Well, we'll see how good Nightmare really is with Blink Disruptor. I mean, it's a composition that's good at comebacks, but it's exactly as good at comebacks as you are good with it and your opponent is bad against it.
Yeah. Also, Maru's games tend to end like this. There's not a lot of games where it's Maru basically getting ahead and then somebody comes back ever, right? Can you think of any games he cast that are like that?
No, you don't come back against Maru. When he was on his championship runs, remember, we had analyzed it to the point where it's like, if Maru is behind, he's even. If he's even, he's ahead. And if he's ahead, the game's already over.
Yeah.
And that's like a good way to describe him when he's on.
Good catch here by Nightmare, but I don't know if this is enough to get any kind of comeback. And the thing is, even though we're seeing Nightmare survive these attacks, it's the growth on the other side of the map and the lack of ability to even give any attention to the other side of the map here for Nightmare that's the problem.
You know what's funny is I'm looking at this game and how well Nightmare is fighting back with what he's got. Can you imagine if he hadn't lost 2 Colossi, 2 Sentry, a small group of Stalkers, and 2 Disruptors right at the beginning? Right?
Yeah,
like,
no.
Can you imagine? Like, none of this would have done anything to him. Maru would not have even been able to attack, you know?
Yeah.
So, I'm still excited about him, even though he kind of really messed up early on in this game. Because if he would just not have these mess-ups he's having, and I mean, that's what you practice for, right? Is to try to reduce mess-ups like this.
Execution.
But, like, he almost looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, no, he looks, I mean, it's very obvious how he qualified here. He's an excellent player.
Yeah, if he could just pull that stuff together for a game, he would absolutely be a Codes regular.
Yeah. By the way, Maru now taking his 5th base. We still have Protoss barely surviving on 3 bases. Terran's now maxed out, and the money will continue to bank up. So even when we see the armies of Maru get taken down, it's going to be remade very quickly here. Another attack right through. He's going to cut. It's actually going to cut off the 3rd base from the 2nd base here.
Working around his Zealots here. He does have Disruptors at his 3rd he can bring in for the flank.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. I think that the Marauders can just ignore the Disruptor shots, though.
Yeah, for the most part.
I think they just kite their way through this base. Wow. And again, the 4th is going to be picked off here.
He's just way too strong.
GG, Maru wins, but it was a good series. Nightmare is a good player.
Yeah.
And I look forward to seeing what else he can do.
Totally. I think that I would love to see Nightmare just play like his best. Like, I can almost tell that on ladder he would be very, very scary, you know? Like, because if he doesn't make these few mistakes that are obvious mistakes, it's not hard to point these out, right? Like losing your Prism at the beginning, or for some reason a third of your army was across the map. Like, maybe that was a misclick. I'm not even sure what he was doing there. But if he could clean those up, he's actually, he can eliminate someone in this group.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Nightmare has a real shot still. But Maru, of course, you know, par for the course for him. Anyways, guys, we got a short break. We come back, RagnaroK versus Dream. Don't go away.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
여기 이렇습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가
아니,
없는데?
저 키워보라고.
성능을 17대 화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대 화면, 16대 10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
안녕하세요, 최민준입니다. 먼저 한 명의 유저로서, 한 명의 엄청난 팬으로서 GSL 10주년을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 지난 10년간 정말 많은 사랑을 받으면서 스타크래프트2 e스포츠계에서 가장 영향력 있는 리그가 GSL이었는데요. 앞으로도 팬들의 사랑을 듬뿍 받아서 선수들의 꿈의 무대로 영원히 함께해 주시길 바라겠습니다. GSL 파이팅!
안녕하세요. 해설자 임성춘입니다. GSL의 10주년을 축하드립니다. 여러분들의 많은 사랑으로 GSL이 10주년을 맞이하게 되는데요. 앞으로도 많은 사랑 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 아나운서 이영경입니다. GSL 10주년. 와, 정말 너무너무 축하드립니다. GSL이 이렇게 10년이라는 긴 시간 동안 지속될 수 있었던 건 아마 팬 여러분의 사랑 때문이 아닐까 하는 생각이 드는데요. 앞으로도 GSL 20년, 30년이 될 때까지 여러분 계속해서 많은 사랑 부탁드릴게요. GSL 파이팅!
안녕하세요. 블리자드의 게임 디자이너 데이비팀입니다. 스타크래프트2와 GSL이 벌써 10년이 됐네요. GSL 10주년을 너무 축하드리고 스타크래프트2 출시부터 지금까지 항상 최고의 대회로 함께해 주신 것 너무 감사합니다. 스타2는 제가 가장 좋아하는 게임이고 최고의 e스포츠 게임 중 하나인데요. GSL 프로게이머 선수들 그리고 특히 한국 게이머들과 함께 스타크래프트2를 위해 노력한 시간들이 개인적으로 너무 소중한 기억으로 많이 남아있습니다. 언젠가 또 미래의 게임에서 다시 모두와 함께 해나갔으면 좋겠고요. 그때까지 스타2와 GSL 함께 최고의 e스포츠로 번승하세요. 감사합니다.
10 years of StarCraft 2 also means 10 years of GSL, and that is honestly incredibly impressive. I can't believe that we've had a premier StarCraft 2 tournament last for 10 years in the same city with the same commentators. Honestly, that's absolutely amazing. I can only say thank you for all the times you guys kept me up till 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning, and for all the times that I was laughing out loud while sitting by myself just watching a StarCraft 2 stream. It's been an absolute joy, and I hope for many more years to come. Thanks to everybody who's still working on the GSL, and a big thank you to everybody who's made GSL as awesome as it has been over these last 10 years.
Congratulations to GSL on the 10-year anniversary. It's honestly not a surprise at all to me that the show's still been around for this long. But what is really cool is that, in my opinion, GSL and StarCraft 2 have been really improving in tandem. I think that both the show and the game are better now than they ever have been. They've really both aged like a fine whiskey.
Happy anniversary to GSL. I have never been able to play in a normal season myself, but I have always watched for the past 10 years. Congrats on the big milestone, and I'm really looking forward to all the StarCraft action to come.
Round of 24. Maru. Nightmare. RagnaroK. Dream. Africa team. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020. GSL Season 3. Cody's Last Stand.
10 years! 10 freaking years at GSL, and it just gets better and better and better.
It does indeed.
I'm gonna eat that
wow.
cake after the show. I'm gonna get the slice that has Nestie's face on it.
Oh my God!
I already
that would
called
be amazing.
You're gonna get the Sari. You can get the Sari slice at the bottom right.
Is
but
Sniper on that cake? Is Sniper on that cake?
I don't know.
It was like, who's Sniper?
Yeah.
You mean GSL champ? Is Roro on that cake? Actually, Roro was fantastic.
Yeah, he was. Did he win when we were in Las Vegas? The one
No,
show
that was Sniper.
That was Sniper.
Yeah, that's how hard it is to remember.
That's it. Yeah, I was there and I cast it, and I'm not sure.
Even the whole top four was kind of funny. Like Gumiho was in that top four.
That's right.
It's crazy. Before he was good. Yeah. Anyways, it's neither here nor there, I guess. 10 years.
10
Lots
years,
of memories,
baby.
man. Lots of memories. So here we are. It's going to be RagnaroK going up against Dream. I think this is a pretty decent match. I really like Dream's TVP, and I quite like his TVT. I think his TVZ is a little bit below those, in my opinion.
Okay.
I am not as big a fan of his TVZ. Yeah. It's not that it's terrible, but... And the thing is, he had an overwhelming opponent last season to knock him out. In the round of 8, he played Rogue, who just dismembered everyone in his path, right? Like, there were not close matches against Rogue last season.
Yeah.
So, don't want to judge him too harshly, but we'll see what he can do. RagnaroK, he was really up and coming last year, really coming into his own. I think he's still strong. Hasn't had the great result this year that I thought he was going to have based on last year. But we're in Season 3, bro. It can still happen.
Anything can happen.
It's not over.
Pillars of Gold will be our first map. RagnaroK versus Dream. Best of 3 starts now.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 있다. 우리는 더욱 강하다. 알파 X, RagnaroK, 신이범.
So we're talking about old school esports, the ones that started at Artosis.
Yeah.
Obviously, StarCraft, I think, was the one that really started in esports and esports infrastructure. But there was another game alongside it, Quake.
Yeah, so
big,
I guess...
Very big in the U.S. and Europe.
Yeah, yeah.
And today, Diabolical's been released.
Oh, Diabolical came out today.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Diabolical's great.
Wait, say it again. How do you say it?
Diabolical.
I thought it was diabolical. Is it diabolical?
Yes.
Oh,
bot,
okay.
Because you play with bots.
Oh my God! Of course.
Of course, Too Good made that.
Yeah.
And no, that's great. I actually did not realize that I can't speak today. That today was its release date.
Very cool. Very excited to check that out.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since there's been rail shooters coming out.
Yeah, well, it's a game that's really unbelievably hard with like this infinite skill cap, and you play it alone. You know, it's a 1v1 game.
Yeah.
And so I think it's harder to make those games and get people to play them because they'd rather either have it play itself, like an auto battler,
Yeah.
or have the randomness of drawing from a deck, like a card game, or have teammates to blame.
Have teammates to blame.
Yeah,
You
those
can be
types of
toxic
things.
with your friends.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
You didn't heal me in time. Oh. But go check that out if you can. I think it's free on the. This is not an ad, by the way, but just us supporting the classic esports here.
Yeah, no, Quake was a great one. I loved Quake 3. It was so much fun to watch.
I actually missed out on rail shooters. It was just like not.
Dude, I used to
never
play
got
with
those
my
games.
other StarCraft friends, and
yeah, you were quite into rail shooters for a while,
yeah,
right?
no, I really liked Quake 3. Well, it was hilarious because I was terrible. I would play against other StarCraft players, and we would just be on opposite sides of the stage shooting railguns at each other, never hitting each other. Eventually, we'd have to switch guns and go after each other.
By the way, Ling Rush over here, it looks like it's eventually going to be driven out, but this is quite a bit of damage early on here.
Yeah, it really is.
RagnaroK electing to have with a very good build right now.
So kills 3 SCVs and forces the Reaper back. That was pretty nice. You can't complain about that one.
I do remember because there was a period where there were PC cafes in the States, like in malls and stuff like that. That was one of the businesses that just never made it in the U.S.
Yeah.
But it was always cool to go to a PC cafe. I remember seeing people play Quake in there, being like, "Wow, this game looks really cool. It looks really hard."
There wasn't one in New Hampshire back then, but I read about them and they sounded cool.
Reaper's going to come in here for his scout. That's actually one of the things I love the most about Seoul, and I'm most excited for coronavirus when the vaccine comes out, is to go back to computer cafes. If you're a tourist, by the way, once the end of the dark periods is finally here and we can start to travel again, and of course you're going to come to Korea and come to GSL, go to a PC cafe in Korea. They're quite nice.
Oh, they're fantastic.
I love you go in there, you can order food. The
Play
PCs are
games.
top tier.
Everyone's playing games.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, there's something nice about, even if you go alone and you're playing, something like StarCraft in a PC cafe, there's something nice about being around other people that are also playing games.
Yeah.
It's cool. But then you also get to see some of the garb games that people play. There's some really bad
people
games.
play some hilariously bad games. But
Yeah.
you know what? If they're happy, that's really too bad.
I like going to PC cafes to eat with you, Artosis, and I get to talk shit on the other people playing games. Like, look at that game he's playing, Artosis. That's a real garb game.
Yeah. I love it when I lose a tight game and look over in your watch. I'm like, no.
When you lose a game of StarCraft, you have this whole thing where you don't want somebody to look at you.
Yeah.
They
it's a shame.
For that mini documentary they did about us, which we'll play again, by the way, after the show's done with. We really appreciate that they filmed us. It was very nice of them. One of the things I don't think they showed, unless I missed it.
They didn't show the game.
They asked me to play a game of StarCraft, and it was funny because it's like me suddenly getting to experience what a lot of pros have to feel, where there's a camera right in my face while I'm playing the game, and I played like the worst StarCraft game of my life and lost, and then the cameras are just still running. I'm like, this is just a painful experience.
Yeah, I lost one too, and they didn't show it.
Oh, they did the same thing to you? Yeah.
By the way, this game, so we had that little Ling run by, and then we have RagnaroK actually going into 2-hatch Muta here, which is kind of cool to see. This has been popping up for sure. His 3rd hatch is on the way. We'll see here momentarily exactly how many Mutas he wants to make. I think he will make quite a few of them. Normally you have to make quite a few and keep the pressure on your opponent because your upgrades are going to be later. Your 1-1's going to be significantly later, so you definitely have to slow them down.
Yeah. So now that mutas are being incorporated into the rest of the army here, there's going to be a lot more that Zerg can fight with on the map. The combination of Ling, Mutalisk, and Baneling, it's a real threat to Terran. Terran is very mobile with the medevacs and Marines and Marauders and everything, but once mutas are there, those medevacs will get shot down. If you try to unload and you're in the wrong spot, the Banelings will just completely wipe out your army.
Well, Baneling speed is not quite halfway done, but that's okay. It should be done before Terran push actually comes, especially considering the mutas are coming across the map right now. We'll see how much damage they can actually get done, though. Good spread of Marines that we've seen so far here. Let's see what's in the main base. Okay, he has actually a very well-placed turret there. Can't do too much right now. This is where you might start to worry a little bit with your 2-hatch Muta opener, right? It's
yeah.
You need to do a little bit of something. And sometimes that something does end up having to be like diving on a turret when the Marines start to walk across the map, right? Because you got to threaten them enough that they stay home a little while. Right, Baneling speed did just finish. Really important.
Looks like these Marines are just barely not going to catch that last Muta. Oh, that's cute, having just the one Marine.
Just in case.
The maybe Marine. So, again, a pretty slow start here. Terran has secured the third and is just continuing to soak up as much resources as possible. This is a map that usually makes for long games. I think this is actually the map that has the longest games out of our map pool.
Really?
I don't have the stats on that, but I think that's correct.
I thought it would be Eternal Empire, but maybe you're right. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought it would be Golden Wall, but it wasn't at all.
Yeah, it's not. Although we've had a few long cool ones there. But I wouldn't mind seeing the stats, actually. It's always felt to me like Eternal Empire generally gives us our longer games in this set, but yeah, Pillars is pretty big, isn't it? Just feels a little bit more open on some of the bases, I guess. Well, the Mutas they're still doing some work here. There is a 2 upgrade advantage right now for Dream, but it won't last forever, but then it will be back.
So, again, Zerg just going for a control game here. This is a classic TVZ, really. The Zerg is trying to outgrow and outpace the Terran. The Terran does have to end the game with a push eventually. And we're still waiting to see when that push is going to come. And this will be a very good litmus test on where Dream is as far as overall TVZ skill, because you have to be able to control an army correctly. That's one thing about TVZ is it's not like you can just get the right units and wait out the game. You have to be able to split perfectly.
Yeah, you know, if he gets Drilling Claws finished here and has his 2-2, that's what he's doing, but waiting for that I think is completely perfect in this situation because it's going to ensure that he has a 2 upgrade advantage still.
Yeah.
Because the 2 upgrade advantage is just going away now. 1-1 is finishing up for RagnaroK, so this would be the biggest anti-timing for Dream. But as 2-2 finishes, with a solid mine count and a couple Thors mixed in there, I think that is a great opportunity for him to go across the map and kill at least a base. Minimum.
Yeah. Ouch.
Maybe win the game.
Well-placed mine there. Got to be careful when all those Mutas have taken that damage. And Mutas basically eat splash when you're moving around like this more than anything else in the game. So you got to be careful because that means all the Mutalisks are softened up.
Yeah. They heal rather quickly, but got to watch out after they do have that connection. Okay, 2-2 is done. I feel like Dream has played a very clean game, and like you said, this is where we get to see what he's going to be looking like. Because this will be a little bit hard for him to control, a little bit hard for him to execute.
Yeah.
But he's not going to have a stronger moment to move out than as he approaches max right now. This will be the strongest moment in the game for him.
Yeah, I agree.
At 2-2, both players max supply, and he's playing against 1-1 links. That's what you're looking for in StarCraft, basically. So we need to see him move out pretty soon.
Okay, so here comes the push now. By the way, the creep on the map is completely insane. RagnaroK has some of the best creep spread we've seen this year. This is so good.
He's kept Dream back quite a bit, don't forget, with the 2-hatch Muta, right? You can't really walk around when Mutas are out that early.
The Mutas are a real threat here. And I think we're about to see the first moment that Zerg is actually going to try to take a fight here. We have a lot of Banes being made here. And here it is. Is this enough to just tear it through? It looks like there's more Banelings than every other Terran unit on the screen.
Oh man, definitely a ton of them right there, and they're going to take down that planetary in a matter of seconds.
Oh my god, and the SCVs, they need to be picked up by the medevacs. What, only about 5 SCVs are going to survive that. And even though it's not very cost efficient to have all those Banes crash in like that, you have the economic advantage as RagnaroK right now. You could take the next set of resources and dump it all back into Mutiling Bane and do it again, and again, and again, and eventually the Terran just doesn't have the ability to grow.
I think you just perfectly explained this.
Thank you.
Like, perfectly. Like, all the complaints from all the sides you just summed up right there. Yeah, and I tell you, I really felt that -2 Baneling damage right there as they killed everything. killed it, Tasteless.
Oh,
You
they
could tell
fixed
the
it.
difference.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, they fixed it.
Yeah. Like, yeah, no, I would hate it if he had 3 less Banelings right now. But yeah, that was pretty brutal. And now he's got 2-2 as well. Ouch.
Well, we need Artosis. I'll fix it right now. We need Banelings to have friendly fire when they explode, okay?
Oh my god.
Now just imagine that.
That would
the
be so
dominoes of Banelings just setting each other off.
That would be crazy. What a look
Okay.
that would be.
We have them do friendly fire, but they also damage air, okay? Now we've got a weird game.
Wow. There'd be a lot of ties. Just everything on the map explodes when one Baneling dies.
That's what we've wanted all along. That's how we fix StarCraft 2.
We need more ties like chess has.
Yes. Those are my favorite chess games, are the ones where it's a draw.
Yeah. All right, so mine's Burrow, but RagnaroK actually does some very good micro to get back out of there correctly. Doesn't really take much damage. Dream trying to expand here again. He does have 3-3 finishing up. Nice little drop going down, actually. I hadn't seen that. Ultraless Cavern on the way here for RagnaroK.
I just can't imagine a game where Terrence pushes across the map and actually wins here.
Well, there's so much creep he has to get through, that's just going to buy a huge amount of time.
It's this jungle of creep that he has to hack his way through. Oh my god, and the map is already booby-trapped.
Yeah, that's rough.
Oh, that's funny. There's actually a lot to that little move we just saw there.
Yeah.
You unbro you can bait him over there later on.
All right, well, see if the Marines actually go over that at all. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, man.
We want to see it.
The fact that you saw those lings unbro there, I think, almost makes you think
he
there's
wasn't
nothing.
looking at that. It was like a single Marauder, you know?
Okay.
So I think he didn't even realize that burrowing was occurring. Or
Well,
unburrowing.
The Mutas are not with this army. This is actually not a well-controlled attack here. Some of these Banelings are just fished out of the group.
Yeah, decent splitting. Brings up mines here to save that planetary, so
man.
that will live. But then, oh my god.
Tell me, man,
RagnaroK looking good.
Baneling friendly fire. And you can be complaining to Zerg and T-Res, you can detonate those Banelings under those medevacs and kill them, you know?
That's a huge moment. They kill all your mutas in the sky as well.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? The medevac accidentally flies through your Banelings, you just detonate them and that's it?
I think we fixed it.
God. You just have Banelings, that would be the strat. You just have Banelings patrolling, like,
and then
one Baneling splash from each other everywhere.
I say you can individually you can make a Baneling upgraded so it can fly. Imagine a little Baneling ball with wings flying around. Little bat wings.
Scourge.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wow.
So
he's really just blowing up everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see RagnaroK just keep hammering the fourth base whenever it's remade until eventually the Terran has to tap out.
Yeah, he's starting to make ultras now, so getting that kind of more cost-efficient army. Dream has kind of kept himself together, but he's not growing like the Zerg. You know? It's pretty hard to come back in a situation like this.
All right. I think we're in the death throes with the Terran here. Terran trying to push back.
That's a lot of Banes and Lings coming out here once again. Well, let's see. I mean, it's a good spread here from Dream. He has a lot of mines mixed in as well. Okay, that was a good mine. That was a really nice mine hit. Forces him back for now. The Mutas going after that man.
Yeah, there's just too much. I think Dream's probably going to tap out.
Yeah, it seems it.
Command center's been blown up.
Oh,
GG. RagnaroK takes game one. Easy peasy. Dream looked like he never stood a chance in that game. I
feel like he built to his 2-2 advantage reasonably well. Like, he took little bits of damage, but he looked solid and steady. Then I think he kind of missed a window where he should have been pushing, but there was so much creep spread there.
Yeah.
I think RagnaroK did play a wonderful game. He really did. He looked very strong. I'm not overly disappointed in Dream. More, I'm impressed with RagnaroK.
I think Dream has to tear down the scaffolding of his play here and come up with something totally new. I think if he's going to play a game like game one again, he's going to lose. I want to see something a little bit more aggro, maybe a little bit more timing oriented.
I bet you he'll do something Hellbat based this game. Some weird
okay.
hellbat
Yeah,
attack.
that'd be fine.
I generally don't like those as much, but let's see what he's got.
All right, guys, game 2 is loaded up. RagnaroK versus Dream continues on.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 알파 X, 라그나로, 신이범. 브레이브스타 게임 3 조종혁.
So pool first here. Let's see what RagnaroK has up his sleeve.
Let's not forget that we had a Ling Rush in the last game, too.
Yeah, the little runaround one.
It's easy to forget, but...
Yeah. And it was pretty effective, too. A lot of lost mining time through SCVs and forced, slower command center because of it. Forced the Reaper back. It did good things. This might be something like that there again.
I feel like Dream, we didn't get a good feel for where he's at in that last game, Like, RagnaroK just got such a lead. This is why a lot of games are sent around timing attacks against Zerg, because if you let the Zerg get too big, they're too big to fail.
Yeah, I think that's generally true, is there's a certain point that you can just not let Zerg get to.
Yeah.
At least not cleanly. There has to be, like, pressure on them at that point still. Because if you let them just run wild, it's just... the production gets out of control. We saw that with the Ling Bane, It's just like, at some point, you just get so much money and so much creep that you can kill everything with Banes and defend everything with Banes.
It's a funny concept, but... because, there were Banelings crashing into, like, planetaries, and sometimes one Baneling just hitting one Marine, but it doesn't matter if you're going to win the fight, because you can way inefficiently trade fights,
when you've
as
got
long as you
80
win.
drones spread on 6 bases, that is a lot of income. And when you deny the Terran's 4th multiple times, 3 bases against 6, you can trade at a 2-to-1 deficit.
And then when the larva is the number infinity?
Just about. Just about. We should bring up larva numbers more. I wish I would show it on screen a bit more. It's the other Zerg resource.
Yeah. It's actually funny we don't have that. I don't know why we've never brought that up before, but yeah.
We just don't look at the units tab very much.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But I mean, I meant like instead of having a units tab up, just some other
like
marker.
have it integrated into the game. That could be a cool stat.
You know what I'm saying? Like, see, like in this overlay, right? We've got you can see the army supply versus the worker supply. That's an interesting number, but
for Zerg, I would like to see.
That'd be cool to see how many larvae are there.
That's
I don't know why. 10 years later, we suddenly thought of this.
What if you had just the macro mechanic for each person next to army, right? It goes like minerals, gas, and then maybe you have the macro mechanic, which would be Nexus energy, orbital energy, and larva for the races.
Yeah,
that would be amazing to look at. I would love to look at that because it would tell us so much. Like, oh yeah, he has enough energy for an overcharge. Or look at this, he's saved 2 scans. Or look at this, RagnaroK has 400 larvae.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. Someone get on that.
Yeah.
I know
Spread
you're listening.
the word.
Whoever knows how to do this, I already know that you're listening.
Someone write it down. Take your hands out of your lap and start typing somewhere. Oh, don't give me that look. That's not what I meant. Well, actually, with this number of people watching, somewhere that was probably true. So. Stop clapping your hands. I know you're happy it's 10 years of GSL. Start typing. Get us the larva thing.
Yeah.
Artosis, we are forever high school, man.
It's very true. It's very true.
It was really funny.
It's weird for me watching everyone else get older except for me.
Yeah, and I'm forever mature.
Yeah.
We had this meeting a couple weeks ago, because they came to our house to film us for that little mini doc. They'll play that again after the show, by the way, guys. But they've been going through our old English VODs. They were trying to ask us to explain some of the jokes to them that we've casted that are in some of these highlight reels on YouTube.
Yeah, we ended up basically telling them that we're stupid and don't use any of that.
Yeah, we were like, oh, you should have fired us after the first year, but...
like, yeah, no, this was a really bad joke that people liked for some reason.
Yeah. Okay, so Roach Ravager pressure here.
what do you guys mean by get your boats ready?
Yeah, they asked us that. They said, what do you mean by get your boats ready? We're like, we started to try to explain it. We're like, listen, we're actually garbage.
Okay, so a little Roach Ravager Ling push coming up. Oh, man, loses that SUV making the bunker.
Bunker's still going to finish here. Now, he might be able, if he targets the files right, shave off the SCVs on the edge. Now, he's just going to go for damage, it looks like. So every injured Roach, when it gets low enough, gets turned into a Ravager. There's drones being made behind this, by the way, so there's no commitment to trying to end the game here at all. This is just a pressure build.
Yeah, and as long as you're not throwing everything, like look at the amount of lost mining time here, plus repair money.
Yeah.
Right? That's huge. That is huge.
That's important to point out. It might look like nothing's happening right now because you're just seeing these bunkers get repaired, but all these SCVs not mining is insane how much money you're losing.
He is losing so much.
Yeah, and keep in mind there were drones being made behind that, so that's like you're vaulting yourself ahead economically by doing that.
Of course, you're sacrificing drones. You're not making them make those early on and mining extra gas and stuff, but still, it's that type of move. You can't underestimate it. Okay, so some medevacs are moving out right now. The Ravagers are going home. The creep spread already looking pretty good. He has his 3 bases up, getting a couple evolution chambers. Lined up very well with the E-base this game.
Okay, so Zerk continues to tack ahead here. We're going to need to see what exactly Terran's going to do to try to come back. So far, these have been very, very passive games. Okay, here's the answer. It's going to be Hellions coming in here. Let's see how many workers can actually be killed off. The Lings get in there just in the nick of time. No kills at all. But there is a second medevac coming out here. He'll be trying to hit this base over at 1 o'clock.
He'll be able to cancel a 4th. That's not too bad.
Yeah, well, that's what you need to do. Either kill drones or cancel a hatch or something.
Yeah.
And don't overextend and lose the medevac and the Marines, and you're going to be fine. So that hatchery...
definitely gone. Nicely done. That's a good denial.
Okay, Dream's playing the game he needs to play to come back here. This is good.
Well, taking a look, his worker count is very healthy. His army supply is strong. His upgrades are about lined up with the Zerg. Yeah, everything's looking all right. So he's going to start to push. I don't know if he'll be able to push up that hill, up creep, against Ravager Ling here. Baneling's speed going to finish very shortly. What's that Queen doing?
Wow. Oh, good save. Never go off creep again, Queen. Okay, so there's another push coming up here. Again, Dream just needs to keep clearing the creep. Oh, good catcher on these mains, too. This is actually pretty big.
That is really
And it doesn't look like RagnaroK even noticed. Too busy trying to take this fight over here.
Oh, man. And it looks like this whole attack gets completely cleaned up. Well, he was going up a hill on creep, so that's a little bit rough. But at least this group might be able to deny this 5th base warping in.
This is a lot of Lings, though. It might be just enough that Terran actually has to pick up. Yeah, that's too many. Unless you're at a really good angle, you can't fight that many Lings.
Yeah.
Too much damage happening.
All right, well, both sides have 1-1 complete. We'll see how quickly they nail that 2-2. Okay, Terran, going to go ahead and get it started. After the mutas are made, looks like RagnaroK wants his as well.
Can he actually get this medevac? Looks like it's going to get away, but good control of the map here by RagnaroK. I'm actually surprised he dropped this off over here, too.
Yeah, I think he just queued it up and went and did other things, assuming it would die, kind of like we saw earlier in game 1 of the series today.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Reaper versus Stalker. All right, well, I mean, he's getting a Thor, he's going for Drilling Claws, another command center, good stuff. We'll see if he can hold on to a 4th and what he wants to do. Like, is he going to try to hit with 2-2 timing?
I assume that's his game plan here.
Well, he didn't really move out. Like, he started clearing creep at 2-2 in the last game, you know? It was kind of, it felt a little bit off, because normally in a lot of games, 2-2 lines up with your max approximately. Yeah. So it's generally the time you want to get out on the map and actually do something. The thing is, he had the 2-upgrade advantage last game. This is a game he's not really going to have that. It's going to be like a 2-second window.
Okay, so again, cleaning up these small amounts of Marines. Terran's going to, I assume, take a 4th base, try to secure that, and then eventually push out. But Zerg has hit the max. The upgrades are continuing to come. We'll probably see a massive dump of gas into Banelings. And I think a lot of the end part of this game is going to mirror what we saw in Game 1.
It might, yeah. Well, if RagnaroK wins, that's...
Yeah. If he wins, the way he's going to win is the same thing as the first game.
Very likely. We'll see what gets done here from Dream, because obviously he's aware of what went wrong last game. But look at RagnaroK's side of the map. You see how much creep he has?
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
Dude, he's got 5 bases and so much creep. Like, the only bases that are attackable are the 5th and the 6th by the edges. But you can't really walk your whole army up the side of the map.
Okay, this is actually a pretty interesting point to try to hit because the Banelings are morphing. So Zerg doesn't want to just fully retreat, but it looks like most of these Banes are going to finish. He shaves off about 5 or 6. This is tricky because everything in TVZ happens so fast that if you're not looking at the right spot at the right time as Terran, you will just lose your army. So this is where the real pressure is going to be mounted. Over here, trying to cut into 12 o'clock.
Clearing out some of this creep really nicely. Looks like there's a giant flank coming in. Tasteless. That is a lot of banners.
Oh, man. Actually, pretty good exchange there for Terran, to be honest.
That was about the most inefficient thing all day.
Yeah, that was pretty insane, considering the lead that RagnaroK had. Now, again, I don't know if he's going to be able to close this out. There's still more units being made. Over 50 lings are just now hatching.
I guess that battle was really the other side of Banelings, right? Sometimes it is not going to go the way that you had planned. But will he still break through? He actually uses the Mutas pick off the tank. Really nicely done. A lot of Lings and Ravagers left, but, I mean, Dream is still rallying up, microing heavily. Oh, the Bane's coming in, though. Beautiful Baneling hit. RagnaroK fighting with absolutely everything he has, and with these other Banes coming in, is he going to finally get through?
This is the game I think Dream can actually take. Beautiful play. Mismanagement by RagnaroK here, but now the infantry are just going to tear through. And it's funny how things snowball in this matchup on either side once you start to get a lead. And these Banes are just not quite connecting. Things are thinning out, though, for the Terran. I do not see reinforcements headed northbound here.
Yeah, there's...
Where's the army? Oh, well, I'm sorry. There's a little bit there. I actually did not see it on the mini-map.
It's not too many, though. His army is very small right now.
Yeah, this is a sparse amount of units for... I mean, you need some real muscle here. You need some real presence if you're going to actually deny this. But I think we've entered a realm where it's possible for Dream to keep pushing and win. It's going to be hard, but it can be done. It is feasible.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get rid of the 5th and 6th bases, not let them really get drones at it, it becomes a much more realistic game. Look at this, these Mutas actually making themselves so useful. Imagine, people, if we were all as useful as these Mutas every day. The world would be a wonderful place, wouldn't it?
Well, here's the thing. Those Mutas wake up early every day and work out before work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have goals.
And then they spend time with their dog.
That's the way
spend quality time with their dog, you know?
Yeah.
And then on the way to work, when the Muta's taking the train to work, the Muta's reading a book, the Muta's continuing to learn and grow.
Taking care of themselves.
Yeah.
I can't believe you found like 10 of those all at once and then denied those turrets.
So the walls are starting to close in here, by the way, on for RagnaroK.
A little bit. He is still maxed out, but we have some cool mine drops happening right now. Oh, I wish that one was still loaded, man. All the drones and Banes were there.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mita's trying to fly in, but the SCV's completely ready. Knew those were coming.
And look at the explosion of presence on the bottom of the map here with the sensor towers, the other expansions. I mean, this is where the Zerg can absolutely lose this game. Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you, Tasteless. He does clean it up. That would have been hilarious if he had left that there.
Yeah, it just turns to kill drones later on.
All right, another big push coming from Dream now.
And this one might be too much for RagnaroK to handle. This position over here where there's no creep and the high ground, and you have a really good spread with the Marauders there to soak damage in the front, the Marines and the Widow Mines in the back.
My God.
Beautiful.
The mine spread is awesome.
We need to be able to zoom out more.
Yeah, seriously. Okay, let's see how this goes. A huge flank here from RagnaroK, bringing in Ling Bane from both sides. The Muta's going to come in afterwards. Did he kill enough Marines? And the answer is yes.
I think the Mutas alone are going to be a battering ram that's just going to tear this down.
I think they're just going to wreck these Marines.
Yeah.
Just going to get them. 3-3 Marines are hard to kill. But the Marauders just going to town, right-clicking on that hatchery.
These Marauders just can't die with these upgrades, Artosis.
Yeah, seriously. You know what? Okay, well, he's down 5 medevacs from where he was at, and he lost a huge chunk of army, but...
That's funny. He turns away. He could have actually killed that, but he doesn't know there's no Marines at all there.
You got to assume he's making some Marines.
Yeah. So we are at 3-3 on both sides. Terran has a lot more muscle. Perfect kiting is a lot more difficult for the Zerg to deal with. And this has mostly been a game where the attention has been really focused over here at that 1 o'clock expansion, Zerg trying to defend it. And those are the kind of games that Terran want to have, where the Zerg is busy defending, not the Zerg is just stamping out various spaces.
It's turning into quite an interesting game, isn't it? Because now, with Terran this spread, like, it's time for RagnaroK to start sending more groups around the map, right? He needs to get in there and screw up some of these bases, because if you just let Dream mine from those, he's going to have a good time. Look at the sensor towers, though. This is beautiful. It's like art.
So Zerg's going to reclaim this. Now, because there's been a dent made in the upper right as far as Zerg growth goes... Oh, hold on. Is this going to get any workers? No. Looks like it's more of a skirmish. No economic damage done there. Because, as I was saying before, the Zerg has had a hard time controlling the top right. Zerg's also expanded into the lower left, or center left, I guess you call it.
Yeah. Well, looks like the Marauder is going to cause a little bit of a problem. The Bane's trying to roll through everything here. Good micro here from Dream, though. Pulling back his Marines to kite.
GG, Dream takes game 2.
All right, all right. Very nice game there.
Yeah, real uphill fight, but Dream managed to win. RagnaroK lapping that loss off.
Well, I think that this one came down a lot to that first big engagement with the Ling Bane where he didn't quite break the sieged position, right, above the fourth base.
Yeah.
That was a really important moment because RagnaroK used a lot of Banes. They were very clumped. The tank shots were unreal. Tanks were killing huge amounts of Banes.
10 years, bitches! 10 years at GSL!
Yeah.
Don't forget about it, Artosis. When that cake comes on camera, you talk about GSL in 10 years, you scream.
GSL. Tasteless has held me against my will for 10 years.
That's right. Not allowed to take that casting ankle bracelet off until the games are done, Artosis.
Yeah.
Okay, so Submarine.
Let's do it.
Get your Submarines ready.
Get your Submarines ready.
Game 3's up. Let's see who goes on to face off against Maru.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여.
What is this thing you're drinking in our
Green
cast?
tea.
That's tea? I've never seen this. You never brought that to work before, right?
I have sometimes.
This
Just
thermos?
not very often.
Huh. Green tea?
Yeah, green tea. Decaffeinated green tea.
Decaffeinated green tea, but green tea doesn't have that much caffeine to begin with, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have too much.
Out of all the caffeinated beverages, I believe green tea is like on the...
It's on the low end.
Low end, right?
Yeah. I have to reduce my caffeine intake a little bit.
Now, when something's decaffeinated, I'm genuinely asking, I actually don't know because I don't really drink decaf.
Yeah.
That just has less. It's not no caffeine,
It's
right?
not zero caffeine.
It's just reduced?
Yeah, it's greatly reduced, but it's not zero.
Interesting.
Not too much, but...
No, it is. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Because right now I do Americanos, which are very high. Is an Americano, does it have more caffeine than an energy drink? Like a Monster or something, or a High
I think
Six?
it probably depends on which one you're talking about. But I think that most energy drinks have multiple things in them.
Like taurine.
Yeah, like other things that also give you energy. So I think they don't rely as much on caffeine, whereas that's like everything that's in coffee drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Americanos are amazing, though. I have one every morning.
I think that's the best way to wake up. It feels just good. Embracing life.
I drink like a regular cup of coffee in the morning, and then I have an Americano while I play StarCraft.
So you do a cup of coffee, then you have I do Americano when I play too. I was doing iced Earl Grey tea. for a while, but I feel like the Americano, when I play, really gets me. Like, ooh.
Yeah.
And then occasionally I'll try to get a second Americano, and that's where I feel like I'm about to die.
Yes.
And my heart's going to explode.
Yeah, that's...
And I feel nervous and scared, even though I'm just in my house playing a computer game.
The second one is generally not a
The second one is always a bad call.
Yeah.
But what can you have after a second? Let's say you have an iced Americano. What can you have, like a cup of coffee after that, or green tea?
After the iced Americano?
Yeah, let's say that you're
morning?
like 4 hours into your session, the caffeine's starting to go away.
Well, I'm not doing any caffeine after that anymore.
What I don't remember where we read this, but there was a period where you and I were both doing Americanos, and then you'd have grapefruit juice after that, because it would keep the half-life of the caffeine active in your system for longer.
Yeah, I remember that.
I got to start trying that again. Let's try that, actually. Go get some grapefruit juice.
I do like grapefruit juice. It's very tasty.
I'm neutral on grapefruit juice. It's not bad.
I like all the old man juices. Like, I like tomato juice.
Tomato juice is definitely the old man juice.
Yeah.
Where you can, some people grind up pepper and put it in there.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, you are like old.
I never liked tomato juice, and then I was in an airport with White Raw.
Yeah.
And we were sitting there, and he made me a tomato juice when I had a headache. We were flying home and hanging out before getting on our planes.
Oh, you were hungover.
Yes.
Yes. Look at Artosis. I had a headache. I had a headache after all the casting I did.
I just had too much
Artosis was partying, man. He was out all night.
White Raw hooked me up with some tomato juice, and since then I've been a fan. Yeah.
Did he grind some pepper into
yeah,
it?
Yeah. He set it up pretty nice.
A proper tomato juice is pepper.
Dad, drink this.
Yes.
Make
it's
you
good.
feel better.
Good for headache.
Yeah. Thanks, White Raw. All right.
Yeah. And then you put a stick of celery in the tomato juice, is that correct?
No.
No? Oh, I'm thinking of a Bloody Mary is what I'm thinking of. And the pickle
I
and
wasn't going to call you
the hot sauce and stuff.
No. I just knew there was something about you when I saw that video about us earlier.
Another old man drink is, I think, mineral water. If you're American and you like the sparkling water, not mineral water, excuse me, sparkling water, bubbly water.
So you're saying everyone from Poland and Germany is old?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, that's our struggle when we go to Europe before we were pro sparkling water.
It's so hard to get
I'll be like, I need some water while I'm casting. They give me a glass bottle of sparkling water.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm saying I need an airplane, and they're like, well, here's a Zeppelin. I'm like, well, this will get me to where I need to go, but I did ask for an airplane here.
Like, isn't this going to explode if I light a cigarette? Like, sir, it's water with bubbles, and I'm like, yeah.
I'm like, can I still use my phone while I drink this thing, or will I get electrocuted?
Is this going to make me float? I did see Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
That's right. Am I going to be like that little fat boy that ate the blueberry stuff he wasn't supposed to get? Is that what's going to happen to me?
Oh my God, there's a StarCraft game going on.
What?
What is this?
StarCraft 1
it's
or
Zerg
StarCraft 2?
Who is it? RagnaroK versus Dream? Okay, cool.
But it's been a passive StarCraft game, Artosis.
Yeah.
We've got 1-1 from Zerg coming along here. Both these guys not doing much to engage each other right away.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have a massive Hellbat Marine medevac push, which is kind of interesting. This timing is very different from what you normally see. We've seen Maru play around with this idea like a year ago. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is going to look like. There's no Baneling speed yet, so I think it's going to come down pretty heavily to micro. Look at this. Oh my God.
All right, nice cheap counterattack here. But we really need to see how Terran's going to handle this. The Marines are actually perfectly positioned. Look at this. This great line of defense. Microing back. It looks like, oh my God, this got completely crushed.
Well, it looks perfect until the Banelings actually can kill all the Marines.
The positioning was as perfect as you could ask for.
Yeah.
But Zerg just had way more. And so at this point in time, Zerg's basically won on 2 different fights, holding the push and then killing the workers off.
Now, unfortunately, there wasn't real damage done there by Dream. He didn't greatly reduce the queen count. I mean, he force-sling Bane, but it's not like the drones were particularly low. It was 58 versus 58 workers. And a lot of the things that you might have an advantage on in a game at this point, such as quicker upgrades, Well, he technically has quicker upgrades right now, but you know, maybe they won't be quite as quick as they would have been otherwise.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things he doesn't have now because of that, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, he actually stops the Hellion production. It was kind of interesting. Last year, Maru was trying some more slightly later game Hellbat pushes where he was rallying Hellbats in as well and having more of them overall throughout the game. It was like a very interesting, almost tempo-ish type of play, but it never caught on. And it's sometimes, especially a year ago, 2 years ago, watching Maru, like hard to decide whether it's good or not because he was so good, right? But yeah, that one not quite working out.
Let's see if RagnaroK can keep his creep spread up here. You know, after that attack was held off, Zerg has a lot more freedom on the map, a lot more room to try to expand and balloon out that creep. By the way, we don't get a lot of games on this map.
Oh, Submarine, yeah, you're right. We don't see too many.
But for now, there's a pretty big no man's land in the middle here. Terran's going to try to push again. Let's watch carefully and see how much damage this does and if it gets away, because this is a position right now where if Terran starts to hemorrhage units, Zerg is going to get back into that position that we saw in Game 1 for a little bit of Game 2 before that great push came through and really rocked the Zerg.
Well, the creep spread is really fantastic. He's on 4 bases, 77 drones, looking good. He's actually got 2-2 on the way, whereas we don't have that on the way here for Dream. Okay, 2-2 just started, but he's actually behind on upgrades at this point. Kind of painful. Not gonna lie.
This is one of these moments where Terran might want to think twice about just sending the medevac across, especially when you see that there's no mutas on your side of the map. You're pretty much guaranteed to lose the Marines and lose the medevac.
You know, looking just at where this game is right now, I can't even come up with how Dream can win this the way he's playing it. Right? He's going to be down 2 upgrades to even. That's his range for probably the rest of the game. He's adding on a lot of production. He's taking a 4th base, but we don't see the tech increasing dramatically, and he has no timing attacks that can come up, right? Like, if you're going to play the longer game, you need to switch it up a little bit, like maybe into Ghosts and Liberators with this composition, but we don't see that quite yet, right? He's just... It's like he's actually behind in every single way.
So Terran is pretty effectively sealed off this lower part of the map here. But one thing about this map, if you take a closer look at it, Terran's probably never going to get that bottom left base. And the bottom right base is available, but it's actually pretty far. And Zerg is right by. So Terran's starting to run out of opportunities here. It's a little bit easy for Zerg to expand in 2 directions on a map. I mean, especially when you have the creep connected like this, like everything.
Well, he's almost got half of the map creeped.
Yeah,
very close to it.
It's a perfect highway where you could have units, transit from location to location to defend. So really, at this point in time, Terran has to do something. Something has to happen here, where Terran is going to swing this game in his favor, because otherwise Zerg is going to outgrow, outproduce, and control the map.
Yeah, what would that be though? Like, looking at what he has, what can he do right now to do that? That's where I'm having a hard time, you know? Like, here comes the Hive for RagnaroK. He's starting to build spines, mass spines, so he's like, some of the further bases, some of the harder to defend locations, he's going to have static D in, so he has longer to react. It's like they're even upgrades. A little bit late on the 3-3 here because the Hive was slightly late for RagnaroK. So, I mean, that's kind of a good thing at least for Dream.
Okay, this is a lot of base, but the positioning is pretty ideal for Terran. Completely cost inefficient, even if Zerg were to commit to that. Even if Zerg were to somehow win that, it would be so cost inefficient, it's insane. But again, not losing your army in that fight is not winning a game. You need to actually have a little bit more going on here. And I'm not saying that, Dream is frozen. He's paralyzed in this game and has no way of... But I think
if he was on 3 base, you could say that.
Yeah, but the problem is that he's not doing damage. Every passing minute, the Zerg is soaking up more minerals and more gas. And we see a lot more banelings being made here, so that gas is going to plummet down here. But this is going to be one of these games where there might be more banelings than every other Terran unit.
Yeah,
You know, and once you wipe that location, we want to keep our eyes on the top right corner here, because that's where Zerg is going to. If Zerg wins a fight, Zerg is going next move immediately make a beeline to that upper right base and deny that.
Yeah. I tell you right now, I would really love to see what the count is on Larva, like we were talking about before, because I think that that's kind of like we're gonna see a big engagement coming up here, no matter what.
Right.
It has to happen. So how quickly can RagnaroK remax when he loses all of his supply?
Another attack coming through here. I think Terran actually might be able to poke out this base. Okay, here we go. The Banes are actually going to come in. This is really good splitting here.
Yeah.
But I think there might just be too many Banelings. This is, oh my God.
Or not enough
That was
Banelings.
actually so sick. So well done there by Dream. Wow.
Yeah, very expert arc right there.
Yeah.
Super well done.
And you know what? This game might actually mirror game 2.
Yeah.
Where Zerg seemed to have had that lead, that insurmountable lead, but then the Terran was able with great control to arc out, to control the damage.
Look, he's trying to engage here once again. And it looks like he will push this back, but he lost the base. He lost a huge amount of army. He is remaxed, but he doesn't have that big bank he had before. He had over 3K minerals before they first engaged, and a decent amount of gas, but now he's lost a base. He doesn't have a bank. Dream still does have a little bit of a bank, but it takes Terran a little bit longer to remax.
So the Banes are going to come in here. Oh man, this is actually a good save here by Terran, because Zerg had won that fight finally, but it's more important that Terran just keeps that upper right base. That's going to be the most important position probably for the rest of this game.
Yeah, well, it's so important because he's denying a base and defending one, but at the same time, look at this move right here.
This is
a great
move. Oh my gosh.
This is the type of thing RagnaroK needs to do. If all of his army's over here, of course you can attack somewhere else. So RagnaroK loses a base, but he's going to kill one maybe as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of SCVs getting picked off right now. Actually going to go for the command center here. And now we have an attack over here at the upper right. And I don't know if there's enough to defend. He might even actually crash the Banes just right into the planetary. Yep.
Well, there you have it. So he does take that one down. But look, RagnaroK's bank is pretty gone, and we have some mine drops going on. I don't know that the mine drops are really doing what he's looking for, but you know, RagnaroK still has like 80 drones.
Okay.
I do like the corruptors that are being made, kind of, right? Because that's like a lot of the value of Dream's army that stays alive is those medevacs, but there's no liberators. So,
Okay, another push coming down here. Terran can absolutely take this game, by the way, guys.
Yeah, yeah.
This is totally possible. The attack's going to come in here. These Banes need to connect over here with his Marines over at the lower right. The Marines are coming through.
Wow, the Banes not that efficient, but they kill what they need to kill, and now the Ultra's going to push through.
And now these Corruptors can shoot down the medevacs as they try to flee the situation.
Oh, they're going to run on top of these mines now. He's going to end up losing absolutely everything here.
Beautiful play here.
Yeah, a lot of the medevacs falling, and a few Ultras still left alive. Oh my God, he's actually going to get that command center.
Oh man, and keep in mind, the upper right base, I don't believe there's anything defending that either. So if he just targets us with the Corruptors, both CCs can be picked up.
Oh, he doesn't kill it.
Oh, you're kidding
me. That was
me.
such an easy kill, too.
Yeah, that was a free kill. But there's a lot going on here in his defense. I think right now RagnaroK realizes he's beginning to, well, I think he's actually reached the tipping point. Now he needs to close this game out. Dream needs to survive.
You know, Dream did a great job kind of fighting his way back into this. I think it took RagnaroK a little bit too long this game. Well, I say too long, but it looks like he should be able to, I think, end up taking this still. Although it's become a lot closer. But what I'm trying to say, basically, he fought over the top right so much. I feel like seesawing it as Zerg is really good. You know, he should have hit that bottom left a little bit quicker and his units moved down there, then re-hit the top right. And now that he has done that, he's definitely done some damage to Dream. Dream has, like, no minerals left over right now.
One other feature about this game is that the upper right is an orbital, it's not a planetary. And an orbital's a lot easier to kill. It's also easier for Terran to try to save and they can lift off.
Yeah, that's true.
But, you know, with Corruptors in the game now, I think that's no longer the case. So Terran at the minimum needs to try to clean up creep over here. If you get creep that's getting close to touching that CC, a diving attack in there is going to be devastating.
Yeah. This is kind of a very cool battle going on right now. We do have some skirmishing in the bottom left. It was just a mine drop, okay. But gets a decent amount.
So
there's 26 mines out.
Oh, how funny.
And 27 Banes.
Zergtek's going to try to break through this position here. Again, the Banes, it's quite a gauntlet for them to go through, but it looks like they are eventually going to reach their targets here. And again, I said earlier, this is going to be the most important position on the map.
Yeah.
Zerg is still soaking up resources in the bottom left, but in the top right, now that the CC is going to go, and that can't fly into another map. So,
unfortunately, can't be recalled.
Yes, there's nothing you can do to save that. That will be destroyed. And right now, Terran has one position that is resource available. Not even resource rich. He's been soaking up everything there for a while.
Barely mining. He's really barely mining right now.
Yeah.
And it's not going to last for very long. But you know what? He's got so many mines out that are gaining value as well.
So much damage on these links.
Oh,
my God.
Man.
I was holding my breath for that, I thought. He's so sick. You get so many of those links.
Yeah, his mine usage here is awesome. It's really cool to see. And he's fighting against a very different army than what we were seeing, 10 minutes, or not 10 minutes ago, but 6-7 minutes ago. It's not just Lingbane anymore. There's a lot of Corruptors in there. There's a lot of Ultras in there. So you can kind of deal with that in certain ways more easily. When it's just a mass of Banes, you just kind of make the arc and you're like, all right, let's do it. Let's see. Whereas in these situations, it's like, oh, you have like 5 Ultras, 8 Corruptors, 20 Lings, and 20 Banes. Okay, now I can actually micro.
That was optimal. So many drones killed off there. So guys, Dream's not dead. He can absolutely still win this game. I need to see that CC land. I'm losing my mind.
This is a crazy game. I've actually seesawed several times. I still kind of think it's RagnaroK, but
I agree.
Dream continues to be efficient with these mines and make some good moves.
This is one of the best of threes we've had this season.
It's a good one.
This is a great series.
It's quality. So there's 7 broods being made.
Now, when the Broodlords get made, even though they're very hard for Terran to deal with, sometimes it allows the Terran to then capture a part of the map that the Broodlords are not. In this case, the upper right.
Yeah, let's see if he rotates up there, because if he actually fights against the Broods, it's not going to go well, right?
We don't often ever see Broodlords split up, like some in the top right, some in the lower left.
No, that doesn't happen,
Yeah, I don't know if we should be seeing that, but
they just are so weak when they don't have stuff with them.
Yeah,
you need like a certain amount. Like one Broodlord is laughable.
No, it's like the worst thing ever. But what I'm trying to say is that if you had like Ultras, Lings, and Broods up in the top right and in the bottom left, maybe you both defend and deny.
Well, look at this. He's actually just abandoning this whole area. I think that's a really good move, but he needs to very quickly move north, and he is. Dream just kind of diving up here, not even bothering to scan a lot of this creep. Oh, and then there's Banes waiting for him, so that's unfortunate. Loses most of his army. Some good mine hits in there.
All right. Terran has basically mined out that base, the center right. The noose is beginning to tighten here, man. This is...
Yeah, you sweep in the map.
Yeah.
Right? This is getting rough. He doesn't have a whole lot left.
Should be a game where... Wow, look at those pulsating. They're thinking hard. That's what happens. that's what my brain looks like when I'm playing Artosis.
Yeah, no, totally.
Yeah.
Your brain is really wiggling like that when you right-click the DT into someone's main.
You better believe it. I'm like, do I drop it in the main or in the natural? I don't know. And then a couple brain bubbles come up, and I go, it's gonna be the main.
Brain bubbles come up.
Yep.
Little do people know those are just gas inside of you.
Okay, Terran, one last hurrah, but I think, well, actually, no, there's no way. There's no way in hell.
Way too much.
All right. GG, RagnaroK takes it, and he'll be going up against Maru. That was just warm-up. Now we got to see him against Maru's Terran.
Yeah, that was cool, though. That was a fun series. I think Dream put up a much better fight than I thought he would. RagnaroK definitely had one engage that did not go quite as well as he needed it to, which made that a lot closer. And I think, again, he could have rotated quicker to attacking bottom and then gone back to the top. It's like if you just continually lose units defending a hatchery, there was a better way, you know? Especially when the hatchery eventually dies. It's like, well, now you've lost all those units. your opponent has the advantage of attacking, and you've lost the hatchery. It's like there was just a different way to do that there. But I think overall played very well this series. Very well.
I really enjoyed that. Guys, we have a short break. When we come back, RagnaroK versus Maru, the winner goes on to the round of 16.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.3끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
야 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼. 야 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게. 야 어디가?
금방 와.
자, 이 정도. 20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방에 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가
아니,
없는데?
너 키워보라고.
성능을 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대화면 16:10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
라면이요.
자 이게
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 잠깐. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
고고! 핫식스!
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 됐어.
아 미안해 로우나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아 누르면 안 돼 지금. 아 잠깐 그거 켜놨는데 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
텍스터 성현님 안녕하세요. 네, GSL 리그가 10주년 10살 때 생일을 맞이했다는 얘기를 들었습니다. 10년이면 강산도 바뀐다고 하는데 GSL 리그만큼은 바뀌지 않고 이 탄탄함을 더 보이고 있고요. 박진감 넘치죠. 재미있죠. 정말 좋은 리그 같아요. 저도 옛날에 이제 GSL 리그 하면서 그쵸, 에너지 파워 핫6를 이제 외쳤었는데 아직도 핫6를 하고 있더라고요. 네, 보면 힘이 나고 에너지가 느껴지는 무대 그립습니다. 네, 아무튼 우리 팬 여러분들이 있었기 때문에 GSL 리그가 탄탄하게 잘 발전되지 않았나 싶습니다. 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. 그리고 GSL 축하드립니다.
안녕하십니까. GSL 전직 캐스터 이인화입니다. GSL이 10주년을 맞았다고 들었습니다. 정말 축하드립니다. 사실 GSL은 저한테 굉장히 고마운 존재예요. 방송도 많이 배웠고 오늘날에 제가 있기까지 GSL이 있기 때문에 또 오늘날에 제가 있지 않았나 하는 생각이 들기도 합니다. 요즘 참 날씨도 덥고 코로나19 때문에 여러분들께서 어떤 일상을 진행하기가 좀 쉽지 않잖아요. 이럴 때일수록 집에서 GSL 시청하시면서 GSL을 통해서 이 어려운 날들을 잘 잊고 지내보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. GSL 10주년 다시 한번 축하드리고요. 앞으로도 이렇게 불로 장생하는 GSL 기대를 해보도록 하겠습니다. GSL 파이팅! 10주년 파이팅!
네, 여러분 오랜만에 인사드립니다. 이케 김익근입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, GSL이 10주년을 맞이했다라는 이야기를 들었습니다. 진심으로 축하드립니다. 축하 영상이지만 요즘엔 또 솔직하게 얘기해야 돼요. 그게 대세 아니겠습니까? 솔직히 말해서 GSL이 10년 갈 줄 몰랐습니다. 네, 그래서 저는 홈쇼핑으로 런했는데 GSL이 10주년이 됐다고 하니까 정말 감회가 남다르고 여러분들께 감사 인사를 전하고 싶습니다. 왜냐면 GSL을 중계했던 시절의 경험, 추억은 제 인생에서 너무나 소중한 순간들이거든요. 그 소중한 순간을 그냥 없어진 추억이 아니라 현존하는 또 추억으로 또 앞으로 이어질 추억으로 만들어주신 여러분 다시 한번 감사 말씀드리겠습니다. 제작진 여러분, 선수 여러분, 중계진 여러분 그리고 무엇보다 팬분들이 계셨기 때문에 이 10주년이 만들어지지 않았나 싶습니다. 앞으로 15주년, 20주년 쭉 이어지시길 바라겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 진심으로 축하드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. GSL 전 해설자 박대환입니다. 반갑습니다. 카메라 앞에 얘기하는 것도 굉장히 오랜만인데 일단은 10주년 얘기를 제가 들었어요. 그래서 축하한다고 한마디 할까 해서 이렇게 영상을 찍고 있고 벌써 10년이 됐냐 뭐 이런 생각도 들으면서 앞으로도 계속해서 이제 좋은 리그, 좋은 경기 이렇게 많이 나왔으면 좋겠고 코로나 조심하시고 건강 조심하시고 항상 앞으로도 뭐 10년, 20년 계속 갈 수 있는 그런 리그가 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 저도 기회가 된다면은 또 한번 찾아뵐 수 있도록 그렇게 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Round of 24. Maru. Nightmare. RagnaroK. Dream. 아프리카 TV 픽업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 3 코리아's Last Stand.
It's time to break out.
10 years! 10! That's all the fingers on your hands. I hope.
Now it's time to hit.
Most likely.
Yeah. 10 years.
Yeah.
All right, Artosis, your kid's 10 years old. What grade are they in? What grade is a 10-year-old in?
4th grade?
4th grade. What do you learn in 4th grade? That's
grade.
what GSL will be learning right now. Some grammar,
geography and writing and
I think you learn cursive in 2nd grade. That's already out of the way.
Yeah, that's right. You're doing lots of science.
Division. Long division.
Yeah, for sure, long division, yeah.
Solving for X. Remember that when you were a kid?
Was that in 4th grade? It might have been.
Might have been.
I actually don't really remember that well. I remember my 4th grade class and where I sat and which trapper keeper I had, but I don't remember what I learned that year.
I don't remember much of. I hated school personally.
That was the dark years before StarCraft came out.
Yeah, that's right. That was the dark ages.
Yeah.
Things were very primitive back then.
People.
drinking mud water.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 우린 더욱 강하다. 알파 X, 라그나로크, 신이범.
Wait, when did Warcraft 2 come out? Because that was when I got sucked into RTS. I guess Command & Conquer came out a year before it, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't like I think I started playing Warcraft 2 in like '97.
Yeah,
but I
something like
was
that.
like, yeah. So, but I don't know what year it came out. It probably came out before that.
Because I was super.
'Cause I didn't like get it when it came out. I got it when my friend showed me it.
I got super into RTS with that. It was Warcraft 2 and Command & Conquer. But StarCraft was the one where it's like, you can really actually do a lot in the multiplayer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm very confused by people that are into other competitive RTSs and haven't tried.
There's other competitive RTSs?
There are, well, people say that they have scenes for them, but it's like, I don't know how big they actually are.
Yeah.
Age of Empires 2 was remastered.
Yeah, no, they actually do have a bit of a scene.
Yeah, they've got a competitive scene.
I've been meaning to try that game out a bit.
Does Company of Heroes have a scene?
I don't think so.
I don't know,
like,
actually.
I think most games have like at least a little scene, but it's not like. Yeah, it just.
I guess for me, you see all these other RTSs out there. It's like, but you have StarCraft here. It's so big and it's got all this great infrastructure.
Yeah, like I mean, for some people, I think it's maybe the flavor of the game or something. But I think a lot of people, at least when I've read other people talking about RTS games that they like that aren't StarCraft, some people just like pretend that StarCraft is something it's not.
Oh, that's a big problem.
Yeah, where they're like, oh, it's just like about how quick you click or how many units you have or something.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, no, it's actually 10 times more strategically deep than the crap you're playing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Well,
but
that's one of the
true.
weird. These are people that are actually. There are people out there that are just lying to themselves.
Yes, that's for sure.
It's very, very odd.
That's almost everybody.
Yeah, where they're like, well, actually, StarCraft, it's all about APM, and I'm just trying to use my strategy. I'm like, oh, you're bad at games mechanically, and your brain sucks.
Yeah. Well, those are just people that don't want to learn.
Yeah.
Anyone can become good at this crap. This is not.
Yeah, you can
we
learn.
are not special snowflakes. Like, anyone can be good at StarCraft.
Yeah. You have to work really hard at it, but you can get good.
Yeah.
I don't want to be fast, Artosis. I have all these strategies. I just can't do it because I can't move my units quickly. Like, oh, boo-hoo, buddy.
Like, well, if you're so strategically minded, let's go have you play some Go or chess.
Yeah, let's have you play chess.
And then they're like, no, but I need to be able to move a little bit.
Yeah. That's just the thing, though.
I also need to play a game with no player
I would
base.
play if Blizzard finally got rid of that stupid knight unit.
Yeah. Hellions and a medevac. All right. Maru trying to hide his build a little bit here.
I want to see if this actually goes into a late game. That's what I'm most interested in. Because I do feel like Maru is so much more just overall robust that a lot of these games he just wins 2 or 3 fights and then the game ends.
Yeah.
Like you really just see him outpace the other player. Where I think the last series we had, that was epic, man. That was a great epic series, but I think a lot of times Maru doesn't allow for that to happen.
That's for sure.
You know?
He just outskills people so heavily at game ends before then. Okay, Hellions and a medevac full of Marines is coming across the map. Third command center on the way, so he's building up his economy. There's 6 Hellions. And there's the drop. Ooh, I think he's going to do a lot of damage. Now, here are the Lings. So if the Lings are here, that means they're not where the Hellions are.
Right.
But the Queens are.
But the drones are not there either, so it didn't really do much of anything.
No, not too much, not too much.
It's funny, little architectural features like this nook on the map actually can be taken advantage where the Marines can go in there and it sort of acts as a filter for most of the Lings.
But he doesn't really find that much damage. I thought he might be able to fry some drones at least at that third base, but RagnaroK playing very safely, does not have drones over there right now. But Maru's just getting into a macro game here anyways.
Okay, Hellion's going to come up here from the top. And again, I'm not clear if there's that many workers over here. But Maru has to decide if he wants to commit. Just takes out that one creep tumor. Maru always able to take something and engage.
Even a creep tumor.
Even a creep tumor, Artosis.
Yeah.
But every little fight he takes, he just
needs some
little victories, you know?
Doesn't want to go home with nothing.
And now we're going to have the Marines and the Hellions come up here combined.
Doesn't seem like he's going to get that much done, though. I think the defense has been very good. Yeah, see? RagnaroK's, he's microing very well. He's staying on his creep. You never want to engage off creep, especially against Maru.
Okay. Stim almost done. And this is a forward base here by Maru. So Maru's going to be keeping the pressure on, and because of the position of that base, you're kind of defending the third base as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard for Zerg to try to run around this and hit that when there's this much pressure. And this is where we're going to see the tug of war between the Terran and the Zerg here. Oh my god, Maru miscontrolling. Going to lose 4 Marines. Whoa.
Feelings go down. But Maru's keeping the creep so far back right now with this gold base, his macro is just going to explode. He's, like, I feel like RagnaroK is defending well overall, but Maru's pressure is really nice. And he's just able to do so much behind it. But he is supply blocked. Look at that, 2 depots at once.
Yeah.
Even Maru's not perfect.
In a weird way, that's probably comforting for most people.
Yeah, until
like when
he
you see the
drops
best
the supply mule thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sitting there watching it, and then
You
his
totally-
supply just popped up, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool.
You totally took what I was going to say.
Really?
I was going to say, like, it's kind of comforting to see even the best in the world make the same mistakes that, like, you know, more novice players make. And
Yeah.
you're like, yeah, until he...
Well, dude, that's frustrating.
It's
when
true.
When I see someone they get supply blocked, they're like, oh, I just have, if I didn't use up all my mules or scans, I can just fix that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fixed. Haha, I still make units. It's like, what? I can't believe
not
that's
a
not used
scan or a
more, by the
mule.
way.
So, Terran keeping the pressure on. Now, Terran has the gold, the Zerg does not. And so we're going to see a higher amount of Marines start to come out here. And the Zerg has to do a really good job of trying to outlast this. If the Zerg outlasts this and the Terran doesn't kill any bases, Zerg's going to be very ahead. And will then probably be able to take the gold base of his own.
It's a pretty good spread overall. Those Banelings come in and get mowed down pretty quickly. There are mutas out now. It's kind of a small force here from Maru.
Pick up over there in the north. There's just enough mutas here. There's no way to take this fight. Oh, wow. Dropping over there, losing a lot of the infantry to the Banelings. And RagnaroK has won 2 big fights right now.
Yeah. He's doing all right, that's for sure. But Maru does have that gold base, let's not forget. That is a really important thing. There's not a lot of creep over here. Look at just the creep difference that we saw against Dream and against Maru, right? He can barely keep creep in front of his bases. This looks like Wings of Liberty creep spread, but only because it's Maru.
Yeah. Another push comes through. And this is a lot of medevacs. There's going to be a lot of healing going on here, but there's not a ton of Marines. So I worry for Maru that if Zerg can just stay back a little bit more, he can pump out enough units that he can just smash this thing.
Right, poking up into that natural just for a moment, runs back. The mine's giving him some cover. Okay, he's going to go with that counter. Oh, bring those depots down.
Good little counter there by the mutas. Again, though, Maru sensing weakness, seeing if the mutas are not there, maybe he can try to come into this location. Great pickup. Will he go for the main, actually? I guess not. I guess he's going to actually turn around. We need to get an overseer over here.
Yeah,
if
seriously.
these spider mines, or widow mines, excuse me, stay here for long enough, it's going to be...
Oh, they're gaining value
yeah,
over.
this is right between all the rally points here.
Oh, man. Okay, a couple overs here, so he will finally be able to get rid of those, but a lot of Marines left over. Mine's coming up as well. I think RagnaroK is just about broken.
Yeah, it seems like Maru just has enough. RagnaroK was hanging on, but he did not clean up those widow mines. He took a few bad engages. I think he kind of put himself out of position when he tried to counterattack with the mutas and then move them all the way up through the top.
Yeah.
That allowed Maru to really set up a good position. And I'm sorry, please go ahead.
I was going to say, Maru just like, he kept the pressure on and kept the creep out of that area specifically, right?
Yeah.
So he's rallying through, which is mostly protecting his expansions.
Yeah.
Because he's literally rallying through them, so you have tiny windows where there's no units there.
10 years! Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's, Maru showed his power that game.
Yeah, that's
what
what
the
Maru
best
win right
TBC
there.
in the world looks like, right there.
Yeah. He just never gets behind, slowly outpaces you, and you get toppled. Okay, game 2 will be on Pillars of Gold. I think RagnaroK looked okay. I have to imagine he's probably a little bit tired from his first best-of-3 series.
Okay.
But he's going to need to pull it together. If he can win here, he's out. But it looks like right now, as expected, Maru will probably move on. Okay, our game's loaded up. Let's do this. RagnaroK versus Maru, game 2.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 알파엑스, RagnaroK, 신입업.
Game paused.
Uh-oh.
Oof. Does he have milk running down his forehead?
He's sweating milk. That's...
It's baling milk.
Yeah.
He's a brood mother.
He's like one of those cyborgs in the Alien series.
Yeah. All right. Not sure what this is. It's probably a sound error. That's generally what it is.
And when they knocked off Ash's head in Alien, all that white juice came out. I'm like, oh, yeah, robot juice.
Yeah, that's robot blood.
That's robot blood.
Haven't you seen robot blood before?
Yeah.
Well, that was my first time I saw robot murdered, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think RagnaroK is sweating milk.
Poor guy.
That's not good.
Probably not.
Can we get a doctor in here?
Good for the skin, though. Good for the skin.
Yeah, don't Google sweating milk and end up on WebMD. You're going to scare yourself.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, man. So there is a little bit of lag going on is the issue. And, of course, you don't want lag.
And he's sweating milk.
Yeah, that's a big, big issue going on right now. 10 years!
It's the first time. We don't say 10 years Artosis until the cake's on camera.
I saw the cake.
Was it on camera just then?
Might have been. You don't know.
Maybe I missed it. You know, sometimes we've talked about people laughing so hard that milk comes out of their nose. But
yeah, that's always a
when
fun
you're
one.
sweating milk, it's like...
What's the worst thing that you ever had come out your nose?
The worst thing... I think someone once made me laugh when I was having a shot of rum. And that was really bad. That was just like, yeah. Someone said something funny and yeah.
Oh, man, that would be rough.
What about you?
Vinegar.
Vinegar?
Yeah. I was a kid, and there was a bottle of vinegar, but I thought it was soda. So I poured a glass and went like that.
Oh.
And it gave me such a reflex it came out through my nose.
That is nasty.
It was bad. And that's why, to this day, I don't drink vinegar.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to figure out. I'm like, so you're just like drinking a cup of vinegar? It could have been worse. You could have been like, oh, blue paint.
Blue paint. I was like, yeah, I was going to go see Blue Man Group, and I thought I should be blue on the inside because I wanted to know I loved them.
I thought I was drinking orange paint, and then somebody said it was blue right when I put it in my mouth, and I got startled, and so it came out my nose.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was so gross. I thought, wait, blue paint, gross. Yeah. Look at that. 10 years of GSL.
I wonder how they chose which champions to put on.
But it's not even a battle royale. How can it be an esport? Where are the cards in this game?
Yeah, my gosh.
Where are the easy fighting game inputs I want to make it an esport?
StarCraft always.
But what part of the game do the Fall Guys fall off the stage and get eliminated?
Oh, my. Can you even 360 in this game, Tasteless?
You can't even.
Where's
the bomb you have to defuse? There's no bomb. There's no esports, you idiots. Tasteless, how do I knock my Rocket League ball into the goal? Let's take them all down. Let's take all the other esports down.
Like, well, you probably use the Hellions. I don't know.
Yeah. That's what Rocket League needs is Hellions.
What other esports are there? Where's my football players throwing the football?
Yeah. Where's my how do we all spam our ultimates at once?
Yeah.
How do we do that?
How do we do it?
What else is there? I'm running out of esports.
Yeah, you almost got them all already.
But there's not even a jungle on this map. Where's my jungler supposed to go? 10 years, guys.
Yeah. It's a long time. This show is really old now.
This show is old. We're old.
Well, I'm not old.
We're old, Artosis.
Yeah? You think so, really?
No. We were talking about being old like 3 years into GSL. Now we're much older.
Yeah, that's true. I don't feel old, though, at all.
No, I don't feel old at all.
Well, except in my knees and how tired I am all the time. But other than that,
my
age,
my hatred of teenagers,
my graying hair.
Yeah, yeah.
Other than that, though, I'm like
the fact that you really enjoy pickled food now and you couldn't before.
Yeah, no, that's something else.
The fact that now you enjoy a can of sardines and think it tastes good.
The fact that I go to the drugstore to buy peanuts.
The fact that you enjoy going to the hot sauna.
Yeah.
We do like going to the sauna.
Sauna's great.
All right. Well, this is...
We're continuing to have lag.
Yeah.
Just playing lag, Maru.
Maru.
Just do it, Maru. He's like, why are we playing on the Australian server right now?
Yeah.
Can we just change to the Korean server? Like, no, well, here's the thing about the regions.
That's a nice picture of France over there on that shirt.
Oh, was it?
It's the Eiffel Tower.
Is it the Eiffel Tower or is it the little one that's in Las Vegas? That's the one I really want to see.
It's the one that's half the size but looks the same that's in Macau. Or you're like, you guys could have just made your own structure. You didn't have to. I saw that when I was in Macau a couple years ago.
Yeah. I still haven't made it to Macau.
Macau's not bad. It's okay. If you go to Hong Kong, you just get on a boat and go to Macau.
Yeah, I've been to Hong Kong a couple times.
Great city.
I love Hong Kong.
Great city.
Yeah.
Let's take a few more of these shots over here. Look at that. Great studio.
Beautiful studio.
Beautiful studio.
So Tasteless.
So Sweat and Milk. No,
yeah.
Go ahead, please.
So we've been in GSL 10 years.
Yes.
Tell me something that you remember about GSL, Tasteless.
They were trying to ask us in the interview for that mini documentary. They're like, "What's the most memorable thing in GSL?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean all of it. I guess we've done so much stuff here at GSL. I don't have one most memorable moment.
Yeah. I
just remember mostly right when it started being excited that we actually had work.
Yeah, that was exciting.
That was going to pay us.
Getting regular pay.
Because before GSL, this was the conversation Artosis and I were having with every other TV station or you name it when we were trying to get out here to promote StarCraft, is they would say, yes, but foreigners don't watch StarCraft. And I would say, well, yes, that's correct because you don't have it in English. Yeah.
And actually, they do watch it. They pirate your VODs.
Yeah. They did not know that Team Liquid was literally 10 times the size of InVen in those meetings. But there's always been this chicken and the egg thing, though, before this happened. Where it's like, but foreigners don't. Because there's no foreign StarCraft or English
we
content.
still get that for StarCraft 1 stuff. They're like, foreigners don't really like this game.
Yeah, and I'm like, if you put an English broadcast on, people will watch it.
Yeah. That has been a recurring theme of our lives.
It was hard when we first started GSL. We had many other people we were working with, but some people were much more abrasive when we started. Remember being told we couldn't say the word nerd in the cast? Remember that?
Yes. I was trying to remember some of that this morning.
Yeah.
So
they were like, don't call them nerds. And I'm like,
don't mention Team Liquid on the thing.
Yeah, that was another one. Yeah. That person's long gone. But
long gone.
Yeah.
Good riddance.
That was... Yeah, they're like, don't call them nerds. I'm like,
yeah.
What? This is a computer game tournament.
This
is the nerdiest thing there is.
You guys are joking too much.
Yeah, stop being funny.
Yeah.
StarCraft is serious business.
Which one of you is the analyst and which one of you is the...
This is one of the more annoying things we've had to deal with.
I'm like, yeah, no, you're right, it's me.
No, I mean, this is actually something that was happening too where it's
there used to be people that were like, why aren't you casting like the Koreans? Like,
yeah. Have one guy only analyze, one guy only play-by-play.
You know what's
Which
funny?
we don't do. Yeah.
You know, it's funny though because they would have had us do a 3-way cast if there was a third commentator out here. I bet you they would have.
Yeah, well, they tried. This is because I was with the company like a little bit for a few other StarCraft stuff before you were there, but they were really trying to push for 3 people.
Yeah.
But I mean, there just weren't that many
Korean
people out
casts
here
are.
to do. Yeah.
It's actually incredibly hard. We
Well,
did
also,
it what, once with
part,
Apollo?
Part of how we got the show, yeah, we did do a 3-way cast with Apollo once. Yeah. I think he's watching right now. We miss you, Sean. Yeah, there was a couple other obstacles we had. I think one of the reasons why we were able to even get this is we basically told them, we can do the whole thing with 2 people, and you don't need to hire writers. We'll just show up and do it, I promise.
Yeah, and they made you observe and me do interviews.
That's right. we were doing a lot at the start before things
6-7 days a week.
Yeah,
it was tough.
Yeah, that was. It was weird because there was so much GSL right when this came out that it was like 0 to 100.
You remember when it first, like when we first had that crazy schedule? I used to sleep on your floor a lot because I lived so far away from the studio, and you actually lived pretty close.
Yeah, my apartment happened to be closer to where the studio was.
So I ended up
randomly,
crashing on
by
your
the
floor
way.
a lot. That was good times.
Yeah, that's things are much more at a normal pace. Actually, that was one of the weird things about StarCraft 2 that I think wasn't quite handled well, is there was like too much going on all at once.
Yeah.
And it was crazy being a commentator at that period.
It
All
was
right,
crazy.
We're back. 10 years. So we saw RagnaroK get pretty crushed in that last game. I mean, just a really good push from Maru. Let's see if we have the same thing or if RagnaroK can make some adjustments and perhaps win this game too.
Well, I mean, I would not mind having it be close.
Oh, thank God. I was hoping we have another pause here.
Yeah. I was watching that thinking to myself, you know what would be better than a Reaper running around and damaging Lings?
What?
Just you and I talking over Maru's face.
Yeah.
Someone linked the Kodos Facts, which is a great Twitter account you guys should check out. Linked this morning a quote of us talking about Maru at the very beginning, saying he was like TY in the fact that he was so young and playing.
Yeah.
And such a talent. And then pointed out that, yeah, now he's won 4 GSLs and TY's won 1, and they played each other in the finals once.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
So we've actually not been notified what the issue is, but we have running out of pauses here for the
By the way,
the Observer. Yes.
I want to mention Maru was in the very first GSL.
Mm-hmm. He was so little back then.
Yes, he was. We have another player that was in the very first GSL that I just thought of that's in this tournament. Bjorn. He was known as Bleach. He was a Protoss player. He was in the very first GSL. Craziness.
I think Bleach is actually a better AD than Beyond. I'm right. I can't believe you're even thinking about this.
You're probably right, but then I think of how the anime really fell off, and it's like,
I never saw it.
Yeah, it was really good.
He's actually a little bit more weeby than me. This is how we balance it out.
I stopped watching anime actually when I moved to Korea.
There's some real trash anime now. Like there's too much of it. The
always
early
was.
stuff was, I think, better because it was smarter, and then now they're churning out so much bad anime.
Yeah, a lot. Well, you know, everything eventually just becomes so monetized.
And right now, there's probably people tweeting at me, yelling at me with stupid anime characters as their icon on Twitter, no doubt. Yeah.
I heard it's the thing now to stream with an anime avatar.
I should do that.
You should.
Let's talk about. Let's talk about.
You'd be the guy with the red nose.
Let's talk about what it's like to be a StarCraft caster and use Twitter. So occasionally I outsource stuff I need to Twitter. I'll say, does anybody know a good book? Or, you know, could someone recommend me this or that? You guys don't always have to just come back with a StarCraft pun. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it, all right?
You said what was the scariest video game?
I said what's the scariest video game?
I saw
Try
PvZ.
PvZ on ladder, Tasteless. They just imagine me like looking at my phone and being like, oh! And I just can't stop. I laugh so hard it kills me.
I actually did laugh when I saw that because I knew you'd be thinking this.
Yeah.
And I was also, when you tweeted it, I almost made a StarCraft pun, and I'm like, I'll actually just not do it this time.
Can anybody recommend me a good book to read? How about the StarCraft manual, Tasteless?
The StarCraft
You should see my stream. I stream chess before I do StarCraft because I drink my coffee and play some chess, and it's literally nothing but like, maybe you should upgrade your pawns, Artosis.
Upgrade your pawns.
Get the
Yeah, I
speed
guess you
upgrade
can.
for your knight, Tasteless. I'm like, you guys. You comedians.
Oh, I tell you. Chat scientists. All
Chat
the way.
scientists. So yeah, I just thought I'd just put that out there. Put that information into the bloodstream of the internet and just say, you know.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Ah.
All right, Artosis, it's your turn.
Yeah?
You say something.
How
How do you actually get to stream as an anime avatar? Is there like software you download? What? How do
Probably.
you, okay.
Probably. I'm not really sure. But I heard people were doing it. Someone told me that.
No, there's somebody who streams StarCraft as an anime icon.
Cool.
Yeah.
But is it like an overlay on them? Like an Instagram filter or whatever those are? You know what I mean?
I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, we're not actually that good at computers. This is a thing we've encountered occasionally where people assume that if you were really into computer games, you would like know how to fix your computer when there's a problem with
it. That's true.
it.
I'm basically a StarCraft jock.
Yeah.
But I'm learning. I'm getting better. You know, it's funny because when I was a kid, I was actually really into computers.
I used to program little games in
Yeah, me too.
QBasic and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And slowly I'm like, actually, that was when I realized I did not want to be a programmer, is when I took courses in school. And I'm like, oh, I don't like this.
Yeah, I never took the courses, but I found StarCraft eventually, and that's when I realized that everything else sucked.
StarCraft's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty all right. It's kept me quite engaged for a bit. So
we've been just slumming it in Korea here for a while, guys.
Yeah.
Can't travel.
It's weird.
It's weird.
I haven't been out of the
I didn't realize
country
how
since December. I think was
Yeah,
Homestory
I
Cup
know.
20
I
or
was
it
out.
November?
I think in February. I was in Japan right when coronavirus hit here.
Oh,
and
that's
came
right.
back.
Yeah, you were. You were.
Yeah.
I remember that weekend actually. I like skipped some ASL quals and because it was like starting to really pop up, and I was like, I may as well just stay home.
Yeah. Good call there.
I don't need to play the next season of ASL.
But I do miss going to overseas events, though. We are both streaming a lot on Twitch, by the way, guys. You should check out our channels.
Yeah.
Hang out with us there. You can make StarCraft puns there to me.
Yeah.
And watch me stare blankly at the chat as I go, I've seen everything you could possibly say.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes my chat surprises me still. Trust me.
What
They
was
have
that?
new permutations of stupidity that have never been seen.
No, sometimes chat's really funny, though.
Oh, yeah. They can be quite funny sometimes. Sometimes chat says something, I laugh so hard, but the rest of the chat doesn't think it's funny. And they're like, wow, I just actually lost a lot of respect for Tasteless. I thought he was funny, but now I see you laugh at anything. Which makes me laugh even more.
We've had this where we think we've said a really, really good joke, and nobody ever mentions it again.
Yeah, no one gets it.
And we're like, oh, I thought that was maybe our funniest moment ever. And
yeah.
So is this our longest delay?
No. Our longest delay ever is World of Tanks, man.
No. I mean for StarCraft 2, Artosis.
World of Tanks is StarCraft if you ask everyone else, because apparently we were made to do it.
I love that. People are like, so you guys were forced to do that. I'm like, no, they offered
This
it
company
to-
employs them. They made them cast. It's like, no, we actually really wanted to. It was actually really fun.
Well, this is one of the funnier things about this line of work is just reading people decide what you think and feel and then say it on the internet. And I'm like, I have the same internet as you. I can find this. And you don't know me at all, and you're a moron. All right.
All right, so.
No, pause it again.
3, 2, 1, PP.
And action.
Yeah, so.
10 years later.
How many more years do you think GSL is actually going to go on?
1, no. I don't know.
Like, I'm
Long
so
time.
sorry, guys, that you guys have to find out like this. We've actually already canceled it.
Yeah.
It's not coming back next year. Because we already know that it gets more time, right? Because that whole
multi-year
ESL
contract
deal type thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's still going strong. Viewership's still good.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. I enjoy my job. Enjoy doing it.
It's a pretty damn good job. Living the life for sure. Look at that. You're right. You always get something. 2 creep tumors there.
Does it again.
Look, he's going to get that Overlord, too.
I was right, Artosis.
Damn, Tasteless. Maru just kills things.
All right, the Overlord's going to come in here and scout. He does see the Liberator headed south.
Well, 1-1 started here for RagnaroK, which I really like. It's ahead of Maru's. So if he can defend all the aggression, he should be in pretty decent shape.
Okay, here come those Hellions now. The Liberator is going to be set up to try to draw some attention away. The Queens are very well placed here by RagnaroK. RagnaroK does generally have very good defense early on. Wow, really quick reactions there too with that Sport, just jumping down there.
Very much on top of it, as he needs to be. All right, the Hellions actually going to try to run by, and then they turn around because the Lings were in a beautiful position. He tried to run forward there. That was not going to end well. When the Lings are spread really well, the Hellions do not kill them anywhere near as quickly. All right, so we do have 1-1 on the way for both sides. Bailing us on the way, Lair on the way.
We never actually found out what that delay was about, by the way.
It was lag.
Oh, it was lag.
It was lag in the game, yeah.
I was just going to say, I was wondering if one of the players was having some difficulty with their setup or something. Because that could be pretty tilting, you know?
Yeah.
When you start to have problems like that right at the start of a game.
That can be annoying. These guys are pretty experienced, so I don't think it would bother them all that much. Maybe if this was a Nightmare game, he would be, you know, a little bit more tilted with that.
By the way, I think Nightmare Dream going to be a great matchup coming up next.
Nightmare versus Dream?
That's right. Get ready for the puns.
Oh my god. There's too many. I can't even do it.
Yeah.
I reject it.
So 1-1's about to finish up here. The Liberator's going to come back through. And I don't know if this is going to do that much. We'll see.
Yeah,
it's been
a good defense.
Much more passive game from Maru. He's just kind of orbiting the map and making sure that, you know, RagnaroK can't get too out of hand.
Not too bad there. Picks up a couple drones, some lost mining time. Such a funny thing.
Okay, the Hellions are continuing to just comb through, take out any creep tumors they can. Nice attack here with these Marines, both sides actually backing off. The Liberator once more coming through. And by the way, this Liberator's killed off a lot of drones. And actually, if these Hellions can kill off these Banelings, that would be huge. But they do back away.
Dude, he's getting a ton of tumors with them too, via splash damage and just getting tumors that are not burrowed yet. Like, Maru's doing such a great job keeping pressure on multiple fronts. This has been three-pronged harassment going on for a long time.
And he's basically controlled everything perfectly up until now, eking out damage on every side. And this is where Maru just starts to get further and further ahead. And it's why his later game push is crushed so hard.
Yeah. Well, he does so well leading up to them. Look at this, 4 mines now. Okay, gets up here and has really well-placed mines. All right, draws one of the mine hits into a queen. Oh, man.
Oh, damn. 2 queens going down, but this is enough on the ground he'll have to pick up.
Needs to get an Overseer over here ASAP.
Yeah, these mines are halfway done with their cooldown.
Really does need to clear that immediately.
Okay. Guys.
He's stressing me out a little bit. Look at this, and Maru's coming in. He's like, ooh, let's get the reset.
Oh!
Just barely going to get 3
but they're
of them.
still, okay. Now I think, at this point in time, I think RagnaroK can actually drive this away.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see how well this, actually, with that many Widow Mines, I'm sorry, that might actually negate the strength of the Mutas.
Look at all the Hellbats here now as well. Like, Hellbats can tank.
Yeah. Baneling's much less strong there. Oh my gosh, actually coming in here and even getting the workers, getting the hatchery. Big win there for Maru.
Look at that. Beautifully done to kill off that 4th base. Such a crucial moment. You know, that's something that we're always looking at in TVZ. Can you kill the 4th? And Maru, more often than not, it's a yes. He just, such a beautiful execution all the time. The macro, the micro. You just can't whittle down his army enough.
All right, Muta's coming in here to try to do some counter damage, but you know, this is sort of a typical TVZ where the Terran seems like it's going to win, is when you smash the Zerg's 4th a couple times. That's the key point where the Zerg starts to spike up in growth.
Yeah.
And denying that is just a really, really good, straightforward way to win the game.
Well, it's the most straightforward way, right?
Yeah.
Like, they just will run out of gas, literally and figuratively. if you do that enough. All right, Maru insta-hitting this as it goes down. God. It's like you're born and you get punched in the face at the same time.
And so, with Maru having his 4th up and no 5th, oh, I spoke too soon. There's the 5th now. But still, tempo going to Maru here. Maru with 2-2 about to finish 2, and this may be the part where the next push is activated. You know, when you consider the Sateran's job to kite and outmaneuver, you really got to appreciate how much those upgrades help in both damage and armor. You know, way harder to kill a good kiting Terran.
For sure. And we just saw 2 of the 3 Overseers kill off, so a couple more are morphing in. But just very small things you can see him do. Maru roaming around the map right now. Gonna check this bottom right again, it looks like, but nothing's there. Maybe he'll come from the high ground towards that 3rd base. Not a lot of creep spread on the high ground there, only 1 tumor.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh! Gotta be careful. Maru really doing a good job with these mines. Very good at setting up. Kind of like mini siege tanks in a way, but it makes the engage for the Zerg just much harder to pull off. A good wall off there. But these bands can still break through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
that's enough. 9
that's
kills, not bad.
Yeah, really nice
I
harassment
call
right
that
there.
a success. Okay,
Oh
these mines are going to kill it.
Well, they mostly do, but it seems like he might have enough to hold on to there. Unfortunately, this hatch will go down, though.
Yeah, wherever Maru seems to be retreating, I promise you there's another attack where he's crushing it.
Yeah, that's true. Otherwise, his whole army would be there.
Yeah.
His army has to be somewhere, and it's normally not at home. Maru backing up, still picking off creep left and right. You really can see the difference between Maru and Dream's TVZ.
Yeah, no
it's
kidding.
just such a different beast.
Well, this is just another level.
And I've honestly heard this for years, even before Maru started winning GSLs, that Zergs were like, oh god, Maru's by far the best TVZ.
Yeah.
You know, he's just in...
Now, his control play is just too good. I think it's that, like we were saying, like he's never losing. Somewhere he's winning a fight.
Yeah.
Like, we'll see if this is going to be the fight here, or if there's going to be a drop somewhere else that's going to be really doing the damage, but...
Well, he does have another set of units going towards the bottom right now, but this is his bigger army.
Yeah, look at the split with the Marauders there.
Yeah, they're like perfectly split, basically. Make maximum cost inefficiency here. All right, enough mutilating. He is going to clean this up and even kill the medevacs.
Nicely done by RagnaroK, but what about this attack over here at 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
I think we're going to get it on screen in a second here.
Looks like he's sending some units in, but the Marine's going to gun through.
Okay, can he actually kill this hatch off?
Yeah, looks like he is going to get it.
Yeah, really good play. And again, it's a Zerg on 4 bases. Actually, 3.
It's just as you say, right? Like, he technically lost a bat on the top left. He kills a hatch in the bottom right.
Yeah, he's getting a win no matter what, man.
Yeah.
Good catch here by RagnaroK, but I worry that already the Zerg is just too far behind here.
All right, once again, stemming in. Going to go after this already injured hatchery. Takes that down in a matter of seconds. He's just everywhere.
Yeah, I think we're going to see RagnaroK slowly fizzle out here. Oh, nice micro there by Maru. It's pretty good, man.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
that was pretty
impressive. So again, there's only 3 hatches that are not being. The rest are being produced right now. Only 3 bases. So
oh my god! And you're right, 3 hatches.
Yeah.
Like it's not like he has a macro hatch somewhere.
Yeah, I mean he's getting squeezed pretty hard here.
Yeah.
And I think we really are at the point of no return here. I think Maru, especially because it's Maru, can just bring this game to a closer here.
The Mutos have done a lot of work for him, but they are getting whittled down here as well. RagnaroK trying to hold on.
GG.
That was a bit of a smash. Maru really showing dominance.
It was murder. Murder. But Maru crushed him.
Yeah, he did.
Maru bashed him. RagnaroK knows it. He feels it. It hurts. But look, Maru going to move on to the round of 16. No surprise there. And I think now the rest of this group gets a lot more interesting. much harder to say who advances now for sure.
And I mean, Nightmare is a huge underdog, but
He
there's
good.
at least fight left here.
Okay, we're gonna get this interview translated by Andy here, and then we'll be hopping into the losers match.
And Maru of Junior Green Wings advances to the round of 16 from Group B. Congratulations. Thank you. Sincere congratulations. That was phenomenal control from you. How do you feel advancing as the first place? Well, I mean, Terran is looking really hard right now, so I knew that the matches are going to be hard. But in the end, I'm delighted to have advanced as the first place. But you did asphyxiate the Zerg player by like relentlessly attacking him. I mean, whether it's the TVZ or the TVP, you know, the matchups are so hard, and it's looking hard for the Terran right now. But in the TVP, the match was a bit more fierce than the TVZ. You know, I was playing on stage and it was so cold, so I thought I was going to die from the cold. But now it's getting a little warmer, so I'm pretty happy. So you're saying that it was really cold on the stage, okay? So Maru, your games were perfect today, so let's go over them. So Maru, you did achieve the 4th consecutive GSL championship, but recently you haven't been able to do too much. And many fans are worried about your shoulder and wrist injury. So how's that doing? I mean, right now I'm going to the hospital 3 times a week, so I'm getting treatments. So you know, this season my objective was to win the championship, but unless Terran gets above, I don't think that's feasible. Alright, you did mention that you can at least go to the round of 4, okay? So Maru, I want to have a special conversation with you. And today is GSL's 10th year birthday. And so as Maru, as a veteran of GSL, you have been with GSL for multiple years. So what do you think about the anniversary? Well, when I first competed in GSL, I was 14, and now I'm 24. So, you know, aging together with GSL, this feels really good. So, you know, being able to congratulate the 10th year anniversary is a big honor. And I want to have 10 more years of GSL. Okay, thank you for your message. So Maru, who is aiming for his round of 4 spot, anything you want to say before you go? Well, for the practice, RagnaroK helped me a lot. So I think that was why I was able to do good in the match. So are you saying Byeon actually gave you the strategies? Yes. Apparently Byeon had a lot of strategies at his disposal, so Byeon helped me a lot. So, you know, one of the strategies I used was the one that I used in the first set. And for the TVT, Bunny helped me a lot. So I think everyone helped me a lot. So how's Byeon looking right now? You know, honestly, I thought he would lose in the qualifiers. I don't think his match against Protoss is really good right now. So unless he makes good preparation, I think he's going to have a hard time. Once again, congratulations. Thank you.
All right. Did he just say that there's some chance Byeon can lose in this GSL? I won't accept it.
How dare he?
I won't accept it.
So we know who advances now first, but like I was saying before, I think really this makes the group a lot more interesting. The rest of these 3 players, anybody could take it. We're going to have the elimination match up next. Nightmare versus Dream.
That should be a fun one.
Sleep jokes incoming here.
Yeah. Well, I think that Dream is better, but I liked how Nightmare tried to play against Maru.
Yeah, he looked really strong.
Yeah, if he can clean a bunch of that up.
And honestly, if he was nervous or anxious, I think a lot of that goes away after the first match.
Yeah.
You can't be that nervous or stressed out for that long.
Yeah.
And I think we had, you know, we had some long series after Nightmare played. He's probably had some time to cool down and get acclimated to the studio. So I think this is going to be a great match.
Yeah, I hope so.
Who do you think takes it?
I do think Dream takes it. I do think so.
Yeah, maybe like 60%. Dream favorite. I think Nightmare could take it though.
I really like Dream's TVP. I think it's really, really good. I think it's top tier TVP. Much better than his TVZ. So I really do feel him. But if Nightmare plays as well as he did against Maru, but fixes those few things,
okay,
he looks like someone who can beat anybody.
He looks really good.
I mean, throw some wrenches in there.
It's very clear why he managed to qualify. Because we don't always have that. Sometimes we have players who are new and they just freak out and die. And
yeah.
And
well, it's
we
been
don't
a while
see him
since
again,
he's
so.
been here, but it's not his first GSL.
Yeah. Why are we still here? We're still filling time.
It's lagging.
It's 10 years, Artosis.
10 years. That's how long.
Even
we've
our
been on camera
outro is
tonight.
lagging right now.
Yeah.
It's good. Very cool. GSL's lasted this long.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay, we can go to break now. That was close. We'll be right back.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성사이다.
이거 열었습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 이거 쓸 수가 없는데?
저거 키워보라고.
성능을 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대화면 16:10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성사이다.
안녕하세요. GSL 시청자 여러분들, 장민철입니다. 제가 오픈 시즌 3부터 시작해가지고 많은 이런 영광의 순간들을 GSL과 함께 했는데, 지금의 저를 만들어준 스타크래프트2 그리고 GSL이기 때문에 이게 10주년 됐다는 게 정말 감회가 새롭고, 앞으로도 스타2 많이 사랑해주시고 남아있는 선수들 많이 응원해주시길 바라겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 샌드박스 게이밍 롤 코치 정명훈입니다. 우선 GSL 10주년 정말 진심으로 축하드리고요. 어떤 리그도 10년 이상 간다는 게 정말 쉬운 일이 아닌데 GSL은 그 10년간 해냈으니까 앞으로 어떤 위기가 오더라도 잘 이겨낼 것 같습니다. 앞으로도 오래오래 더 흥하는 리그가 되었으면 좋겠고요. 저도 GSL 관심을 가지고 계속 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. GSL 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 브레이크프릭스 감독 최현성입니다. GSL이 시작된 지 벌써 10년이 흘렀다고 합니다. 꾸준하게 팬들의 사랑을 받으면서 리그를 계속 열어왔다는 거, 그리고 지속되고 있다는 거 참 감사한 일이라고 생각하고요. 저는 그 GSL에서 저희 선수들하고 같이 리그를 뛰었던 사람으로서 참 감회가 새롭습니다. 시간이 지나고 보면 그때는 그 당시에는 참 아둥바둥 살지 몰라도 지나고 나면 굉장히 추억이더라고요. 제가 테란을 했었는데 사이클론 빌드를 제가 그때 한참 열심히 밀었던 기억이 나요. 그 참 컨트롤도 재밌고 참 뭐 자동 공격도 막 재밌어서 열심히 했던 기억이 납니다. 그러니까 좋은 기억이 있는 것만큼 팬분들도 되게 좋아하는 그런 전략이나 이런 것들이 있으실 것 같아요. 그런 것들을 선수들이 잘 열심히 노력해서 보여주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 앞으로도 계속 노력해서 좋은 경기 부탁드립니다.
잘 인정입니다. GSL 열릴 때 제가 처음에 참여했었는데요. 벌써 10주년이라니 너무 축하드립니다. 그리고 올해 초에 태양이가 우승을 또 했다는 소식이 들리는데요. 태양아 연락 좀 하고 앞으로 GSL 항상 거창하고 15년, 20년 이어갔으면 좋겠습니다. 응원할게요. 축하드립니다.
Round of 24. Maru. Nightmare. RagnaroK. Dream. Africa TV. Prego Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Code is Last Stand.
Guys, Artosis is funny.
Yeah.
It just made me crack up on that break. Look at the cake. That's a 10-year cake, all right?
It certainly is.
That's not some happy 5th birthday cake.
Those are important too.
Not as important as 10. You
No,
want to why
that's
it's
true.
2 digits instead of 1.
When is the next time you think we will celebrate? Is it 15 or
Probably
is it 20?
year 11, Artosis. I think when you get a show that's this old, you just keep
every year at that point.
Every year. I think we start having every 3 months. Just go crazy. Even when we're not on, it's off season.
Or we can do some joke like our moms do, where it's like, "Oh no, I stopped counting at 39."
Oh,
like mom,
GSL.
mom, you're 60.
We're all gonna die one day. GSL 10 years young, if I can say.
Yeah. It's more the mindset than the age.
This was the whole point. This all led up to this cake. That's how this whole show started. They said, let's do the show for 10 years, and at the end of it, we're going to eat a cake. It will be the first ever epic video game cake moment.
Epic video game cake moment.
Take that, Portal.
That's amazing.
Portal's number 2 with their cake.
Yeah. Winner, winner, 10-year cake.
That's right. So, Nightmare versus Dream. Eternal Empire for game 1. I haven't had cake in a while. It's time to
I
let
had
myself
cake
go.
yesterday. It's my daughter's first birthday.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. I always remember it
But
because
your
it's
daughter-
the day after Flash won his 10 championship. That's how I remember
Oh,
what her
really?
birthday is, yeah. And also the day before Boxer's birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now,
I sandwich it in between 2 really important dates.
Yeah.
And that's how I remember.
Well, if the stars align correctly, that's how you give the best Terran player a chance, right?
That's true, yeah. It's a good point, Tasteless.
Yep. No, I'm on top of it.
She's fated to play Terran.
That's right.
I need to stop pressuring my oldest to play Terran. She wants
You
to
knew
play
she was
Zerg.
going to be a good Terran player the moment you looked up and saw it was a full moon when she was born.
I'm like, I whisper in her ears, I'm like, you're better than your siblings. Don't even listen to them.
Okay. We're going to go to this series, I think. I don't know what's
Nah,
going on,
dude,
but somebody's
nah,
not in the game.
Nah.
We got to eke out as much time as possible for this 10-year
Well, it's a
anniversary.
10-year, yeah, and we started early today, too, so, I mean, that's important stuff.
I want that cake nice and room temperature.
I hope it's an ice cream cake and it starts melting, because it's hot in here.
It is hot. Let me tell you something, man. Wearing these blazers under this heat.
Yeah. It's, yeah, these lights are hot. So, do you remember your dreams?
Oh yeah, I'm actually super into lucid dreaming.
Yeah, I remember
I've
you read a
some
book
books
on that.
yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. So I dream all the time.
Do you actively control your dreams every night, or?
Well, not every night, but if I
No.
can, I try to.
Yeah, that's nice. Do you have many nightmares?
If I have a nightmare, I usually can lucid dream my way out of it. I'll go.
that's
Oh, I'm
good.
in a dream, and then I'll kind of snap my fingers and just change the setting and be like, all right, cool.
Nice.
Now I'm flying around.
Yeah.
What about you? Do you dream?
Yeah, I mean, everyone dreams.
I want to believe that every night you're just in terrible nightmares. Like every time you go to sleep,
Actually,
it's hell.
I was as a child.
Oh, really?
And so my mother had to tell me about lucid dreaming, and so I could snap myself out of
But
them.
do you lucid dream much now?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
Yeah, no, I don't control dreams. I'm actually, like, I think I'm so tired when I sleep or something. I don't remember many dreams anymore. It's very rare to remember a dream from
Oh, that's
now.
interesting. No,
I used to remember them a lot more, but, like, dude, I go to sleep on non-GSL nights between 9 and 10 p.m.
Damn.
Because the kids wake me up so early, so.
All right, we're going to go back on camera, guys.
Yeah.
No, I lucid dream quite a bit. I actually just went to a sleep clinic because I
How
snore
was
a
that?
lot. Weird. Because we talked about this a little bit before the show started, but like, so I have problems sleeping. I wake up a lot. I think I'm like choking and I snore basically.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, we'll come down, we'll test you. And I'm like, all right, sure, that sounds great. And they go, be here by 9 p.m. And I'm like, I'm gonna go to sleep that early? I do a night show, you know, and
Yeah.
I'm like most of the people that are watching live right now in America. We're like 3 a.m. is like, should go to bed soon.
Yeah.
So I went down there. They put a bunch of like electrodes on my head, and then I slept in an uncomfortable bed. Well, I couldn't fall asleep. They knew I wasn't sleeping. I'm just like laying there staring at the ceiling.
Hmm.
And then at midnight they had some sleep pill. They gave me.
So it worked out at the end.
Yeah. Well, then they wake me up at 5 a.m., which is also very far away from when I normally wake up.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And then you had to like leave at 5 a.m.
Yeah,
Like,
they
get
throw
outta
you
here.
out. It wasn't far from my
They
house.
kick you out of the clinic and throw a mask on the ground behind you.
Get my results back soon.
Oh. Yeah. Could snoring be caused? You sleep on your back.
Yeah, I sleep like a vampire.
Yeah.
With my hands like this.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen it.
Yeah. But sometimes I wake up on my side. The worst
really?
is sleeping on your stomach.
Yeah, I don't get people that sleep on their stomach.
I had a
almost
roommate
never...
in college that would sleep on his stomach. Like with the pillow, so he's like his neck's bent
One
back.
of my
like
4
he's a
children
canoe.
sleeps on her stomach.
Really?
Yes, it's very weird. No one else does.
You sleep on your side?
Yeah, on sides. I flip around a lot and then I move a lot.
Big spoon, little spoon?
Well, right now I have a 1-year-old, so she's in the middle, so I'm whatever spoon she's making me be at the moment. Yeah.
Got it. So I don't know what the deal is. Normally on our show we never have delays like this, but 10
It's
years.
good to kind of do this
Bring it on.
throwback type of thing.
This
Lots
is
of
the
delays.
hard mode for casters.
I think it's, yeah.
We've unlocked everything. If there were unlockables in life, we've done it all for casting.
Pretty much.
We filled it all out.
Yeah. Well, I'm not afraid of anything after that World of Tanks delay. That was...
I think the worst... We did a tournament that was such a disaster that I'm not afraid of anything that can happen anymore.
I know which tournament you're talking about.
We're not going to say, but remember we would... I threw it a commercial, and we were literally on camera for 10 more minutes. I'm like, all right, guys, we'll be right back. And then it's like, you do that thing TV people do where you kind of go, and you know in like 4 seconds at least,
yeah,
the camera's going to go to a commercial, and then it stopped, and I'm like, okay, well. And then I looked at the rest of the staff. I said, okay, can we cut to commercial? What are we doing? And then somebody came up wearing one of these masks. This is all pre-coronavirus, and started talking to me. And I said, I can't. We're still on camera. And then that was.
There's some bad productions some places. GSL's not one of them though.
No, this is the best by far.
Yeah, they're pretty damn good here.
It is interesting doing live events though and seeing like what can go wrong, because actually there's a lot that can go wrong in live TV.
There's a serious amount.
Yeah.
We've been through pretty much everything that can go wrong, I think.
Yeah. I can't really cringe anymore.
No, it's
even
only
when
time
things are
when I-
going bad in a show, or like I say something and I sound stupid, I'm like, all right, it's out there. There's nothing we can do to take it back.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't really care.
I don't care anymore.
Like, there's so much of us speaking on the internet now that when they finally master that technology that like can take your voice clips and
Oh yeah,
make you say
I
things.
think it's basically here now.
You can make me say anything, but the thing is, you'll be like, "Oh, I made you say this, Artosis." I'm like, "I actually said that in one of the shows. You didn't watch enough."
Yeah, that's if there's going to be a scandal. It's going to be one of our voices being like, "StarCraft is a bad game," and it's like,
StarCraft is a bad game.
It's bad for you.
Actually, I say that on stream all the time. It's whatever. I've said
so,
everything.
Production is informing me that there is a lag issue again here. We might have to swap the PCs out.
Oh, you want to hear something crazy that I heard?
Please.
I heard or read this the other day that the English language is so big and kind of complex that on average every person says a sentence that has never been said before.
Wow. That makes sense.
Not you, but like yeah, but no.
No, here's what we got to do. Here's what we got to do is be like, these guys cast in English, and that has the most words.
That's true.
English has more words than other languages.
Yeah.
And that means we're better than the other language casters.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Listen, I love our French friends. You guys are great.
Yeah.
But your language has like 1,000 words in it, and that's it.
That's it.
You can't use bonjour for everything. God.
It can't always be bien, okay?
I know.
But Chinese has the second most words, right?
Does it? Oh, I don't know. I
think
don't know
so.
what has the second most. Maybe.
Not as many as English, though.
Get out of here.
So, we're going to get the PC swapped out. Actually, I'm seeing the Dreams join the game here, so I don't know what the deal is, but
we're going to
we're gonna run a quick test here. As you can see, our GSL jackets this season are also make it safe to ride a bicycle at night. You'll be seeing very easily. That color reflects the headlights.
It's very 80s.
Yeah, you could definitely walk into a waste management plant with that on, and they'd just be like, "Oh yeah, he works here." You know, you could absolutely.
I'm like, okay, who is it? And he's like, he looks over, he's like, that's Nightmare.
Yeah, that's Nightmare.
I'm like, oh, that's why he's not in GSL all the time.
Oh, look at that cake.
10 years.
Yeah, nice Artosis. Nice. Or you could say 5 years plus another 5 years.
10 years ago, 10 years from now.
And think about this, when we did the 20-year anniversary, we can go back and talk about the cake of the 10-year anniversary.
And decide which one was better?
Yeah. All right, guys. Finally, game 1 is ready. Let's do this. Let's eliminate one of these players.
전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우리는 더욱 강하다. 팀 엔딩 나이트메어 참. 브레이브스타 게임 3 조종력.
Ooh. Hoping to see some.
He's not going to see it, though.
Yeah.
Very cool build here by Dream.
So, probably just a proxy Reaper with the factory in the main base. Not that weird, but we'll see. Maybe he'll do the bunker behind. It's always a fun one.
Let's remember that we saw Nightmare do a PVT already, and it was against Maru. So whatever the best PVT builds he had, he probably used them now.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. Now, that being said, he is doing double gas again, but this time it's going to be a proxy starport, it looks like. Which makes this kind of extra interesting, because he's not actually scouting that this is a Reaper, so the Reaper is actually going to be very, very annoying, because you need to make a Zealot to completely stop the damage. Okay, so Shield Battery and Stargate. So most likely it's going to be Void Rays. Obviously, Tempest Rush is a real thing too, so it could be that, but we'll see, I guess. We'll
Now,
see.
keep in mind that the lack of a barracks back at home will affect how this build works out here for Nightmare. So
yeah, that's a good
I'm
point.
really curious about this. This is a moment where you have both players proxying each other.
Dream did get one probe kill already. This is going to be crazy. Look at this, bunker at home. His Reapers are going to come home, but it's like they don't shoot up. And Stargate stuff, none of it's on the ground.
Yeah. Oh boy.
The Void Ray is being chronoed out. The second battery has just now been put down. The Reaper, I believe, did not see even the probe. Oh, man. This is what's so weird about this is, like, they're scouting for it, and the fact that they're not seeing it, and it's so close, makes it even worse for Dream. This is one of the big factors in StarCraft 2 is because you start out with so many workers, and you can proxy in so many locations, and the pace of the game overall is very fast.
Yeah.
Is that you can very easily not see a proxy spot even if you try to look for it.
Ah, very true. Look, there's nothing that shoots up. Holy crap. He's just barely not going to get that.
Yeah. That almost looked for a moment like it was humans in Warcraft 3 where all the peasants just make the thing build faster.
Oh, just barely keeps that alive.
All right, Artosis sounding like a goat when he casted that. Oh, Tasteless. Second Void Ray, though, going to come in here. Now, the Cyclone makes it a lot more complicated to try to do anything with these Void Rays. Void Rays are not fast units, and the Cyclone can always kite. Oh, no, the turret's going to finish.
Oh, he's going to lose one of them.
Okay.
Brutal. Okay, another Void is coming out, though.
I do feel like with this rush, you really can't lose any of the Void Rays. You know,
yeah.
It's kind of like losing the Immortal.
I think it's not over, but as this Cyclone upgrade finishes, it becomes way harder. Like, seriously difficult.
Okay. Void Ray pushed back here.
So we're about to have 2 Cyclones. And the mag field. Watch this lock on. Well, not that one, but the next one.
It's coming. Yeah, you can see even just having an extra infantry unit to soak, it really makes a big difference. I think Terran's going to stabilize Artosis. And I don't know where Protoss wants this game to go from here. Protoss is expanding behind this.
Ooh.
But this is a pretty big investment into units that really can't do much as the game.
Yeah. Void Rays don't scale in this matchup at all.
Yeah, as the game
Not
blossoms,
at all.
there's just not...
They do nothing.
They don't
at
have
all.
a role. It's kind of like the Reaper where, you know,
it's
after
like
a couple minutes,
yeah.
it's like, well, this thing actually has no function, really.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's like you can sit it to catch drops in an area or something, right? Like you might do if you have 1 Phoenix.
Yeah.
That's like it. That's what else does it do? Nothing really. But the thing is, he's stopped at 2 Voids. He is done with this. And Dream does not have an expand.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Okay, well, that was obviously a gigantic mistake. I don't know what he was doing there.
I am very confused. Okay, so am I wrong? Can't Dream just counterattack and win?
Yeah, I think so.
There's like 2 Adepts and an Oracle?
It's hard to imagine being able to live with, with 2 Adepts and an Oracle. Like, 1 Cyclone could probably kill him.
Yeah. But first he's going to come down here and just clean up this stuff.
Yeah, you don't want this left over. Okay, just going to wreck the Stargate down. Okay, all the proxy buildings are gone now. There's a Dark Shrine on the way. I guess that's, you know, as good as you can do here. It's going Dark Shrine and Blink. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, right? Throw down a Stasis Ward. There is a possibility that that catches all the units and buys him a ton of time. Ooh, that was a good shade. I was like, is he just going to lose those?
Yeah.
Why isn't he moving them? He sees them coming.
Okay.
Oh, nice scan.
Yeah, he's ready. He's really ready for everything.
Oh, man.
Okay, let's see if Nightmare can do anything with this. The problem is the Cyclones are so microable. There's also plenty of infantry here as well.
Look at this.
Oh my god, even more Marines come up here.
Okay, well, he's overcharged the battery. He has a DT out. No scans. Look at that Zealot.
Yeah, 2 DTs here. I don't see a scan yet. But the problem is I think 1 scan just kills everything. And
yeah.
There's so many units here, you can actually just run right into the main and start killing workers. In fact, he's going to unpower the 2 pylons.
If he had like way more DTs, maybe this would work a bit better.
The thing is you could just run away.
Yeah.
And look at this.
Well, he didn't have his lock on, so he's actually losing everything.
Wow, I can't believe he actually survived that. That was a lot of damage from DTs with a long time with no scan, but
yeah,
still,
survive's a strong word with the amount of probes left over.
That's
though,
true.
Right?
That's true. He's dead, just not physically. But so the CC has been landed over here. We have some SCVs that have been transferred.
Okay, so you're sitting here on DT Tech and Blink.
Yeah.
21 probes against 32 SCVs. They have better tech than you. Yeah, this is a hard one to try to figure out how you can do anything here. Like, maybe you just go up into Disruptor as quickly as possible and hope your DTs buy you time.
Wow. Yeah, it's hard to imagine, especially with the DT tech out, how the Protoss really comes back. DTs are funny because you can really swing a game if they're unexpected when they come in, but once they're out and known, pretty easy to handle them, you know?
Yeah.
And there's no easy thing to tech to next after that. I mean, I guess you can make them into Archons, and that's fine, but, you know?
Yeah. Well,
but also just the number of probes that were lost as well is pretty brutal.
If he hadn't lost probes, he would have been okay.
Yeah.
Right? But when you lose so many probes, like, you can't produce what your opponent can produce. You can't really do anything. You just have to reproduce your economy first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a terrible situation. Look at that. Getting full intel, Dream just in a dominating spot.
It's funny because I thought clearly Nightmare's going to crush with this build. It didn't get scouted. But yeah, it didn't seem like it was that strong at all.
Well, he lost the first one pretty quickly, right?
Was that just it, though? Was it just because you lose the first one?
Yeah, I think so.
Because it seemed like after a little bit of time, there was absolutely nothing those Void Rays could do. They were inferior units compared to the Cyclones in every way.
Yeah, once the mag field is done, I think that the Cyclones start to wreck a bit, but he had 4 shield batteries.
Oh,
if he hadn't lost that, I think that he has potential to win. Like, I'm not saying that he wins, but he has potential for it at least.
Liberator coming into the main here. We did see that medevac get shot down.
Well, bad gets worse.
Yeah, that's so many probes already. Ugh. Again, right now, Dream is basically untouched on his side of the map. Growth is rampant for him. And again, we're going to have another push coming here soon. I'm actually kind of surprised Dream is just going for more and more harass. I feel like he could actually just assemble his army again together and come here with a push and probably won, but
yeah,
there's a lot of ways
seems
to
like
win
the
this.
most straightforward way, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially the Raven that he has up there. I'm like, huh, that's an interesting choice to have out on the map.
Okay, Stalker's coming home now. Ooh, one shot down. Okay, he's killed more probes. I think we are almost to the end of this game. I just don't see how Nightmare can hang on here.
No, he doesn't have anything.
Now there's enough muscle on the map here for Terran that it's like almost any fight you can basically take.
You can tell Dream like really wants to make sure he finishes this correctly. He's being so careful about everything.
Well, it's smart. I mean, it is easy to overextend and then lose huge chunks of your army and kind of give up your lead. So I appreciate it. It's always easier for us to see since we get to be like omnipresent. We can see everything that's happening in the game.
Yeah.
Where Dream thinks, okay, I just need to win this. GG. I just need to win this and get to the next phase.
Yeah.
I need to get to the round of 16 at GSL. I'm better than my opponent. Let me just not make any mistakes, not overextend, and that's what we saw there. But a lot of that loss also, I think, comes to Nightmare, his build order backfiring, and there's not a lot of avenues to take the game after that.
Yeah.
That's why we don't see that build that often in GSL.
Well, I'm kind of excited to see it, and I want to see it. I want to see some of these funny Void Ray builds actually end up working.
Yeah.
But you got to make sure that you're executing it like perfectly. You can't
Right.
be charging up and attacking a turret, and then the turret finishes and you keep attacking it, and it's like you just take a ton of hull damage, and then everything just starts to get out of hand. Got to be picking off everything on the edges. You got to be stacking your voids so you can actually power down a turret, you know?
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to go to game 2 on Deathra. Let's do this. Whoop. There it is.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 팀 NB, 나이트메어, 장군. 브레이브스타 게임 3 교종력
overall, I've liked the strats Nightmare's brought. The execution is a bit lacking. I know that's what you were kind of looking for earlier on. But yeah, we are seeing it's not that far off, but it's far off enough. And it's such an important aspect in StarCraft 2, you know?
Yeah.
Things
Well,
have high damage output. There's very hard counters. You got to make sure you're nailing it in every move.
This is one of the weird things where you get a huge leg up if you've been a pro for a long time, is being comfortable in a studio like this.
Yeah, that's very true.
Like
comfort under pressure is one of the most powerful things that there is.
Yeah.
You see a lot of players can't get past that.
Yeah. Freak out or lose confidence or have an anxiety attack. I mean, it's hard, man. And it's one of the things that makes it so exciting when we do have somebody new here who can perform.
Yeah.
Because, like...
That's why Royal Roaders are so rare.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, it is an alien experience. As much StarCraft as you played, to come into a big studio like this and there's cameras stuck in front of your face and, you know, a giant big screen behind you. Oftentimes there's audiences. Oftentimes we fill up our entire studio. Obviously not now, but in the past and hopefully soon in the future. It's hard to play your best with that much of a distraction there. You have to condition yourself to be not just comfortable in that environment, but to thrive in that environment.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of the best players never hiccup, even on giant stages. Loud audiences, high pressure, huge amounts of money on the line, and they just focus in and do what they do best. And that's why I'm always interested with a player like Nightmare, where, like, he's good. Like, if you're a diehard StarCraft 2 fan, you definitely already knew who he was.
Yeah.
But it's nerve-wracking here. Also, the background of this tournament is one where, like, players want to win a GSL.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, not just in StarCraft, but in all of esports.
If you can't get over these nerves things, and the thing is, some people like excel in those situations. Those players win a lot of championships.
Yeah.
Some players never get over it.
Yeah, it's true.
We had the very famous case in StarCraft 1 of Kanata. Anyone who ever won a Star League in TVT, thank Kanata.
Yeah.
The winner always practiced with him because
consistently
he was that good.
rank 1 on every ladder, and then he would show up.
He was great. And then he couldn't play live.
Yeah. And what's funny about that, too,
yeah,
is that he became an amazing caster. So you would think, okay, there's also live pressure and doing, you know, unscripted TV. So how funny that he became a successful caster but still couldn't get over that hump as a player.
Yeah, we've had it in StarCraft 2 as well. One of the strategic leaders of Protoss early on, a guy that was very close to my heart, Younghwa. You remember him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we had so many jokes between you and me where it's like, damn, Younghwa is so good, and everybody else dominates on his team but him.
He invented, like, every good macro Protoss build at the beginning of the game. And in practice, he was a monster. And then he just couldn't do it here at GSL. And it was really sad because it's like he was 10 steps ahead of everyone, and it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of players like that over the years. That being said, I don't want to say that Nightmare's in that boat, obviously. We haven't seen enough of his games,
it's worth talking about, too.
Yeah.
Also, you got to keep in mind that was a different era, too, because that was right when StarCraft 2 came out. So there was this dogpiling of everybody trying to see what they could get out of this fresh new game. You know, we don't have a lot of major top-tier RTSs coming out, so that's like when everybody from every RTS came on board. Uh-oh, is he looking?
Oh, okay.
Very good reaction speed.
Yeah, really important right there. Okay, well, he does have...
What?
Well, that's
oh,
too bad.
my God.
That's too bad. But look, he actually has a bunch of Blade of Depths here. Let's see what he gets done. Okay, he actually denies the bunker, which is incredibly important.
And the SCVs might... Oh, no, there's one that can actually get over there. I'm sorry.
This is not going well. 12 probes just died.
Okay.
So we had at least 5 more probes die right there.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So now what? I mean, I feel like we're seeing a lot of blunders here in a row. Okay, so here's where he's going to commit to this. This is 1 sentry for the Guardian Shield, no doubt. It's like he's saving it to have one random force field in the middle of a bunch of Marines that doesn't do anything.
He's going to hallucinate Colossus.
Yeah.
Fight with him.
Oh my God!
Well,
pack it up, boys.
That's too bad. I think he had a really great game one against Maru.
Looks like Tasteless gets to eat his GSL cake a little bit earlier.
Yeah, everything that could go
This
wrong
is
has
sad.
gone wrong.
Look at that. All the adepts are just in the corner crying, hugging each other. Oh, we're gonna die.
Stop being wimps. It's for ire, right? Oh, another 4 probes go down.
No.
Look at that. Oh my gosh.
Wow, 10 adepts killed, 20 probes, killed 1 more prism, and of
Just
course
such
that
a
sentry.
difference. Nightmare just. Ugh. This game
All
is
right,
a nightmare.
Act 3, go. Oh, no. All right.
I mean,
we're gonna have more Widow Mine drops than there are Transformers movies. Let's keep doing this.
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, at this point, he looks really sad. I'm like looking at his face on our big camera.
Yeah, he's like this.
He looks really sad
Yeah.
right now, unfortunately. And I mean,
I feel for him, man.
Yeah, he's better than what we're seeing right here.
Oh,
I think
for sure.
I think he really showed some hints of how strong he can be against Maru.
Well, I think this is a kind of the sign of where the experience level is he made 1 or 2 mistakes, and then it's like a mistake after mistake after mistake. Yeah. And right now, Dream is eons ahead of him. It's 72 supply to 126, which is insane for PvT under 10 minutes in here.
Yeah.
Like, that's a crazy disparity.
He's got twice the army. He's got 50% more SCVs. It's insane. That is not a position you can ever come back from. Yeah, Dream is not going to let up either.
I think Dream probably just.
I think as soon as the army shows itself, we're going to see a GG.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those quick anticlimactic GGs.
Yeah, he like doesn't want to. I almost feel like he just. You don't want to leave just like when a mine goes off in your mineral line. It always feels bad, you know.
Again, more probes being killed here. Oh my God, he's so good.
He has taken so much damage. His hand keeps coming off his keyboard too.
Yeah. No, he's tilted.
Yeah.
He's got a very unhappy look on his face. I feel for the guy though.
No,
you know, this is part of growing as a player. Is you got to
Yeah.
have these awful games where you go, okay.
Well, this really hurts, I think, especially after the nice showing against Maru.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, a lot of fans will just be like, "Oh, Dream, he's nowhere near Maru," but actually in this matchup he is, in my opinion at least, and that's the only one that really matters.
All right, this should be a fatal blow coming here. Right now, Dream is almost maxed out. Just now, Nightmare squeaked into 100 supply.
Hey, he's trying for a fancy engage here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be game here as Dream takes it, crushing Nightmare 2-0, GG, and now we'll go to our final match, which will be Dream versus RagnaroK.
Yeah. That should be a good one again. They had a pretty close series before. I feel bad for Nightmare. That was a really painful way to go out. I hope that he keeps playing. I hope that he goes into qualifiers for the next tournament. Next tournament coming up, I think, is Super Tournament, and then next year's GSLs. But
yeah, whatever that's going to be.
Yeah, I hope that he keeps playing because I like what he's bringing to the table strategically. I really do. I think he's got a good brain on in his head.
Yeah, I chalked that up to experience.
I think you're right.
The wiggles get to you.
The wiggles do get you.
And then, it falls apart from there. Clutch play by Dream, who's been steadily improving.
Yeah.
And this is a great rematch we're going to have here. Guys,
right.
Short break. When we come back, the last set in Group C.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 이거 쓸 수가
아니,
없는데?
저 키워보라고.
성능을 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대화면 16:10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
안녕하세요. 전 프로게이머 이영호입니다. GSL이 10주년이라고 했는데 벌써 또 10주년이나 됐다고 또 이런 생각도 들면서도 또 한편으로는 저는 GSL에 대한 추억이 저도 사실 굉장히 많은데 시간이 진짜 빠른 것 같아요. 그래서 옛날에도 진짜 너무 재미있게 경기했던 기억이 있는데 좀 GSL에서는 성적을 좀 못 내서 GSL 팬분들한테는 좀 제 팬분들한테는 좀 많이 죄송했었는데 그래도 항상 이렇게 보고 있고 후배들 경기하는 거 너무 재밌게 저도 보고 있고요. 앞으로도 이제 또 10년 됐으니까 20년, 30년까지 쭉 잘 돼서 계속 좋은 또 GSL로 남았으면 좋겠습니다. GSL 파이팅!
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 윤현입니다. GSL이 벌써 10주년이 됐다고 하네요. 약 10년 전에 제가 좋은 기억 만들 뻔했는데 결승은 못 가고 4강에서 좌절돼서 많이 아쉬움이 남았던 기억이 많이 남습니다. 앞으로도 많은 명경기들을 기록하는 그런 리그가 돼서 아주 오랫동안 팬들의 사랑을 마음껏 받을 수 있는 그런 리그로 거듭나기를 바라겠습니다. 다시 한번 GSL의 10주년을 축하드립니다.
안녕하세요, 장준호입니다. 올해 GSL이 10주년을 맞이했다는 소식을 전해 들었었는데 한때 리그에 참가했던 선수로서 이번 GSL 10주년을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 제가 스타트를 시작하면서 GSL 참가했을 때만 해도 엊그제 같은데 벌써 10주년이라니 시간이 참 빨리 흐르는 것 같고 감회가 새롭습니다. 앞으로도 지금처럼 많은 이들에게 사랑을 받는 리그가 되길 바라며 참가하는 모든 선수들 항상 경기 힘내시길 바랍니다. 파이팅!
안녕하세요. BJ 철권 무릎입니다. GSL이 벌써 10주년에 이제 도달했다는 얘기를 들었습니다. 정말 축하드리고 앞으로 더 많이 하셔가지고 GSL 20주년, 30주년까지 가시길 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 아프리카 프릭스라는 팀에 소속되어 있는 롤팀 선수 이제 기인이라고 하고요. 이제 스타크래프트 GSL이 이제 10주년을 맞이했다고 들었는데 계속 화이팅 하시고 앞으로도 10년, 20년, 30년 계속 꾸준히 잘 되셨으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 파이팅!
안녕하세요. 페이커 이상용입니다. 이번에 GSL이 10주년을 맞이했다고 들었는데 정말 한 리그가 10년 동안 지속되기가 어려운데 그렇게 지속됐다는 걸 듣고 정말 놀랐습니다. 앞으로도 20주년, 30주년 이렇게 쑥쑥 번창했으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Oh, you can't force field that.
Yeah, no you cannot. And Jinro is going to be able to deal a lot of damage, but when those cool down... It's gonna... Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Tasteless! Jinro might be able to take it. Killing that pylon, only one gateway is going to be able to be used, but he gets rid of that pylon as well.
All right, yes, he needs to come up here. There is an engineering bank.
I cannot believe
he
what
might
I'm
actually
seeing.
want to make. Yeah, I was going to say make a start here. You
Close
can relocate
command.
the command center all the way over here.
That's right.
He's going to take his opponent's base. Oh my God, the command center's getting low, Artosis.
Oh my
God.
There is
What?
a possibility of a draw here.
Yeah,
an absolute possibility of this being a draw. Actually, MC.
Actually, I think
has
MC
a
will
BT
now
out
win
there.
this.
Yeah, MC's going to take it because he has that Nexus.
You can't make a command center. Kill up all the probes or kill up the Nexus if it's even possible.
Yeah, with two.
And then try to just cause a stalemate. But I don't think there's any way he can actually
No.
move all of this
Against the two DTs,
all the way
it's just-
down.
I think we're going to be seeing a GG from Jinro reasonably quickly here.
I think General's actually going to fly in here. He's going to see the number of probes.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, oh, I'm actually so far behind.
Yeah. He knows there's DTs. GG. TG, GG.
GG.
Terrible game, good game. Congratulations. And MC crushes his way to victory 4-0.
That's
unbelievable. Multitask. Stim is almost
done. Uh-oh.
Banelings. Great micro by Nada. The Marines behind him dealing all the damage. And the Banelings coming in.
Oh! Very nice.
Very sloppy here by both players, but that is exactly what we should be seeing. Microing on two fronts. Only a few. Here comes some more Banelings.
He needs to get rid of the Marines. That's actually what's most important here.
Yeah, if he can kill off all these Marines, it looks like he'll kill them enough.
I think he's actually killed off enough.
Yeah.
Oh, Jelizer.
Decisive mood.
Uh-oh.
Here comes that decisive mood. A ton of Banelings. The Mutila's coming from the sides.
The Banelings, it's tough to call. Yeah, no, it's not tough to call. Look at that. I'm sorry. That's actually, he's going to wreck that.
Jelizer giving himself one chance to roll over Nada's army and does it.
You know, it's funny. I wasn't sure if he was actually going to hold that.
Wow, man. Just beautiful, beautiful play by Jelizer.
Whoa!
And he's decided it is time.
That's going to be it. He's going to lose the gold base. Nada.
Banelinging the planetary.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Out.
Where's battle? Hold that thought, actually.
There we go. He's not sieging up now, but the Banelings do close in this time. And now Nada's going to have to make a hasty retreat. Those Banelings, very scary, but he has enough left over. The 2-2 Marines from Medevacs, more than enough to chase off the Mutas.
He needed those Mutas to target fire the tanks earlier. Well, you know, he
50 Banelings right now.
Oh, I question this decision.
Yeah, this is a weird one,
but it might actually work.
Well, he's got to kill off these Marines, Tasteless.
Oh,
so many Banelings dying there. Siege tanks spread out very, very well. The Thors taking so many hits.
Oh my God, he's going to lose all the Mutas.
He is, and I think that's going to be GG.
What?
Guys, we're just going to have to learn together.
All right. Would it be funny?
Oh my God! Oh my God, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. This has a trillion IQ. This is why he raced the layer. This is why he wasn't mining gas. Best team for president.
Oh man, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's actually the coolest thing I've ever seen. I've seen cool stuff.
Unbelievable. I've been to coolhunter.com. Sorry.
That's fine. Nesty don't care. Because right now Nesty is taking a third base, getting his gases, making queens, making probes.
He will probably get the gateway as well. Yeah, he absolutely will. So this is right. The Nexus should by all means go down. There's not Zerglings and Hydras here that even if he tries to engage, as you see here, the result is a loss. And I think if he loses the second Nexus, I would assume any pro will GG.
Yeah. Children are still hopeful.
All right, and here comes the GG. GG. Now there's another automaton. I hope that one manages to live. Let's see here, though.
Here we go. Charge lots coming in. And, well, he force fields that in. Targeting on the siege tanks with those immortals. And most of those Marines were on a move command instead of firing, unfortunately. And loses a lot more than he actually had to there, but still gonna hold. I guess that's it. Here we go. Some DTs being put in, but a scan going down as well. Got some High Templars in there. Side storming the Marines, good side storms. But does he have enough to actually break this bunker line?
Those immortals in the tanks. You know what? I think he's actually. I think Actually managed to hold that off.
Still the bunkers left, and, well, does he have another side storm? No, and Archon just got it sitting there. Definitely should not have gone around to those rocks to try to bust him. Should have moved out much quicker, not let any tanks get into siege mode in any good positions. And that is going to be it, man. We're going to be seeing a GG momentarily here.
Yeah, Inka's gone. Unbelievable game here. Yeah. Reigns fans in the audience going very happy.
And here we go.
Oh, bad siege positioning.
Yeah, really bad siege. Does target down a High Templar. Side storm going off. He runs into the side storm, runs out of the side storm.
And I cannot believe I'm actually seeing this. Rain had the game, but just couldn't keep it together. And wow, man, that is going to be GG.
Yeah,
I know we said a little while ago it was GG for the other player. Well, that
it
we
was
were right that time, but
he messed up so badly.
Oh my God.
Round of 24. Maru. Nightmare. RagnaroK. Dream. Africa TV. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020. GSL Season 3. Codes. Last Stand.
Nine years. Oh, I mean 10 years of GSL. Happy birthday, GSL. GSL is now in 4th grade.
4th grade. What else happens
Look
in
at that.
10?
That cake has a bow tie at the bottom. I didn't notice that. Is that bow tie edible? Why does our cake have a Chippendales bow tie on it?
It's going to be so sexy when we take that bow tie off it.
That's right, man. Look, there's a bow tie at the bottom. Keep panning out.
Yeah, there it is. That's definitely edible. I watched some of those cooking shows where they make cakes and stuff.
You can make a cake into anything, man.
Yeah, you can. Have you seen Cake Boss?
Yes.
It's the worst show ever made.
Yes.
It's so hilarious. It's like, so this is happening, and you know what I thought? We're gonna make them a great cake.
Game 1, Submarine, RagnaroK Dream, the rematch. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 우리는 더욱 강하다. 알파렉, 라그나로크, 신이버.
Yeah, I gotta say, actually.
Yes.
RagnaroK, whenever we look at him on the camera, he looks like he knows something that we don't know and he's gonna surprise us.
Yeah, no, there's something mischievous about his look for sure.
There really is.
He's actually been making some YouTube content as well.
Yeah, I know he does make some great stuff.
And very cool. This is kind of the era we're in now where everybody's having to kind of do your own content stuff. As the world grinds to a halt with coronavirus.
Yeah, that's certainly true. RagnaroK started a bit ago, actually. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the. Is he like making a ton of new stuff, or I haven't seen it in a bit?
I mean, you know, when there's downtime, I think more is coming out.
Yeah.
I think it slows down before his big matches, which is normal. You know, a lot of these pros kind of disappear right before the big matches. They don't want to.
Yeah, you got to
stream their games.
Extra practice.
Yeah.
Looks like a Reaper opening here. Regular from the other side of RagnaroK. SCV Scout, you'd probably just see the hatch and turn around. Maybe he'll go to the third, we'll see. No,
So these guys had a pretty dramatic series early on.
Yeah.
Where RagnaroK won. Very close game. But then we get to see why Maru is so profoundly good. Is like, it was almost like Maru was playing a different race than what Dream was playing.
Yeah, you know, sometimes people do get called the fourth race, and
yeah.
Maru is one of them, where it's like his Terran is so different from everyone's Terran. Even TY and Innovation, it's like, for the most part, Maru's just better, you know?
Yeah.
they have some great stuff that they're really good at, but like they probably look up to Maru's play. Remember, for a little bit, Hydra was actually called the 4th race, and for a little, then Fruit Dealer was. But they called it like a Zerg with 2 Z's, because it was like, you know, like Jang, like the best.
Yeah, yeah, it's a different letter in Korean, yeah.
So.
Did we get pizza? Is it bringing pizza in here? Oh my God. Artosis, I think there's going to be a pizza party for us when we're done here. Cake and pizza?
All right, Heartburn City.
Heartburn
Here we
Town.
come.
Yeah. Guys, again, thank you for joining us here on the 10-year anniversary. Season 3, 2020, man. And I know our finals is going to be better than the last one.
Yeah, it has to be. Imagine if it's Rogue versus Stats again. Stats just doesn't show up.
By the way, you know, in celebration of GSL, one of the really cool things was when we the show was sold on to YouTube. It's not on Twitch anymore now. We didn't lose any viewers.
Yeah, it does
you know
well
how
on
crazy
YouTube,
that is?
actually.
We didn't know what was going to happen. It's
that
like,
was
no.
kind of a surprising thing, I think.
Yeah, I think everybody was kind of surprised at that, where it's like, oh, people that watch GSL are going to watch it no matter what.
It's very
Not
cool.
a lot of shows get that.
Oh,
You move to a different platform, much harder to to make it. So, one feature that we saw with Dream's play compared to Maru's, Dream's much more passive. Oh my God.
Yes!
Yes! More pauses. More pauses.
This is what I was really
This
waiting
is
for.
what real esports is.
Okay.
It's like
so some issue here.
Look, he does look mischievous.
Well, especially when he's playing.
Yeah.
He's got almost like a smirk on his face when he's
Yeah.
playing, like a half smirk. Or he's like, I know something you don't know. See right there? He's kind of like, I've already thought about this. You haven't, though.
Yeah. Well, here we are, guys. This is going to be record number of pauses. Took us 10 years, but we made it. Exactly 10 years.
Always set new records.
The
It's
headset's
important.
coming off here.
May as well. You use earbuds to play, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, why?
I find that if I have to wear like a big headset, I mean, I should actually probably give it a try, but I find if I have a big headset on, sometimes it hurts my ears. But I haven't gotten like a really high quality.
Well, what you
headset.
need to do is go to a headset place and try them all on. I only buy headsets that don't touch my ears.
You know what was
if they
garbage
touch my
was
ears,
the
they hurt. Yeah.
Beats by Dre headsets. Remember how those are all overhyped? Those things sucked.
Yeah, I never got one actually. So I don't-
Garbage.
Okay.
Also, I use AirPods when I'm wandering around, so I'm very used to that. Something being inside my ear.
Yeah.
You use your earbuds, right? I feel like when I watch you stream,
No, I
You have a
use
headset
a
on?
headset. Yeah. Earbuds don't stay in my ears well. Only the apple-shaped ones. I don't
You
know what it is, but
you know what it is,
literally
Artosis?
nothing stays in
You
my
have
ears.
weird ears.
Like if you ever watch me on any production where I'm on camera for a long time, but we're using earbuds like DreamHacks and stuff, literally every time if we're on camera for more than like 30 seconds, my earbud will fall out
actually,
of my ear.
that's true. I find my earbuds always pop out.
Yeah. My face moves too much. I have a very emotive face.
I think the problem is when you talk, Artosis, your ears shake.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Everyone's ears shake because of the epicness that's coming out of my mouth.
That's right.
Like, oh no, it's Artosis talking. Is he making a curse? All right, little Reaper jumping up here. Little pokey poke. Skinny scout.
Don't think this Reaper's going to make it.
No, not for too long.
The Spires started. The Baneling's Nest is halfway done.
Look at that. 3 Hellions have fallen. Only a single Ling. Definitely seeing that difference once again. Maru would have killed like Lings and like 10 tumors by now.
Yeah. But this is what worries me is like RagnaroK was a Zerg that was held accountable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you look at Maru's games with RagnaroK, Maru's there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
All right, get your
he was held accountable.
Get your delay punch card out here.
Maru audited his Zerg and found it lacking and punished him for it.
Yeah, well, Maru controls the Zerg. I worry that in this series, Dream is sort of like not he's doing a little bit of, how do I say this, too much single player.
Yeah,
You know, he's kind of staying back and being like, well, I better not forget my depots and barrackses.
That is important. It's more important than Hellion harassment, but you got to do both. You want to win in GSL.
RagnaroK's only got one more pause here.
Only one more pause remaining?
Only one more pause remaining.
Ooh, that's brutal.
By the way, guys, it's been monsoon season for like 2 months.
It's been
today's
the longest one in, like, I forget how long, but a really long time this
It's just
monsoon
been
season.
gray or just pouring rain. And this combined with coronavirus, I feel like I was living in the apocalypse for quite some time now. We're also on level 2.5 lockdown out here.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody was praising Korea for handling it well, and then we had another major outbreak, and now it's not good.
But I think the cases per day went down slightly.
Yep.
In the past day.
Better
so
be,
that's
because
good.
no one's doing anything or
That
going
is
anywhere.
true. The subway is empty. Everything is empty. Except here at GSL.
So I don't know what's going to happen here. There appears to be lag spikes going on.
Yeah. We'll fix it. Eventually.
I don't know if we can fix it, is what worries me.
No?
I worry that this may be out of our hands, Artosis.
Well, I mean, if you want to look at it big picture, yeah, entropy exists, and eventually all of this is going to be gone. But I think today here, these problems, I think we can get through them.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're going to finish this group, and the better player is going to end up winning. Whoever that may be.
I think it's going to be RagnaroK again.
You think so?
I think Dream is...
They had a good series before.
They did, but I think RagnaroK, he knows how to win versus Dream.
Yeah?
All right, let's get us back on camera.
If you say so, Tasteless, you're the boss.
What you guys don't know is there's little pedals under the table, and that's how I control the cameras with those.
People do.
I
think
do
that.
everything.
Artosis, can you get the music turned up?
Do you guys read the
No,
chat
I really
while
can't.
you're casting?
No, we do not.
Yeah. I've cast with people who do read the chat.
You can't do that.
You cannot do that. I know.
Can't do it.
I'm like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
why are you on your phone while we're working right now? This is crazy. So, is this our 6th delay? Right?
Oh, I don't know. It might be. That sounds about right.
Here we are.
Eventually, it just gets comical, where it's like I'm almost hoping for more delays because I just want to see how.
I want
far
to
it
see
can
how
be
much
pushed.
more we can do here. It's going to be a longer day here, right? So we started at 5. It's 8:38 right now. Okay, so after we pause the game, we fix the issue, we resume the game, and then his hotkeys were reset.
That's a weird one.
Yeah.
That's a weird one. I don't
Yeah.
know what to say about that one.
So they're going to restart it. They're going to check it. They're going to resume the game.
Yeah.
But who knows what's going to happen then? He might look down and he has hooves for hands. Can't play StarCraft with hooves.
No, it's very, very
Yeah.
tough.
Unless you're a Protoss player.
Yeah, you said it, not me, Tasteless. What was your about?
I was just trying to find something to say.
Yeah.
But I have nothing to say. I am, in fact, an empty vessel. There is nothing else
You
to
are.
me other than
I already know
some
everything
StarCraft
about you
content. Yeah,
and everything
we've
about
had
me.
we've had every conversation we can have. Artosis.
It took 10 years. I thought it would
Yeah.
last longer than this, but it actually hasn't. We've run out.
Do not forget that there is a mini documentary that will be playing after the games are done, whenever that happens because of the delays. But very cool.
Yeah, it's
Little,
it's
you get to
almost 20
see-
minutes long.
To see
and
where we live.
That's true. You
Get
get
to
little pics
see
of our houses.
My cats.
Yeah. You get to see my streaming PC.
So you
from
just
the
see me
other side.
walking around, and I want you guys to know when in this scene, because let me let you in
Oh, I
on a
think
little
we'll just cross the street right here.
insecurity.
Yeah.
That was very good reenactment of that.
Yeah.
We're okay at this, but if it involves us walking, nerds aren't good at walking.
No,
nerds
nerds are
Artosis
not
is like
good
when
at
I see you get up and walk out of your stream, I do one of those. I go
Really?
like that. Yeah.
Oh,
but
damn.
whenever I see a video of myself, what happens is my head kind of goes like down like that, and then my shoulders kind of come
Yeah.
forward, and I kind of do one of these.
You almost
chimpanzee
like
moves like this.
Yeah, if you were any more forward, you would
Imagine
actually
my legs are moving under the table.
You would walk like Sonic the Hedgehog, where you just kind of roll forward.
So there's scenes of me walking and this. And I want you guys to watch because I was using every muscle in my body to be like, I'm a normal person, I'm a normal person, I'm a normal person.
You can't look normal to me, Tasteless. I love when your cat ran away from you. That was great.
Yeah. Took forever to get that
You
cat
just
out.
shook your head. You're like,
I know.
Your cats are a little bit shy when people go over. I've noticed.
Well, the thing is, there was like 5 people filming.
Yeah.
In my apartment.
5 people?
Yeah.
Only 3 people came to my apartment.
They need more people when they're filming Tasteless. They got to get a lot of different angles of me.
Yeah, all those angles you walking like an alien.
Walking like this through the streets.
Damn.
All right, come on. What are we doing? Let's pause the game and get back to another delay here.
I'm sure we will in a moment.
So, again, my critique here, just of Dream from the previous series, is that I do feel like he was too passive. You gotta rough up the Zerg. You gotta control him.
Yeah, he's not clearing creep like Maru does. That is a fact. He loses some extra Hellions early on. He's not really getting damage done. Maru retains units. It's one of the most important concepts in StarCraft is keeping your army alive.
Look, he's trying to tell us something. He's writing letters with the creep. Jay, get the Ouija board, Artosis.
Jay, that's not a letter. That's a number! Ah!
All right. You're funny, Artosis.
I've just seen that dumb meme too many times.
Yeah. I feel like we still generate lots of new good memes, but occasionally people are just like, remember the first year!
Yeah. Remember this meme!
All right. Muta's coming through here again.
Ooh.
RagnaroK just abusing the Terran here. There's not enough Marines at any point in time. That's an entire production group that just got wiped out.
And a tank.
Yeah.
And now even more. Like, these are doing serious damage. Oh, this has to be really frustrating. You know what I think is extra frustrating here as well, as Dream, is that the game's been paused so many times that you already probably feel a little bit out of your rhythm, but then, like, you lose that much. But then you kill the mutas, so maybe it's okay.
Yeah. But then you make more.
But then you made more.
But then you lose the game. But then you come back in game 2 and 3 and you win. But then you get sick. You can't come to the studio.
Yeah.
But then you get better and you're back living life.
The ups and downs.
Okay, so we got a push coming through here. Now again, the muta count was pretty greatly reduced. This is a lot of units on creep though. He needs to clean up those creep tumors. Ling's coming forward.
Yeah, don't get much done there. All right. Dream's getting some things going. I like it. A lot of mutas being made right now though. He's gonna have to be careful. His army is not that big over here. Look, the mutas are gonna come back and try to do something similar. No, Marine's gonna chase him away. RagnaroK taking another base during all this.
Okay, so again, RagnaroK probably not having enough to really break in there. This is sort of what he needed to do that I was being critical of him before, but again, he's, I think, a little bit too far back. But let's see with this next wave coming up here. This might be enough muscle he can start to really take down this base. RagnaroK is also securing a 5th way far away in the bottom left corner of the map.
Yeah, that's. I kind of like the location overall because Dream is focusing on the creep at the top, so it makes no sense to expand across the top anymore, right?
Right,
because that's already a point of tension, so you may as well expand the other direction.
Okay, this is actually pretty bad. He cannot afford to have Banelings be hemorrhaged here. A lot of siege tank hits connected with that. I love this. The Lings can now be part of the counterattack, taking out the 3rd base.
Oh, really nicely done here from RagnaroK. Gonna get even on top of this Thor. Beautifully done, a magic box as well.
Oh my God.
No, he was not looking there. He was microing at home, and all of his Marines die instantly to Banelings.
The multitasking is lacking here.
Oh, he might even get Drilling Claws.
I think it's actually gonna finish. Yep,
Well,
just barely finishes.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, RagnaroK is just better at controlling a game. He's just so much faster than Dream. It's kind of crazy because Maru smashed RagnaroK so hard. But this, you know, you see this in GSL, just how different top 24 players, the skill difference is there. It's crazy.
That is true.
The skill expression in StarCraft is insane.
It really, really is. Like, how many players do you actually put on Maru's level?
Yeah, it's insane.
Like 1 to 0 maybe? I don't know. All right, game's slowing down a little bit. Dream does have his fourth. It's an important thing to note. When he got his fourth base, he put up some good fights before, so very important. But RagnaroK has taken a lot here. He's got that fifth in the bottom left. He has a huge group of units down there. Waiting, I guess.
Okay. I worry, man. I worry for Dream. I just don't see. Now, we're in the same situation again here. RagnaroK has complete map dominance.
Yeah.
There's no. I don't see any soft spot where Dream could push. In fact, RagnaroK's even taking an additional base in the top right here.
Well, I think it is the time to just spread your bases out and make, like, overtax your opponent, right? How do you hit all these locations? But look, last time, Dream did do a good job, right? He's got those drilling claws now, which did a great job before. Cancels that one. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
A little victory there.
You know, because the last time the game looked kind of like this, we were definitely really feeling RagnaroK. The thing is, I still feel him here like he should be able to win. But Dream did some good fighting before. It's just, I think if RagnaroK is quicker to rotate where he's attacking into, it's going to be much harder for Dream. Look, another base down at the bottom. Another mine drop coming out as well.
The gas and the minerals are banking up pretty highly here for RagnaroK. I wouldn't be surprised if very soon we see an insane number of banelings being made. Because at some point in time, you know, Zerg's gotten big enough, it's going to be time to start to hit somewhere.
Yeah, eventually he needs to roll in, but if his opponent literally doesn't move and stays turtled, it's probably not smart to attack. I think you do have to wait him out, right? You have to wait until he moves something. Well, that is a lot of link bait. My God.
Okay, and again, you can trade very inefficiently here, and it's completely acceptable because of the crazy lead that you've actually taken.
All right, decent mines. Not the absolute best, but oh. Okay, only one gets off there.
So another push coming out here. And there's not many places Terran could take anymore. In fact, frankly, I think there's just one, the top right. This base over here to the left, hard for Terran to actually keep. I mean, Zerg's already got it, but it's really, really tough for Terran to take that and hold it. It's very easy for Zerg to spread creep to that area and just hit it over and over again.
And honestly, I like that he's put on some spines and spores at some of these bases just to slow down harassment, right? So that he doesn't have to instantly be everywhere. Because this is far for him too, even though he has creep and mutas.
Okay, Dream is pushing in up here, taking this base out. It's going to be hard for either side to occupy too much of the top right. But now we have a big attack. Oh my God, that Widow Mine hit was insane.
Sick.
Wow. Okay, I think actually RagnaroK might have messed up on two different fronts, and this is going to be a huge swing in the favor of Dream right now.
Yeah, it might be for now, but he does have ultras on the way, right? So the character of these battles is going to change.
Yeah. So one of the other mini games that's going on besides these fight over expansions is that the Zerg basically wants to have occupied more of the map for longer and therefore soaked up more of the resources for longer in order to win the game.
Right, rolling across the map with a lot of Banes right now. Ultras are about to pop. Looks like one down in that bottom base, which is hilarious because it's going to rally through all the units and die.
We've got another push coming through here. The creep at the bottom center has been cleaned up pretty effectively.
Yeah, still some cost inefficiency going on for RagnaroK, but like you said, you know, if you're sucking up that many resources, it can be okay.
It's okay.
Just kind of, it's like you're using the eraser function in like Photoshop or something here with the banelings.
Yeah, basically.
Where it's like the eraser function gets slightly smaller as you erase, but it does erase anything you touch.
These are literally banelings just connecting on top of Thors, overextending and running back, and you're probably still going to be ahead.
Yeah.
It's funny, Zerg's so preoccupied trying to take that base over there. By the way, Dream is starting to get to a pretty crazy position where he's going to have actually more of the map than the Zerg will.
Yeah, he really is. But the Ultras are coming. 3-3 is about to finish. Ultra Speed very close as well. Those are all really, really important. But I feel like we're once again seeing like that. We could see better places for RagnaroK to attack. You know?
I agree.
Like, here he is, he just keeps running Banes into, like, Thor Marauder and keeps fighting down here at the bottom. Whereas if he just rotated that army real quick up across the map, he can kill top right and lose the base. Like, trading 1-for-1 base, I think it's okay here. Okay, Ultra's come in for a flank, and it looks like he should have enough to knock this out.
Yeah, this is just so much. He's going to completely decimate everything here.
Yeah, the Thor is going to be taken out here.
It's crazy how much Ultras change a fight. You know, they just can take so much damage.
They deal a hell of a lot of damage, too.
Yeah, especially when you combo them with Lings and Banes as well. Now, Dream has lost a lot of supply here, and it's not going to be easy to come back. Granted, Zerg is not maxed out either. We need to see if Zerg can take out the bottom and the upper right base. I feel like the upper right corner has been a little bit neglected by RagnaroK.
Yeah.
I feel like that base is actually so important.
Yeah. I think that with some of these kind of cost-inefficient things we've seen RagnaroK doing, he could have probably picked off the top right.
Yeah.
And if he can pick off the top right, it might not be as worth it for Dream to be attacking up there, right? But Dream has taken the 6 o'clock base, so he just keeps attacking into here. And we see just lots of drones going down. It's hard for him to actually hold on. But he just popped out 8 more Ultras, so I think he has like 10 now.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy amount. And now we're going to see him both defend that expansion and now dive in on top of this planetary over here.
My God.
And there's just not enough. Even with all these SCVs repairing, I think this is going to be taken out with ease.
That is a huge amount of Ultras. You rarely see this many.
Yeah, this is crazy.
You're definitely right. They will knock down a planetary very quickly.
Now, there's no Lings here. You need to have some Lings with the army, but there are plenty more being produced here.
Yeah, he's going into a building area. This is how you can throw away Ultras very, very well. As they start going single file through buildings. Yeah. The Marauders kite.
They get stuck in this kind of ant farm.
This was
terrible.
Wretchedly bad.
Yeah.
That was
I can't believe how many units he just threw away there. That was the worst thing.
Awful attack. Like, I talk about this so much
it.
that I didn't say it when all the Ultras came out, but Ultras are really more of a defensive unit. GG's there.
That was so bad.
He threw away like 8 to 10 Ultras.
But he won the fight. He had a bunch of Lings making. What you do is you back up, wait for the Lings to come in, and then you can come in there and smash that base.
Here's the other thing you do. You only hit stuff that's on the very fringe with your Ultras. They play defense and hit the fringe. You never go into an area full of buildings, ever, because that's what kills Ultras. They're too big. They get glitched out. They go single file. They don't have the Lings, like you said. This is why Zerg players for 10 years have thought Ultras suck, is because they make moves like that.
Yeah.
Ultras are great. That move was terrible.
Ultras also allow you to really just keep the map. You know, Terran can't siege up and hold their ground anymore. Ultras are too tanky and just come in there and
you have to change your comp against it.
But the thing is, I think he could have even attacked in there if he just waited for his Lings. Get enough Lings.
I still think it's a bad idea. I think you should be playing cleanup.
No matter what, that just the Ultras alone does not cut it. They're units that need to be built in with an army. They're not the army.
Yeah.
Dethra. Mothra. Let's go. Game 2, RagnaroK vs. Dream. Hopefully RagnaroK has a better showing.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 알파 X, RagnaroK, 신입업. 브레이브스타 게임 드림 조종력.
It was quite a good back and forth game, I think, in a lot of ways. I think RagnaroK, once again, like, he makes some choices about his attack and his defense. Okay, to try to make this as simple as possible, I think he over-defends areas that are going to be too hard to defend. Like, he'll try to keep a hatchery alive, and the Terran will have it in their sights, and he'll just lose countless units trying to keep it alive. And it's like, oh, we could just... if every time Terran attacked a base like that, you killed one of his bases, that's going to be a better move, rather than lose Banelings 12 times at it and then it dies.
Do you think that RagnaroK is actually exhausted? He's had, out of all the games here today, he's had the longest and I think hardest.
Yeah,
I mean,
yes,
Dream, it was a breeze going up against Nightmare.
Yeah, that's.
I feel like certainly, just stamina is a thing, guys, in these groups, and not all the games are even. You know, sometimes you'll have a 2-0 that was so easy, and other times it's a 1-2 that took an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, so it's. I do feel like RagnaroK looked like just a worse version of himself in that last game.
Maybe.
This is why
I thought he was doing a lot of things well, and then just kind of botched it over time. But
I don't know. I feel like he would look stronger overall.
I think while fatigue definitely can be real, I feel like it's only real in some of the most crazy games, and you should, as a pro gamer, be able to pull yourself out of that.
Yeah.
Because that's like, I mean, already you practice a lot, but like when you're a pro gamer, you have this one day where you just have to be in perfect form, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like your GSL group. So if you win there, then in 2 weeks you'll play again, and then in another week you'll play again, and then, you know, by then you're probably out. And you have to have energy, right?
Right.
Eat right and have as much coffee as you need and whatever. So if it's fatigue, it's like,
look at this little fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like a lot of that was just, in that last game was RagnaroK falling apart at the end. Just not quite able to keep it together. Kind of fizzling out.
Yeah, a little bit. Dream played well, though.
I know this feeling that when you make a bad play, you're like watching yourself make a bad play.
Yes.
You almost have like an out-of-body moment where you're just seeing yourself, and it's like,
yeah,
this is terrible.
Sometimes before I do something really bad in a game, I'll be like, I know this isn't going to work. And I do it anyways.
Yeah.
I'm like, I see the lurkers, and I'm like, I can break that.
Yeah.
But really in the back of my head, I'm like, I can't break that, but I'm going to try. You know, because what if I do? What if it breaks? It's like, oh, gosh, that was not a good move. Oh, by the way, we have a BC rush here.
This is a cool alternative play style here from
Yeah.
Dream that we haven't seen. I almost
Sometimes-
forgot this was a thing after the way our games are going here.
I was saying I thought I'd see him do this against RagnaroK in the last match. I thought he was going to do it game 2, actually. Because game 1 really didn't go that well for him, and I know that he falls back onto like BC Hellbat sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that will be this. We'll see if he starts an Armory relatively soon here. I think it will be BC Hellbat, though. So starts a Banshee, cancels Banshee, yeah, and gets that BC going.
So yeah, Terran just staying out here, trying to control the creep. We're still waiting for that BC to start to play a role here. It's fun to see there's been so many new styles introduced, you know?
Yeah.
BC is one of those units where it's hard to, especially, StarCraft 1 too, it was hard to find a role for it a lot of times.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it was used in TVT, but in a lot of the other matchups, we've
Sure.
seen it now used in TVZ. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it.
There is. It's a very cool unit like that now. And it's nice to see it. I mean, we saw it against Protoss like a couple times here and there, but not really here. Whereas against Zerg, this is a very strong opener, and he is getting the Armory, by the way, so I think it will be the Hellbat BC into mech. And then, of course, you know, we see it sometimes in TVT in the late game if it goes Sky Terran versus Sky Terran. Yeah, it's cool when the really late game units can be worked in some.
It does seem like StarCraft 2 doesn't have as much of the problems that StarCraft 1 had, where there were certain units you just couldn't incorporate.
Oh, in certain matchups and
like
stuff.
Scouts, it's like, no.
Yeah, they just don't fit.
They're just not very good. Or Ghosts is another great example.
Yeah, I guess you can mostly use all the units against all the races in StarCraft 2. That is definitely something it has that doesn't really exist in StarCraft 1.
I think so, right? I mean, the Void Ray has been a black sheep unit for a while, but actually the Void Ray...
It's been the worst unit in the game for years.
Yeah. I think its overall features don't really put it into a situation where you really want to try to invest into that type of unit, you know?
Yeah. Okay, we have two groups of Hellions right now. Here comes the BC with this group. Second BC is nearing completion.
Okay, here comes that push now. And this is enough roaches that even though the battle cruiser can do damage, the ground army absolutely can't occupy this area at all.
Yeah, very true. Actually only kills a roach there. The other roach gets away. Meantime, the rest of the Hellions coming in for some harassment.
If they could just get to those drones, that would be great, but good blocking there with those lings, keeping that out.
Fantastic.
And so far, I'll tell you what, Dream has not done the damage he was looking for at all.
No, he hasn't, but he's actually being pretty reserved with the BCs as well. I feel like he's not trying for as much damage as a lot of people do, right? A lot of people just teleport instantly onto drones. Here, he's flying across the map, he's being careful, he's just picking things off on the edges. Thing is, he's getting himself into a nice mech game, so it's like, it's all right. You don't have to do a ton of damage with BCs. They can just be some harassment and help you on defense as well. All right, Corruptors, quite a few Corruptors coming across the map. He's really making a lot of Corruptors.
Yeah, he's heavily invested in this. Well, Corruptors are funny because, like, you end up completely muting any air advantage, and then you must beat me to it, and then you can start to destroy buildings on the ground. Which, by the way, I think this made the Corruptor a lot more interesting.
Definitely, definitely.
Before then, the Corruptor was literally like the most one-dimensional RTS unit of all time.
Yeah.
The Corruptor had no friends.
Yeah, it was such a stupid design. But with that, it does become interesting. There was that one base trade game with Raynor against Serral. That was like the coolest Corruptor game ever.
Yeah.
The coolest ever.
Before that, the Corruptor had to sit alone when he ate lunch at school. Or maybe he had to sit with a kid that eats his own boogers.
He sat with all the other Corruptors.
Yeah. Okay, really good catch here. I'm liking this play from RagnaroK. I feel like RagnaroK is bringing this game into a realm where it is winnable. But we got 3 battle cruisers coming across the map. I'm sorry, where are the Corruptors on the map now? I don't see them on the minimap at all.
I'm not sure right now.
Oh, I think
they might
at
be that
6
central
o'clock.
position.
Oh, maybe you're right.
You see that group of units that's like near the speed
you're
chiller?
right, you're right.
Yeah, that's them. That's them.
Meanwhile.
But he does have his teleports, right? So
here come the battle cruisers now. And they're going to be able to Yamato down Queens or Corruptors or anything here. But RagnaroK's growth rate is pretty good this game.
all right, kind of nice BC harassment, as long as he gets out of here.
Yeah, you basically need advantage before the Corruptors get there. Here we go.
All right, he's losing one at least.
Whoop. Oh, think again,
wow.
Artosis.
Yeah, what a fool I am. Felt like he was going too late there, but hey, that was really good harassment. Keeps them all alive. Ooh, nice mine hit. Yeah, I don't think you're going to do too much here, to be honest.
Takes out that tank. Maybe he'll try to spray down a few more of the depots here. Might as well. Yeah, this is annoying, man. Terran supply blocked.
All right.
And again, we're having a very alternative TV Z here, where Terran is going into mech from those battle cruisers. But you know, when you go for mech, you're really giving the map to Zerk for a little while here.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Now he is doing some harassment with those BCs.
He's also
he
trying
does have a complement of battle mech here, so he can maybe be a little bit more active than normal.
Well, RagnaroK's also trying to trade off these units that aren't very viable in the late game.
More Lings and Roaches actually from RagnaroK, so he is going to stay on this course. That doesn't give him like a whole lot of options, but maybe he feels like he can get a good trade coming up. Some transfusions going down here on the Corruptors. Rehealing them up.
Terran slowly expanding out, slowly stretching on the map here. By the way, there's a lot more bases Zerk can still take here. That's something we want to watch for here. The last map, you start to run out of room pretty quickly. By the way, another big Roach attack coming in here. And you know, with mech, it's hard to get things started as quickly. Here come those Corruptors as well to try to snipe that battle cruiser, and I do not think it's going to be able to get away in time. What?
Oh, I think it actually, yeah, it did.
I think it probably exploded in the area teleported. I refuse to accept that.
That feels like it. I mean, the Roach attack is, well, I mean, it's killed a bunch of units, but not that much economy. Here we see the Cyclones jumping in and trying to get a little bit of damage done. Wow, he's actually picking off a lot of Queens here. He's got to teleport out, though.
He doesn't even bother to attack him that time.
Oh. Okay, oh, look at this switch into mutas. There's like 22 mutas that
this
just
is so
popped out.
cool.
This is going to be neat, but I think he saw that. Yeah, Thor's being made. 10 turrets being started.
Damn, great play. But the mutas are already inbound here.
Yeah, but 10 turrets.
Oh, yeah, they're going to finish before the mutas can get there.
I think so. But it is a lot of mutas, and you have corruptors in here as well. Not that many anti-air units as of yet.
And this is a huge gas investment. The fact that this probably won't work here. Are there turrets in the main?
Well, there must be if you make 10.
Yeah.
All right, bringing in the corruptors as well. We'll be able to kill these BCs finally. They don't have warps left.
This is
not
a problem for RagnaroK now.
Yeah.
These are not going to... Had they gotten there before the turrets were done, the damage would be huge. But yeah, now that's like, what? Like 2,000 gas down the drain?
Yeah, more than that even. Well, not down the drain because he still has them. We'll see what he gets done.
It's going to be hard to get much more advantage.
Right? How much value can he get?
Well, if there's turrets there, he's fine. You know?
I mean, 20 mutas can fight some turrets, but if there's like a Thor or
well, if he takes a bad exchange and loses a bunch, there's plenty of Widow Mines here too, where you could absolutely fly into the wrong part of the map and just lose them.
Yeah,
it's not like Zerg has that much creep out here. You could definitely start hiding Widow Mines everywhere.
He just added a couple Vipers. I'm interested. Like, I mean, with the mutas, you can yoink Thors in and stuff, right? Like, you can... Maybe you can make the muta like the Hydras normally are with the Vipers, right? Just yank units in and kill them with mutas. It's like, it's doable.
It's fine.
It's
fine.
not like what we normally see.
I think we've never cast the game quite like that, but I guess the idea is sort of there.
I don't think I've ever seen it, but there's no reason that wouldn't work. It's a little bit more difficult to pull off.
Oh, great moves here.
Ooh.
Okay, there's going to be a pretty big attack over here at 1 o'clock. Zerg needs to start to limit the bases that Terran has. By the way, with Mech, it's going to be hard for Terran to take any other base than the ones that he already has.
Just putting planetaries up and praying.
The other two bases are just far out enough that you're not going to be able to just roll Mech units over there easily. Bio, maybe you can do it. Bio's a little bit more nimble.
See what he does about that economy. He's had nearly 100 workers. It's so funny. It's like half his supply is in workers. But this is what mech games oftentimes look like. He's actually playing the mech really nicely. I like it. I'm enjoying it. 8 Thors out right now. That is a heavy anti-muta contingent. A lot of Banes being made. Oh, no.
Oh, no. These are like those sad adepts earlier on.
Yeah.
They're killing us one by one.
Those were incredibly sad adepts.
Just wait for my cooldown to finish. Uh-oh.
All right, Bane's coming in to help kill off this base. Biles will finish it. What an interesting way to try to play this matchup.
Yeah. Well, oh, these are the ones that are going to survive. So Terran's going to push down here. This isn't enough, though. He can't win this fight, right?
Yeah, RagnaroK should hold on fine. Honestly, it's kind of a funny thing, right? Because there's been so many workers this game, these armies are not as big supply-wise as we're used to. Well, that is pretty scary to hit, but oh, the Blinding Cloud's looking absolutely awesome. Right on the siege tank that time. A good flank coming in as well. Biles going down absolutely everywhere.
Oh my god, this is pretty devastating. But the damage output's pretty higher for Terran. Despite the really good engagement, is this just too much?
Well, those Thors are cleaning up right now. The rest of the Muta's going to go down as well. RagnaroK.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Oh, but these guys live.
Yeah, they're still around.
Glass is half full for the Zerg. Look, I think this might just be too much. I didn't think this was going to kill him, but yeah, he just has enough. These upgrades are too good. Vehicle plating level 3 about to finish. It's going to be even harder to kill these units. Wow, landing mules here to repair. Great move. Look at this. This is Thor nearly dead. He'll be back in action in no time.
Yeah, the Corruptor's not finding anything
the last
to do.
Corruptor's left. I am the last of my kind.
He will definitely sit alone at the lunch table.
Yeah.
Okay, more Roaches and Ravagers being made right now. Oh, man. Those spines have a funny location. Still, RagnaroK has some income, but not that much, right? He's got two bases that have a lot of minerals left. But Dream is starting to take those bases you said he couldn't take, Tasteless.
Yeah, look at me. How embarrassing. Another push comes through here. Interesting to see Terran just commit and double down to this location. Now this has to be too much, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Tank's up here.
He should be able to break it.
Oh, Artosis.
Oh, wow. He just ran into his own bios there a bit, but looks like he will clear at least the Thors and tanks.
You
that
gotta
were up
believe
here.
Artosis. Dream's gonna take this. You're like that guy that just refuses to believe in Santa Claus in the movie.
Yeah.
Santa's real, Artosis.
His name is Dream.
Oh my god, all the overlords are here.
Only Santa and Maru can beat Zergs, huh? Look.
Santa cannot beat Zergs, let me make that clear here.
It looks like Dream going to be able to, right?
Yeah.
There's like nothing left for RagnaroK
Well, it's
here.
funny because most of the mech army gets picked off, but it's just enough that every time he advances a little bit further here. Oh, I guess he actually clears up that little bit there, but...
Oh my god. Sieges up 1 million Liberators. Spines are trying their best, but
Yeah,
RagnaroK
just
knows he is defeated.
GG Dream has done it. RagnaroK fizzles out, and Dream is our player who advances into the round of 16. Great stuff there.
Yeah, feel bad for RagnaroK, right? Like, he played very well, I think, overall today. Few mistakes here and there, but Dream was able to take him out in that second series.
Cool stuff. Great comeback there. RagnaroK, it's a bummer he didn't advance. Do check out a lot of his content on YouTube.
Yeah, it's too bad. I'm sure he'll be back in the next season.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
It's exciting to watch Dream continue to grow as a player as well, right? He got round of 8 last season. He looked really great all season until Rogue hit him. But Rogue, of course, being the champion, that happens. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, interview time. Andy will be translating. Let's see how Dream's feeling. He's the second player to advance from Group C in this GSL.
And the second place of Group C is Dream of Bravestar Gaming. Congratulations. Thank you. So you move out as a second place. So you now move on to the round of 16, 2 consecutive seasons. How do you feel? Well, first of all, it's been really arduous. Right now I feel really hot. No, I actually asked the staff to turn off the air conditioner because I was cold, but now it's really hot inside. You did go for the mechanic in the last set, so why did you do that? Well, when I opt for the mechanic, I know that RagnaroK is gonna expect it. And you know, I tried it and I realized that RagnaroK was really good, so that's why I picked mechanic. In our first encounter, I think I lost in terms of mind games. So during the break, I thought a lot about the game. Well, as a result, in Submarine, you gained the victory. So what mattered the most to you in that map? You know, my first priority was to warm up my hands. And you know, Maru advanced at first place, so he gave me the leftover hot pack. So I was able to warm up my hand. So I warmed up my hand, and then even if the enemy goes for 2 hatchery, I just wanted to play confidently. You know, in the first match in Submarine, you went for the Hellbats, and then you opted for a different strategy. And the opponent actually didn't produce any workers. And there is a rumor that you practice against Solar in the scripts. Yes, that's right. I mean, it worked against Solar, but I feel like I was pretty bad with the micro today. So with the correct micro, I think I could have gained more advantage in that situation. So it was Solar after all. So, you know, reviewing today's games, and last season you did move on to the round of 8, and it was a very successful season for you. So what went through your mind after last season? GSL was pretty easy, that's what I thought. Because, you know, I didn't really expect myself to move on to the round of 8. So for the past 2 years, I thought I got really bad at the game. But you know, last season I gained a lot of confidence. and I think I'm having good results right now.
조중현 선수의 주관적인 테란 서열 듣는 재미도 있었는데 오늘 그 조중현 선수의 2위 조성주 선수와의
You know, it's really entertaining to hear you talk about the Terran kill list.
김종욱 선수로 시작하는 그 테란 서열에는 변함 없으세요?
So are you still?
지금은
Have you still not changed your mind about the kill list?
1등이 태양형인 것 같고.
Well, the first place is TY.
그리고 2등이 신영이 형.
The second place is Innovation. Third place Chor, and fourth Maru. So it changes.
네, 지금은 그런 것 같아요.
Yeah, for now I think that's the tier list.
변현우 선수가 이제 오니까.
But now that Bjorn's coming back, I think it's bound to change.
자, 오늘 GSL 10주년입니다.
So this is today is the 10th anniversary of GSL. And Dream, you have been with GSL since 2011. So any message of congratulations?
저도 자유연하게 때부터 윤여한 선수.
Ever since Wings of Liberty, I used to see Boxer playing.
GSL에게 꿈을 키웠는데.
And that's when I started dreaming of the GSL stage. And I can't believe it's been 10 years already.
이거 끝나고 토크쇼 있잖아요.
And after this, we have the talk show upcoming.
게스트분들이 워낙.
And you know, the guests are such prominent figures. So I think today means a lot to me. Well, thank you for that. We'll look forward to your plays. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Guys, do not go away. There is a mini documentary about Artosis and me. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, check that out. They did a great job on that, I think.
Here are our results. You can see Maru and Dream advancing, a win for the Terrans.
Yeah, a couple Terrans are the first two to make it to that next round, and really great ones to have move up as well, of course. It was an interesting day. A lot of technical difficulties, unfortunately, but that happens even 10 years into a broadcast.
Group D will be on Wednesday at our normal time again. Cure, Bomber, Armani, and SOS. Again, happy birthday to GSL. 10 years of this. Let's do 10 more.
Yeah. This is going to be a great group. Make sure you tune in. Also, I want to mention ASL starts on Sunday.
Yes.
So make sure you tune in to this very channel on YouTube, or if you're on Africa TV, try ASL English instead of GSL English. And yeah, watch ASL because it's back. It's season 10. It's going to be exciting. All the best players made it in, and Flash is playing random.
Yeah.
So it's like a monumentous occasion.
And if you like StarCraft 2, you'll like StarCraft 1. If you like StarCraft 1, you'll like StarCraft 2. They're both great. So come check that out. And yeah, it's going to be good to finally be casting ASL again. We had a lot of downtime here with our StarCraft 1.
Yeah.
They want productions telling me again to mention the documentary. Please do watch that.
Yeah, don't turn off the stream.
Don't turn off the stream. You know you're going like this. You're going like, huh, because you're trying to get up.
Don't get up.
Huh, sit down. It is about a 25-minute documentary.
I think it's about 20 minutes.
20 minutes. And we'll be back next Wednesday. They wanted me to tell you that as well. And they wanted me to tell you that Tasteless is the best caster of all time. They wanted me to say that.
Damn it.
I
hate them.
So anyways, happy birthday, GSL. We're going to have some cake downstairs. We love you guys. Stay safe. Wash your hands. Wear a mask. Bye-bye.
Ten years, man.
It's been a long time. Does it feel like 10 years?
Yeah, but in a good way.
Does it feel like 20 years?
No, it's, you know, we've talked about this, like this time pass quicker as you get older. For me, I feel like this has been a really long, awesome, fun journey. I've been able to enjoy every part of this, but obviously GSL, my favorite part.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I have a couple years in there blacked out, but overall it's been, it's been fantastic.
Let's go ahead and start this thing.
All right.
My name is Nick Plott. I'm an American from Kansas, and my ID is Tasteless, and I am a StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 caster in South Korea, in Seoul.
Someone made this. We have a couple gifts. I think I got more over here, actually, too. But, yeah, sometimes fans come and give us something, so this is one of them, this shirt here. Very cool. Yeah. I moved out to Korea because I had a job opportunity at a TV station called Arirang TV, and I was doing a show that was literally called Esports, was the name of the show. And what they would do is they would buy old like OSL or MSL VODs, and then I would cast over the old VOD. While that was going on, I ended up getting connected with a producer at GOM TV, and they were looking for possibly having English commentary for the GOM TV Avertech Intel Classic. And so I did that for a little while, and then that show got canceled, and I had no money, and I was basically waiting and hoping that StarCraft 2 would come out, because I was pretty sure if StarCraft 2 comes out, I'll be able to do some kind of a show with that. But the day the beta came out, that's when I knew I got a new start. We talked to GOM TV then, again, because they wanted to do a new show, which is GSL. And yeah, here we are. It's been 10 years.
처음에 이제 닉을 본 거는 곰TV 클래식 스타크래프트 1 대회였었는데 곰TV에서 하던 스타크래프트 1 대회를 글로벌 팬들한테 중계를 시작을 했는데 거기에 닉이 이제 혼자 와서 중계를 하고 있었어요. 그래서 와 스타크래프트를 이거 외국에서도 이렇게 많은 사람들이 볼 수 있게 영어 중계를 하네? 라고 되게 신선했었고 외국에서 누가 혼자 와서 저렇게 영어 중계를 여기서 한국에서 열심히 하고 있네. 그래서 되게 신기하고 열정적이다라고 생각을 하면서 쳐다보고 있었어요. 그래서 외국에서 스타크래프트 많이 보는구나. 그래서 잘 모를 때였으니까 글로벌에 대해서 되게 신기하다고 생각하고 있었어요.
My name is Dan Stamkowski, and my ID is Artosis. I think my favorite StarCraft picture is this one. It's from the original GSL vs. the World, where I was the coach of the non-Korean team. And we only lost by one map at the end of the day against the Koreans. So this was a really fun event. And at the end of it, GSL gave me this nice photo. So I like that one. I always have that one out. Well, this is like kind of an old one. This is like the one I'm using right now, where it's like I take notes on my games every day and what I'm working on, and right. So I have whiteboards actually all around and papers like taped up on the walls. I just think a lot about StarCraft, and I'm always trying to get better and understand the game more. So I make notes. I just kind of walk around and think and write things down, and then when I'm playing I can just kind of turn my head and take a look and remember all the things I'm thinking about. So I first started casting GSL. I was already out here. I was actually working for IEG at the time, that later became SPO TV, casting some other stuff. But Tasteless and I were friends, and GSL was not announced yet, but he knew about it. So he brought me down for a meeting with the original people down at GOM TV, and just said, hey, this is the other caster that's out here. And I had a meeting with them, and we talked it out, and you know, there wasn't a lot to choose from, so I got the job.
처음에 카페에서 딱 만났는데 댄이 이렇게 되게 정자세로 한국인처럼 면접 보는 자세로 이렇게 앉아갖고 자기 열심히 스타크래프트 중계 잘할 수 있다. 그래서 자기한테 기회를 달라 이런 말을 많이 했었고 닉이 굉장히 강력하게 추천을 했어요. 이 친구와 같이 듀오를 맞춰서 하면은 우리가 GSL을 스타크래프트 2를 글로벌로 널리 알릴 수 있다. 그래서 그때 당시에는 이제 댄에 대한 실력은 저희가 잘 몰랐으니까 근데 닉에 대한 신뢰를 우리가 가지고 있었으니까 그 신뢰를 바탕으로 댄과 호흡을 맞추면 잘할 수 있을 거라는 생각을 가지고 그 태도가 이제 굉장히 마음에 들고 열심히 할 수 있을 거라는 생각에 저희가 같이 일을 해보기로 결정을 했고요. 그 결과적으로는 이제 닉과 댄이 굉장히 좋은 듀오로 글로벌 팬들한테 우리 GSL을 알리게 돼서 너무 잘한 결정이었다고 생각합니다.
But this could be the end, and GG, unbelievable series. Stats has done it, and Sue for the 5th time.
You know, the reason that I moved to Korea is because this is where StarCraft is big. This is the one place where I could move to and have StarCraft be my job, whether that was through being a commentator or a professional gamer or something else involved with StarCraft. So that's why I came here, but there's a lot of reasons why I've stayed. It's a wonderful country. It's really safe. Everyone's so friendly, delicious food. I just love it here.
I have so many happy memories living in Korea. I think it's important to remember I'm a kid from a suburb in Kansas. It's a very, very small place in comparison to Seoul. So I think for me, it was the shock of being in a huge city, and it felt like Seoul was endless and that I'd never be able to learn where to go or how to communicate. And now I feel like this is my home. I feel like I know every corner of the city, and I'm very comfortable here.
미국의 코로나가 상황이 아직도 안 좋아서 여행 가면 안 돼요. Pretty good. 맥주 하나 주세요. 맥주 하나 더 주세요. Yeah. See, do I have that string somewhere? This one. No, 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 no. Whoa, whoa.
Go ahead. Control 2. All right, now let's bring them over and get ready to attack, okay? 1A, 2A. Press A, or you can hit Control and 1. Put them on hotkeys. Arya is improving really quickly at games overall. It's really amazing to watch your kids start playing video games because at first they don't really know what they're doing, and you're like, oh, you keep walking off a cliff or something like that. But you know, they jump up like exponentially really quick at how good that they are. And at this point, like if she sits down with any game that she plays a lot, she's getting quite good. Come on, yo. Yeah, things have changed a lot having a family. Before I had my wife and kids, pretty much every moment of my day was kind of devoted to StarCraft, whether it was, you know, watching it or playing it or thinking about it. But at this point now, I have a nice big family. You know, I have 4 kids and a wife, and so that takes up a lot of time for sure. But my passion hasn't really changed. So in all of my free time, it's still StarCraft. In all of my work time, it's still StarCraft. So my feelings for StarCraft haven't really changed. I have way more responsibilities now.
What we'll probably do is cross up here.
I don't know.
He wasn't there with broken puppet legs, just screaming.
Whether it's a really serious situation in a game where something's changed suddenly, but also sometimes when it's a boring situation in a game where something funny is happening, Nick's able to make humor out of that. And I think he just is able to read any situation where it's the most exciting hype moment that you'll ever see in the grand finals. He's going to yell about it, he's going to be excited about it. It's a really boring moment, he's going to make it entertaining, right? And I think that he makes Dan laugh a lot, and there's a really good chemistry between the two of them because he's funny and because he pushes Dan to the laughter moments. I think that's why the fans really enjoy the show, whether it's a good game or not. The Nick and Dan casting is always kind of a funny and humorous thing, I think, for a lot of people. A lot of people just tune in just to hear you guys talk, honestly.
You guys actually listen to each other. There's a lot of commentators, even at the top, and I think we've all been at one or another. I guess we've made the mistake, and that is like we stop listening as intently. And I think you and Dan are constantly having a conversation with each other, rather than like my turn to talk, my turn to talk. And you're both like super knowledgeable about the game, right? And active listening is something that a lot of commentators don't realize is extraordinarily important, even though it should be obvious, right? You're able to listen to each other and bounce off each other, and that's how you form that chemistry in the first place.
I'm so uncomfortable with him saying I'm so uncomfortable with this, where like I sit here and you guys all say nice stuff and I'm like,
I know.
Ah! 10 years of GSL, here's to 10 more.
Yeah.
GG! GG!
GG! SOS!
GG!
T1! GG! GG! Unbelievable series!
When I first met Nick, or Tasteless, it was 2005. He had made it to the USA Finals for WCG, and I liked him right off the bat. You know, he was one of the more social players, so we got along pretty well because I was a bit more social than most of the players as well. So I liked him. He was a nice guy. He seemed cool.
I first met Dan on BattleNet, like we all did. There weren't many live tournaments in the United States, and so he was one of the good players that you wanted to try to get a game against. And I think the first time I met him was also the same time I first casted. So that would be 2005. We were all really young back then.
Nick means a lot to me. You know, we've gone through absolutely everything together. We've been so close for, since we both got to Korea more than 12 years ago now. We've been best friends and partners and working and everything. We've been through all the ups together and all the downs together. And I think we've made each other a lot better than we ever could be alone. We kind of have a yin-yang effect. While we have a lot of things in common and the same sense of humor, we have really different personalities that I think help each other instead of hinder each other.
I think Dan's strength, aside from casting, is probably, I think he's got a great work ethic. I think he has a really good sense of humor. I think one of the things we bring in GSL is not just analysis and play-by-play, but we have a lot of fun, and I think we're able to connect with our audience, and I would only be able to do that with Dan.
Like, they love the game so much. They've been here since Brood War. They've been casting since they were players themselves. And then over time, I think they grew like incredible chemistry with each other. So they've been casting together for so many years now that they just work really well together. Like Artosis is really knowledgeable at the game, and Tasteless like helps new players get into the game, and he's very entertaining for the fans. They have great banter at the start of games. So I think just overall, they do everything they need to do as casters very well.
Oh, they're pretty popular in the Western scene, I feel. Like, everyone likes Artosis and Tasteless. Everyone always gets hyped when they cast. So I think they're really, really big in the West. They're popular because they've been casting and playing and StarCraft 2 for so many years, right? Even back to Brood War, that's why they're so popular. It's been like, what, 20 years? No, 15 years, something like that, total.
실제로 얘기를 많이 해보면은 이 한국에 있는 스타크래프트2에 대한 혹은 스타크래프트 e스포츠에 대한 문화를 해외에 많이 퍼뜨려야겠다는 생각을 스스로도 굉장히 많이 하고 있어요. 그리고 반대로 해외 팬들에 대한 여러 피드백들을 우리한테 전달해주는 역할도 굉장히 많이 하고 있기 때문에 진짜로 게임을 좋아하고 스타크래프트를 사랑하는 그 열정과 태도가 그들 진심이 많이 이제 팬들한테 전해지는 것 같아요.
As commentators, I think Nick and Dan are complete pros. They are legends. I remember the first time I cast with Dan was maybe 8 years ago now. I was a newbie little scrublet no-name commentator in Australia, and it was one of those things that I was very nervous about, but he assured me in one of these beautiful if you fall I will catch you moments that everything would be fine. And he was right, it was. It was my best cast up until that point. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that a really good commentator can really just make anyone look good. The first time I cast with Nick, or Tasteless, was maybe 4 or 5 years after I got to cast with Dan for the first time. And at the time, it was considered that every caster in StarCraft 2 was usually a play-by-play and a color commentator. And it was the first time that I ever had to cast with a play-by-play commentator. So I thought that we'd clash because our styles are so similar, but he's a total pro. It was so easy. It was like slipping into a warm bath. It was the easiest thing in the whole world. And to this day is one of my favorite people to co-cast with because it is just so comfortable.
I think if you do anything in your life for over 10 years, it's pretty clear that you're very dedicated and very passionate about it. And I think that shows. I love the way they have been doing it. They have obviously evolved as well as commentators. At first it was a lot about the little details, and then it became a little more about let's just have a great time, let's have a great show. Dan is always there with the facts, and Nick is always there to bring some humor into the broadcast. It's honestly always been fun to watch them. It's been cool to learn from them as well, and it's definitely been a pleasure to work with them at some of the foreign events or even at the GSL vs. the World. I've always enjoyed it, and it's been really cool. So yeah, that's about it.
So this is the GSL Special Award of 2011. Okay, so almost 9 years ago. But this is very sweet. The company gave this to Dan and me for our work. Dan has one at his house too. They gave us this for our work in broadcasting the global side of GSL. It makes sense that GSL has lasted a long time because StarCraft's a good game, and it gets better with time. It gets better with aging, kind of like wine. But I am still surprised we managed to go this far. It's very cool. I'm very, very, very proud of what GSL's done.
GSL really means so much to me. It's hard to put it into words. You know, it's kind of the thing that I did for the past 10 years. It's the thing that I've helped to build, that I've been a part of. You know, the people who work on GSL, they're like family in a lot of ways. You know, when I look back on this very long and still growing period of my life, this will be the thing I think that really stands out. What I did professionally was help make the GSL into what it is.
I think there's a lot of parts of GSL that make it the best esports tournament of all time. I think for one, it's the players. It's also the history that it's been able to build. It's not a new game. It's very old now, so we really have a lot of good stories we can tell. I hope the casting that Dan and me bring is valuable. I think the music's excellent. I think the production is top tier. And I think our tournament has more personality than most other esports events.
I think GSL, aside from being the most competitive tournament around, it has a certain regularity to it, which is really important in esports. It keeps going and keeps fresh and alive and ever rising. And it's also, at this point, at 10 years, we have such a legacy, such a history with GSL that it feels like everything matters. We're building upon this giant mountain of results. GSL is the history of StarCraft 2.
GSL is about legacy.